Public meeting to order. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Salter, will you please call roll?
Sure. Trustee Ahmad,
Here.
Trustee Cortez, Trustee Dybert, Trustee Fleek,
Here.
Trustee Salazar, Clerk Mendoza,
Here.
and President Seibert.
Here.
President Seibert, for the record, Trustees Cortez, Dybert, and Salazar are absent.
Thank you. Board workshop. Before beginning the workshop, we will open the items for public comment. Mrs. Soto.
Public hearing for visitors who wish to address the board on items listed under this section. 15 minutes of this portion of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the board on these items. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. The school board is prohibited by law from taking action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusion should be drawn if the school board does not respond to public comment at this time. If you wish to address the board on any of these items, please step up to the podium and state your name and city of residence. If you are joining remotely and would like to make a public comment, click on the reactions icon located at the bottom of your screen. In the reactions window, click on the raise hand button and wait for your name to be called. Speakers will be allowed to address the board in the order they approach the podium or appear on our screen. President Seibert, we do not have participants who wish to address the board.
Thank you, Mrs. Soto. Item number 3A, multi-tiered support system support. Presentation, Superintendent Lyle.
So President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza, and our assembled trustees, we have Associate Superintendent Sissel here for this item, along with President Marshall. Some kids yesterday thought he was the president because he was dressed so nicely. So he's going to have to go sign some autographs later. As we get started on this item, I want to just preface it by saying that you see the assembled staff. And these are some really important high-level leaders with lots of expertise and a lot of passion for the work that they do. They're sitting on opposite sides of the room. So there is some symbolism to that, sort of accidentally. And the reason that they laughed is because it isn't always easy.
It isn't that they're sitting like that.
It isn't always easy for different departments and divisions to work together. They have persevered through that because the work that they do has serious value to each and every leader in the room. And everybody has to think through where the edges of their responsibilities intersect with and melt into the edges of the responsibility of their colleagues. That has not been easy, but it has been incredibly important for us to engage in that level of dialogue, that level of stress, and a little bit of storm, because on the other side, things get a little brighter. The multi-tiered system of support is mandated by state law. It is something that has been around for quite a while. Madera Unified has been very late to the game to some degree. You might recognize some acronyms that you will hear, like PBIS. You'll hear a little bit about that today. You're going to hear other acronyms. You may hear some things around special education or Tier 1 and Tier 2 and all these kinds of concepts. Feel free, when you feel like you're just losing a little bit of your bearings with the complexities here, to ask for clarification, because we know that this is really different. The way that educators will provide support and service to students, as we discussed yesterday, is shifting from all to each. And when we think about the shift from all to each, we have to be able to diagnose, to the degree that that's possible, in an educational setting that is not medical or health related. We have to think about how we can diagnose what each student needs so they get what they need when they need it, but not for longer than they need it, because other kids do too. So it's a very different approach than what we inherited from our ancestors in this profession. We didn't talk like this in 1992 when I started at John Adams. This is not the way we talked. But we're talking about things differently now, and we're having to learn how to retrofit this, just like we talked about yesterday with collaborative teaming. We're having to learn how to retrofit all of this into our existing paradigm. Problem is, there's no break in that paradigm. Right? Everyone thinks they know education because they've gotten one. They've been to school. And so as we work really hard to try to help our staff, our principals, and all of us in this room lead this work functionally at every school site, in every grade level, and in every classroom, the ordeal, and the lift is massive. The good news is we have the kind of experts, the kind of passion, and the kind of people in the room that get this job done. And here are the two that have led the work. Ms. Sissel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Good morning, trustees. Good to see you again this morning. Thank you for being here. I am just going to be, as is Mr. Marshall, sort of, we're the bookends, we're the openers and the closers, but the real work and the information that is going to be shared is going to come from the teams behind us. They're the ones who have developed the systems, they have refined the processes, they have identified the needs, they have done the heavy lifting. And so as we get into this morning, sort of what you're going to hear about is a lot of information around sort of three different areas that for us MTSS encompasses, and that's around how we address academics, how we address the social, emotional, behavioral needs of our students, and how we address the mental health and wellness of our students. That's sort of the three areas that this work breaks into. But before we get to that, I feel like it's important for you to know that this work has come together in this team. And the team you see behind us is sort of what we refer to as our MTSS leadership team. And when this started was about 18 months ago that we brought all of these people together. And the first thing that we did was we did something called personnel mapping, because what we kept hearing in this district is you have all these people. There's all these people and we don't know what they do. That's what we heard from school sites, because we did talk to, I guess I should back up a little bit. We did a lot of surveying and asking questions of our site leaders about what they felt like they were needing. And their very first response was, well, first we'd like to know, what do all these people do and how do we access them? So that was our very first project, was something, and we just referred to it as personnel mapping. So now for each of our departments in student and family support services and educational services, it's found and accessible in many locations on the district website, on our department websites. You can go to and see exactly who does what and how to get a hold of them, how to find them, and how to access the services that come from that department. So that was the very first step, and that has been alive and well. We started that work about 18 months ago, but I think we have officially had that alive and well since probably been August. I think we kicked it off officially in at the academy. The other piece to that superintendent sort of placed on us very early on was to go with that was a menu of services. And today you're going to see some examples of that. So not only did they want to know who does what and how do we find them, they wanted to know, like, what does that actually mean? If I'm a teacher and I have these needs, or I'm a principal and I have a teacher team that has these needs, who and how and what can they do to help me? So you're going to hear about that today. Those were two really big things that I feel like we're missing in our district. And now that we have them, I think our teams behind us will tell you a little bit more later on in the presentation, but they're going to tell you just how busy they are, because people know now how to get what they need. And we're really proud of that. The other piece to that is you're going to hear terms today like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. It is a massive undertaking to try to take all of that on at one time. And so what we have really been focusing on is what is referred to as tier 1. And tier 1 are the basic services. They're the services that every student in this district gets access to. And what we really found was that there needed to be some clarity around what that meant in terms of those three areas of academics, of social, emotional, and behavioral learning, and also in the mental health and wellness. And so our teams today are going to take you through what that work looks like and what they're doing today, every day. Their teams are out at school sites right now doing this work that supports tier 1. Along with that, to sort of connect it and wrap it in a nice bow that's going to connect to what you're going to hear when we talk about our professional learning communities, is that all of this work is dependent on teams. And one of the things that we didn't have clarity on was who should be on the teams. How many teams should we have? We have too many teams, all these people on different. So we went through and we gave some clear guidance on really at elementary schools, you can do this work with 3 teams of people. Okay. And there might be some crossover on those teams. At secondary, there's one more group that kind of comes together because, as you guys know, in secondary, Cheryl Sissel, if I'm a senior at Madera South, I have 7 teachers. And so how do you bring all the teachers together when you're talking about the needs of a child? So they have something called an interdisciplinary team that you're going to hear about. But that work has been about the last 18 months. We meet very regularly, and I'm really proud of the leaders behind us. I'm sad that not everybody's here to hear this, because this work has been probably the most challenging that I've led in my leadership, because of just the depth of knowledge that's needed to bring this to life. And so I hope that you guys will ask questions, and I hope that we're able to answer all the questions that you might have.
So, Ms. Sissel, before you walk away from the microphone, I think it might be really important for us to try to properly orient the value of this work. I don't want to overestimate and underdeliver, or underestimate and overdeliver. Like, we want to be really careful about that. But when you combine this work with what's happening with collaborative teaming at our school sites, and as that grows its way out, you're looking at a completely new way of understanding education in Madera Unified between both of these 2 initiatives. Is that fair to say?
That's completely fair to say. And the other piece that I would add to that is I've been fully transparent many times standing up here and not always said what might be the most popular. We still have a lot of work to do here. We had all our principals together a week ago now, well, I guess before Thanksgiving break, and they still had questions. They're like, listen, this isn't quite where it needs to be yet. So they're still giving us feedback. This process is not stagnant. It's not that we've done the work and we're done and now we're just, moving forward. We know there's work yet to be done. Okay. So, if there were site administrators in the room, you could ask them and they would say, yes, there has been work and we appreciate some of these things, but there's still work yet to be done. So this is far from complete, but it is complex, and it's been challenging, I would say, to lead this work.
I just want to say, this is why we're having these. Disappointed we're missing. They should be here, because they want to set goals and everything. How do you do that if you miss all this information? So I apologize to you people for not everybody showing up. I'm really disappointed. But when it comes to setting goals, that's going to be on us, because we're getting all the information. And I guess I'd say, as a sort of, hold our other board members accountable for what we learn. We may have to direct them. Thank you. Just go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Marshall, and then we're going to turn it over to the real stars of the show.
Yeah.
Yep, you can do that. Yep.
All right. You want to
Yeah. So we have a whole bunch of people here with us this morning. I will quickly introduce who you will be hearing from and who's been leading this work. So over to my right shoulder, I have Nicole Guerrero, our Director of Curriculum Instruction in Elementary. She has been a champion for this work, and her team has been amazing, and you're going to hear all about that. Right behind, I have Tina Teninehouse, who's the Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction. They're my twinsies. They lead the departments in elementary and secondary, and the lion's share of this work has come through educational services through them. Tina's right-hand girl, Maria Lorenzo Rodriguez. She's the coordinator in that department. And then Director Mercedes Ochoa, who represents our multilingual learner programs, has also been a big part of this. In our early childhood education division, I have Director Brenda Naranjo, who is, can you see her? I saw it. There she is. She's our director overseeing early childhood education. As many of you guys know, a lot of the challenging behaviors we're facing are in our youngest children. So she's learning and is going to play a significant role in this as we talk about some of our youngest learners. And then we always depend on Director Uchima because she's got all the answers we could ever need around assessment and data. And I know Director Adam Bonilla is not. He also has done a lot to help us in being able to collect data that we need and generate systems. So shout out to Director Bonilla.
All right, so I'll jump in on my side of the fence, and presenters that you will hear from today out of our Student and Family Support Services division. Our first up is our PBS coordinator, Beth Echeveste here, who is extremely passionate about the work and has a huge depth of knowledge in this area. And then another presenter that you'll hear from today is our Director of Culture and Climate, Ms. Karen Diorian. And she's going to share a little bit of that roadmap as far as where the MTSS initially landed within her department or the development of her department. And also we have here is our director of our mental health and wellness, Minavel Navarro, who has jumped into this seat and has taken off full speed in support of this work. So definitely grateful for her joining our team. And then we have our other teams here. As you can see, it takes a village to really move this work. We have our director of community and family support, Elia Medina. We have our student services director, Allison Crafton, and Becky, who falls on both sides of the fence with our special services department, is here with us today as well. So thank you. All right. All right. So next up, we'll have our director of multilingual educational programs to really kick us off and set us up for the why behind the information that you're going to hear today.
Morning, President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza, trustees, and Superintendent Lyle. I had the privilege of coming together and bringing a few students and a few administrators to pretty much give us the why behind this work. This short video that we have was a collaborative effort with the communication team. In this video, you will hear directly from the people in the center of this work. You will hear students speak candidly of why feeling supported really matters. Knowing that caring adults check in and believe in them makes a difference in their learning and well-being. You will also hear administrators speak about a key message that the MTSS work really is effective as a collaborative effort. The work comes through that shared system of support between many people. As you see from the district level, there are many of us working in this work, but also at the sites. Most importantly, this highlights that human aspect and the side of MTSS that really calls that is not just a framework, it is a commitment to collaboration to ensure the well-being of students. So we can please play that video.
That's been most effective for students, whether it's in the academic realm, the social emotional realm, the behavior realm, has really been the most effective when it's been a collective approach, a team approach, where you have that collective responsibility among the team for all students and not just for students that might be on their caseload or that they're assigned.
I feel like a lot of times what happens is we start something, we see progress, and then we don't continue the process. And so making sure that we have really clear goals and action plans, that in order for those systems to be successful, you have to really clearly communicate and make sure you close the loop, follow through.
From freshman, sophomore year, I started getting in trouble a lot. I don't know how, but when the principal pulled me in, I was just like, I felt not comfortable, but the way he asked me stuff, he was like, Alan, like, what's going on? Like, I know you're a good kid. I know a lot of kids don't do this. Or first 3 semesters, I received a student honor reward, and then last, like, when I graduated 8th grade, I received the state honor reward. And like, what happened to that? And I was just like, it's just me and my dad. Like, yes, I would get along with him at first, but then it's just like, we had different mindsets. I had animals. He wanted me to take care of them a different way, and then things like that. Ms. Puga, Ms. Miranda, Mr. Simons, they always really helped, and it's what, honestly, if anything, it's why I stayed at that school. Even though my grades weren't good sometimes, they were the ones that helped me stay there because they knew how I was. They knew it wasn't really like me trying to just be dumb and stupid. Like, it was just things that would happen, but thankfully to them, hopefully I'm able to graduate like in the next 2 months, but thankfully because of them, only like 1 class I failed because they knew how I was.
A time when I was struggling emotionally at school was also in 7th grade. My counselor noticed when we were out at break, and she pulled me into her office. She talked to me and she helped me.
One time I felt proud of myself is at a sport it's cross country, and I suffered an injury, so I had to put more work into my sport, and after all that work, I was able to get 8th place. People that support me there were my coach, my team, even my teachers. It made me feel like I am actually known here, like my teachers know who I am now. Like,
I can tell you there are countless times where I've seen adults on campus in a variety of roles, from classified to our certificated, support kids, and their support has directly made like a huge ripple effect for both that student and their siblings and the generations that come after them.
I can think of a teacher that a lot of students go to because it's all about empathy for her. She has a very good understanding that students are coming in with a lot of trauma, students are coming in with a lot of emotions that they don't know how to deal with and struggle, and so they come to her, and she's been really good about speaking with students and really identifying what those emotions that they're going through.
I would say a way for them to change it is just how sometimes, instead of them saying, oh, he's a bad kid, or straight, no, send him home 3 days, suspend him. I feel like it'd be better like send him down. What makes you fall into like either the lifestyle decision, whatever is being made.
Always have a relationship with at least your whole class. Every student at least have a relationship, so if they ever have a problem, you won't have like a problem, or they won't be nervous talking to you one-on-one. But always give your class like equality, like don't be different on one student because you're closer with them and stuff.
Right. So I don't think that I can add anything that Mercedes didn't already say, because she definitely lines this work out for us as it really being the human element of the work. So here is sort of what you're going to be hearing about today. We're gonna take you through a roadmap. We're gonna talk about the framework. We're gonna talk about teams, and then we're gonna have each of the 3 divisions come up and share with you about their information. I believe this is Mrs.
As Ms. Diorian comes up, I want to make a quick point to our trustees that I think is important right this minute after we heard students' voices. You saw there's multiple bullets we're going to take you through. We're going to take you through a roadmap. We have multiple directors. We have multiple departments, 2 divisions working really closely together. The area assistant superintendents are very involved in making sure that this work happens at school sites. So we have all these people involved in all these fragments that we have to bring together. From the student's point of view, and this is really important for us to always keep in mind as the adults most responsible for the systems. From the student's point of view, they do not see the departments. They do not see the divisions. They do not see anything. They see the experience of being a Toro, the experience of being a Bulldog, the experience of being a Maverick or a Coyote. That's what they see. They just see the school experience, and all the people that are involved in that make up that school experience. They don't care about divisions, departments, silos, responsibilities. They just know they need help. And so they just want to feel like there are people that care about them. I hope that really came through, because what we have to do is present to our kids a unified, aligned, coherent culture and set of systems and services that they interact with, because they don't see us any other way than that. They just see us as Madera Unified. So, Ms. Diorian?
Good morning, trustees, President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza. I wanted to share this slide with you. As Superintendent said, Madera Unified was a bit late to the game of MTSS, but it wasn't just Madera Unified. You can see we actually started this work in 2018, but our state really didn't kick off this work till about 2015, where some of our colleagues across the country have been at this work over 20 years. So starting in 2018, a group of district personnel went to some state trainings on what MTSS was and how do you align all of your systems. We had representatives from Ed Services in there, the AAS office, Student and Family Support Services, and a handful of principals. Through the years, we've kind of worked in silos or separately. Ed Services, elementary and secondary, were creating their system and pushed out a handbook in 2020. Our department joined with them in 2023 with the elementary side to actually align the behavior system, the social emotional system, alongside the academic system. As Associate Superintendent Sissel shared, about 18 months ago, we all came together as a district leadership team. And now we're at the point that we've brought principals in last school year, and we've rolled this out at Academy beginning this July to really focus on the universal system, or the system is called Tier 1, that all kids get in academic, social, emotional, behavior, and health and wellness. I'm going to turn it over to my PBIS coordinator, Beth Echeveste, to share with you a little bit more about the framework.
So as we've talked about the roadmap of where we've gone into, as Director Diorian had spoke to, this work had begun back in 2015, 2016 with our state initiative. What you see in front of you here is the framework that our state has put forward. This is based on decades of research, but what you have heard already is some of the focus for our today is around the whole child instruction for supporting each student's needs in Madera Unified. What you see at the state level is a lot of technical terms. For us to really break it down here in Madera Unified so it's accessible for what our community supports are within our district, we're going to focus on this orange area here, which you see says the whole child. We think about academics primarily when we're having students come to school. So the inclusive academic instruction features of the state, we call that academics here in Madera Unified. The next section, social emotional behavior. There's a new acronym out there because in education, we love acronyms, SEB. Or formerly called positive behavior interventions and supports. That PBIS term is encompassed there. But because we know it's not only about behavior, there's the internal workings of our needs of our students. That's where mental health and wellness comes in to support the social emotional learning of all students. There's also other components. They're really related to terminology, but it's embedded throughout our presentation today. And what better way to understand some of these things through a video to break it down to a simpler analogy? Personally, I like the analogy of when we're thinking about the tiers of support. You hear about tier 1, 2, and 3, and you notice I point to the floor here. The foundation needs to be strong so that we can build strong walls and a ceiling or a roof over our head. But that looks like we're only doing one thing at a time. Katie Novak is a leader in this work, and she talks about how to look at this within the form of a cake, where you don't want just one layer, you want multiple things to be able to support our whole child. So I don't know how to click to the video. Someone could help me. While you're watching the video, please just jot down any notes you have. We'll give you some time to talk with each other and share out about ideas.
Right now, I am enjoying the best chocolate cake. And the thing about this chocolate cake that makes it so wonderful is the multi-layers of chocolatey goodness. So let me tell you how this cake is very similar to a multi-tiered system of support. When we talk about creating a continuum of supports for learners, I want to make one thing really clear. Okay, if I had a cake right now, I would frost it to say supplement, not supplant. Because if I'm ordering a layer cake, I don't just want the second layer or the third layer. There's no point in ordering a layer cake if I can't have all of the layers. And in our classrooms today, we need to make sure that every single student has access to best first instruction in tier 1 grade level classrooms. That is the bottom, that is the foundation for the cake. And some students we recognize will need more than that to be successful. And that is a beautiful part of variability. And so we want to layer on services that students need. So all of our students are general education students first. And some students benefit from special education services or behavioral support or support socially and emotionally. And we have to make sure that we create a system that supports these layers and ensures that students get more and not instead of. Too often we think about tiers as locations. We use language like tier 2 students or special education students as though they belong somewhere different. If we are to create inclusive and equitable classrooms, everyone needs that bottom layer of support. And when they need it, we have to build systems that ensure that every single learner gets what they need academically, behaviorally, and socially and emotionally. Now, to do this, we have to zoom out and recognize the importance of building teacher competency, of making sure that we have robust implementation drivers like curriculum and scheduling and technology. And also, this requires incredible instructional leadership and family and community engagement. But with all those ingredients, we can make a beautiful layer cake that truly honors all of our students. And you know what? I want you to think about that the next time you have a piece of cake.
All right, as you start to come back together from that video, we wanted to give you a moment of pause to connect with one another because we're throwing some information out there for you to process what was brought to the forefront, and then we'll have a few share outs. So I'll give you about 1 minute to talk with each other, and then we'll do some share. I know it feels awkward, right? But this is what we do with our principals and our teachers too. We want to give time for process and some opportunity for feedback. Give you a moment to finish up your thoughts, and then we'll come back together. So for you all, as you discussed, what was brought to the forefront of your mind from the video or any questions you may have? We're going to have more information to come that might be answered, but we just wanted to be able to give a moment for that.
I was discussing with President Seibert the analogy about the layered cake. And it says that make sure kids get more and not less of.
Yes.
Right. So oftentimes, if you use the analogy, you can always lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Right. So what is it that's going to push them over, or show them or direct them, through the education, so that way they can take the more of, and President Seibert says, might have to add frosting.
Or a cherry on top, right?
There you go. So in other words, you want to be able to engage them and have them actually bite into it, and it was I think it was pretty ideal that using the analogy of the layered cake.
Yeah, we appreciated that one too. So thank you. It is part of our goal to make instruction exciting and relevant for students. What about over here? Did you have any insights you'd like to share?
what we was talking about that, definitely she was relaying the cake, but what is the end result with the tier one? Yeah, at the end of, when you taste the cake, but yeah, what is going to be the result, end result for the students? Whether, okay, yeah, the cake was good or not, yes, at the end, we are getting the grades, what we need, whatever we want to achieve, the goal we want, whether at the end, that what I did not see in that video. So that if she explained that, how that is going to work.
Oh, yeah. So like the making of the
The
cake
making of the
wasn't really talked about there. Or like, do we really feel satisfied with that?
So, yeah, what we are exactly going to do, what steps we are going to take.
And I think that will lead us to our next part of the presentation. But that is a great insight because I think we're always looking at part of this is a continuous improvement process. So we also want feedback from staff and families in our community about how are we doing to continue to improve our systems. So thank you for engaging that with me. I know it can feel a little uncomfortable when we've got an audience here, but this is part of how we learn with our adult learners and leaders as well. So next, I am going to invite up our directors of curriculum and instruction.
Good morning, trustees, President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza. Thank you for having us this morning. So when we look at how do schools actually actualize this layered approach? So we want to share with you the different levels of teams and looking at the MTSS school teams flowchart here that we have up on the screen. The first team is that school site MTSS team. And you might have heard other terminologies such as a guiding coalition, a strategic academic planning team or SAP team, leadership team, PBIS team. So in our efforts, and I think back as serving as a school site principal as well, oftentimes it was very difficult to have all of these different teams working on different nuances within that MTSS support. And so what we're trying to move towards is having that one school site MTSS team that is kind of that team that oversees and leads the creation of the school foundation, as well as analyzes overall school data, works to remove any roadblocks within the school site. They identify academic and behavioral consistencies or needs, and then monitors the work of the collaborative teams. So again, you may have heard of different terminology for that school site MTSS team, but we are trying to move towards having just that one school team that is that overarching piece to MTSS. The next, if you move over in that flow chart, you see that the next team is that professional learning community. And so we know and appreciate the strong commitment from the board with our PLC teams. You've been very committed in allowing for protected time, both at the elementary and secondary levels, with having that protected time, that 100 minutes of weekly collaborative time built into our elementary schedule, as well as the 7-period day for our teachers in secondary, which provides a protected daily PLC period as well there. So when we look at those collaborative teaming piece, that's our PLC teams, can be our grade level or course teams. Basically, those teams are working in the foundation of the 4 questions of PLC. So what do we want our students to know and be able to do? How will we know if each student has learned it? And how will we respond if some students do not learn it? And how will we extend if they have demonstrated proficiency? So those professional learning community teams work towards those 4 questions on a day-to-day, ensuring that all students are learning and moving towards grade level or higher, and making sure that we're supporting what each student needs in order to learn. And we're going to move over to the next piece in that flow chart, to the interdisciplinary team. And I'm going to let Director Ninehouse share that, since that is specific to secondary.
Thank you. Good morning. Like Director Guerrero was saying, the MTSS has, and that we heard in the video, is a layered system, and the support teams that exist at a school site are also layered to meet that. The 2 teams that Director Guerrero was talking about really function in the tier 1 area, although tier 2 also is happening in classrooms, and teachers in the PLC are talking about that. the teams that I'm going to spend more time talking about are the interdisciplinary and site intervention team. And that's really getting us into tier 2 and tier 3 when students need additional support. Most of the rest of the academic piece of this presentation will focus back on what is happening in tier 1, because to Trustee Ahmad's point, we want to make sure that that first layer is built right, it has been made appropriately for all of our students and is meeting the needs of the vast majority of our students. But to speak to what happens in tier 2 and 3, because secondary is a more complicated system, not every student at a grade level has, maybe one of 3 or 4 teachers. When they meet as a PLC in elementary, for example, all the 3rd grade teachers at the same school site meet together. That is their professional learning community. And so they have all the 3rd grade students at that school, and they're able to share best practices and say, what was happening with this student in my class? How can, you support me with that? Once we get to secondary, I might have a small 150 students or so that are taking, US history from me, and someone else might have a random 150 students taking English 3 from someone else. And so when I'm PLCing, I'm meeting with all the other US history teachers. I'm not necessarily talking to all the teachers of that one student. So every student in our schools in secondary have 7 teachers that they are seeing all day long, and those teachers might not ever speak to each other. So the interdisciplinary team is an opportunity for secondary teachers to come together who share the same students. There's a lot of value in saying, a student in my class is really struggling, and he also has all of you as their teachers in different subject areas. Now, through the interdisciplinary team, we're able to come together and say, is he struggling in all of your subjects? Or maybe he's not struggling as much in a couple classes as he is in mine. What are the tools that are working for him in your class to engage him? How can I help support that in my class? So that's the purpose of that interdisciplinary team, is to give time for secondary teachers to meet and discuss best practices for students across the campus. The final team is really that tier 3 team, when the best efforts of the teachers and the tier 1 practices and tier 2 practices are still not meeting the needs of those students. Then they move to the site intervention team. That team is made up of administrators, some teachers, the counselor, the additional support staff like intervention specialists, student advocates, the nurse, possibly the attendance secretary. So it sometimes involves people from the district level who've been asked to come in and support. And this is really an intensive team to look at. With all of our best efforts in tier 1 and 2, some students are still struggling. How are we going to meet their needs in tier 3? What are some additional supports that need to be provided? So all of those teams work together in order to help meet the needs of all students on a campus. Any questions about that? I know that was a lot of information.
It's a collective, collaborative effort, and I'm not sure if that's all hypothetical or just the processes of dealing with students struggling or performing students. But are they talking about the same students that they may be sharing, or is it just a way of handling students in their own situations and abilities and skills?
At the interdisciplinary team level, the goal there is to talk about the same students they would be sharing. So this is still a work in progress. As you can imagine, this is a very complicated system when we're talking about a high school of over 2,000 students. But the kind of flow of this would be in the PLC, I'm going to ask my colleagues who teach the same subject, but have different students. I'm going to say, I'm having difficulty maybe with a couple students. I'm not sure. I've been trying these different things. I'm going to get their feedback. At some point, I'm going to say, I need additional help. I want to talk to the teachers all the other teachers who have that same student, and all of Todd's teachers. Todd's I can't figure them out in my class, so I need to talk to all of his teachers. I can imagine that was probably the case. And so then there is a meeting time set aside so that all of Todd's teachers can come together and say, because often what we find is that students are finding success in some classes and not in others. And so we want to figure out, is there something we can do? Is there something, maybe Todd is really successful in your class and we haven't had a chance to talk about it. And so you might be able to give me some tools that have been working for you to help him that I can then work on in my classroom.
So let me provide just a very quick reference point for everybody, because some of the names, I'm going to use two names and you'll know them. Judy Schaback at Madera High School, who's been coaching PE for years and is a master teacher and an outstanding coach. And Tammy Britton, who was teaching PE for decades and just recently retired. There'd be a lot of kids who would struggle in lots of classes, but they would never have trouble with those two teachers. And those two teachers don't usually get to talk to the other teachers about why they know how to deal with Todd, because Todd's a problem. So Todd might be a problem for Mr. McGee and Ms. Benson and Ms. Sierra for sure. Todd might be a problem for all three of those teachers, but Todd was not a problem for Coach Schaback. She knew just how to handle him. Unfortunately, Coach Schaback's wisdom and her technique and her understanding of the student didn't usually ever make it to those other teachers. So we're trying to create the scenario where somebody that like always knows how to handle tough kids and does it really, really well and knows them really well, like knows things about them that nobody else knows, is in a position to share and be a meaningful partner to help their colleagues with Crazy Todd. I hope that makes sense. Like to just kind of create the scenario, paint the picture.
Just send you to a different school.
Well, that's yeah. Howard got me just that way. Yeah.
Just want to
I
get
do that. So,
clarification. So you're saying you'll be talking to all the teachers who Superintendent Todd is attending.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
So all the teachers, then you'll get the feedback, and that's how it's going to
Well, the teachers would talk to each other.
each other.
So they're all in a meeting together, talking to each other. The 7-period day has allowed teachers to be able to meet with their same content area teachers in the PLC every day, which is amazing. And we're going to talk about how that has really impacted our work. But teachers who teach different subjects don't often have time to meet with each other. So this gives them an opportunity to meet and talk to each other about that. Administrator may or may not be present because really the teachers are the ones who have the most information about the student.
Frontline.
And they might be able to ask if they need outside support, but really it's about how are they working with students in their class. So they're talking to each other directly. Okay.
When you about this, all these teachers, they got 7 periods a day and 6 periods a day. Think about the student.
Mhm.
Got 7 periods a day.
Yep.
How confused can they get? And that's why I would like to see more of a block scheduling. Kids don't take so many classes every day. So they can concentrate on maybe a few classes instead of 7 classes in one day every night.
It's definitely something to think about. I have had the experience of working in a block schedule, and there are a lot of benefits to that. So you're not wrong that does limit the interactions or the number of times they have to switch courses in a day. It's something for us to think about for sure.
And we have a lot of teachers, as Mr. Rodriguez could discuss at another occasion. A lot of teachers are interested in a block schedule or a modified block schedule. So once we got to 7 periods and people started to see the benefits of time, they've started to reimagine how they might use that time if it was configured differently. So I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon. I'm just saying it's closer today than it ever was before. And lastly, I think it's really important to say, just go back to what you saw yesterday at Washington, those of you that got to go see the board, where, I mean, it wasn't like a cleanly, super well organized, there's multiple handwritings in it, but the reason there was so much variation in that. You can see where people had wiped names out and rewritten somebody else's name. They were talking about each individual student and trying to get that student what they needed in reading. But that's what we're talking about now on a much grander scale, not just reading, like in math, in science, behaviorally, socially, emotionally. Get them involved in something that makes them feel like they belong to a school and its culture, and they're making a positive impact. That's a huge piece to our puzzle. But if we can't get our teachers talking about a student by name and by need, we may not see that this introverted student is really artistic and doesn't have an outlet and isn't involved in something that inspires their creativity. Can we change that? And the answer is, when everyone's together, yes, but not if they're not talking together. So what they're developing is this impressive opportunity to really talk about students by name and need. So I'll try to not interrupt so you can stay on screen.
That's okay. Thank you. So we're going to transition to talking specifically about academics for a few minutes. And really, MTSS strengthens the academic outcomes for all students by aligning our systems, our data, our collaboration. We have really been focused on Tier 1 in both elementary and secondary academics, and that's mostly what you're going to be hearing about today. We will be referencing this book, Taking Action, a couple times. This is a solution tree book that we have been working through with all of our site administrators who received a copy at Academy, and the work that the AAs have been doing through the Principals Academy, through their work with vice principals, is all tied together. So we're really trying to align our work. I am now inviting up Coordinator Lorenzo to lead us off.
Good morning. So up until now, we've heard about MTSS as being an approach that's multi-layered. And so we've also heard the question that was asked, which is, who does what? And so in order to look at who does what as an overview, if we start with Tier 1, which is all students receive this support. It is through the PLC team and their collaboration, as well as the individual teacher at their classroom level. Tier 2 is a supplemental, which some students receive. That is as well through the PLC, but it's also through the site intervention team, which Tina talked about. Tier 3 is more intensified support, and that's provided through the site intervention team. Now, if you want to think about the what, there's a detailed list. I know you all have it in front of you, and it is there. But today we're going to talk more about Tier 1 best instruction because that is our focus. This is the teaching, assessing, learning cycle, and it's the foundation for best Tier 1 instruction. If you look at each of the different action steps, you'll notice this is a cycle of teaching in a classroom.
It literally never ends.
It does not end, but this is per unit. And so if you look at one of the boxes, which is the first one, the step in the cycle is at the very top and it's in bold. If you go down to the bottom, that is how our district in Madera supports that action happening in the classroom. The middle piece is what the teacher teams do to bring that alive in their classroom. And then if we look at the cycle, you'll see that it goes from 1 to the second, third, and fourth pieces of the cycle. But you'll also notice that the district support lessens as you go through the cycle, because really teacher autonomy becomes the most important part in the PLC collaboration in the last 3 steps. We always provide support, but it is the PLC's planning and the teacher implementation of those different actions that really matter in those 3 sections. And now we'll move on to more specifics in elementary and secondary.
So we're going to look at elementary and what we've done so far in supporting our school sites with the MTSS process in academics. So specifically for our department, we provide layers of support. Basically, our department exists to provide that support and service based on what each of our school sites teams need. We restructured our department this year for a multitude of reasons, one being in lieu of having just myself and not a coordinator this year and bringing on lead DACs into our department. We had to restructure our workflow as well as Cheryl shared at the beginning that we are kind of putting forth those menu of services and clarifying for school sites what our department can provide with alongside them. And I have to say, with that restructure, we've doubled already the amount of requests we've had this year. We're very busy. So I appreciate that this restructuring has helped to clarify the support and service we can provide to school sites. And I did want to share with you this resource. If you type in I Teach, that will get you to our website. So if you wanted to be able to kind of look at that real quick, Frank, we'll just go in there. And I just wanted to share with you what it looks like for school sites when they are looking for additional support and service. We have that click band at the top there that are content specific resources, but I do want to scroll down, if you don't mind, a little bit there to our support and services menu. And so here you have the areas of service and clarity in the types of support. And if you don't mind, would you just click on the content one? So if they're looking for content support, they can drill in there and it provides them descriptions of what specific supports we can provide, district resources that are already curated there to the right, as well as questions to consider when they are submitting an instructional support request to our team. So this has helped to provide clarity in the communication of what school sites may be needing. And so that we can then create those instructional support plans alongside our site administrators and teacher teams as they come in for our school site. And if we scroll down or go back to the homepage there. And again, you have access to this, you can kind of look around at the different things, but if you scroll down, let's keep going. I just wanted to highlight all the different tabs of our professional learning, our resources. If we keep going, we wanted to ensure that we had all of our curriculum resources as well. And then at the very bottom, we wanted to ensure that we have all of our departments there for as quick access as well, because we are partnering with all of our whole group here in supporting our school sites. So I just wanted to share with you that restructuring that we just launched this August for elementary curriculum instruction and assessment.
So Director Guerrero, just a very quick question. When did you start redesigning all of this and how long did it take?
So when we began this process 18 months ago, we were tasked with your guidance to think in terms of a menu of service for our departments. And so I started working on this with my team at that point, and then we launched this new structure this school year with our sites. And
so in about 12 months.
Mhm.
And by the way, I guided nothing. Let's just be clear about that. They did all this. But that turnaround into what you're seeing here in 12 months is incredibly impressive. And I just, as a quick thought experiment, what would it be like if we were to stay stable and stay the course for 5 years? Where would this be? Right? As a just a point of interest for all of us to think about the power of being patient and allowing a team that could do this much in 12 months, another 4 to 5 years of stability to see where they could take things. That would be very exciting. Sorry, back to you.
You're fine. And so also, I wanted to share with you, we began when I came in about 3 years ago with working in mathematics. We saw a huge need in mathematics, still do see a big need in mathematics, but we wanted to provide some guidance with our school sites in our guaranteed and viable curriculum. We launched our math scope and sequence, which defined our grade level critical areas, focus areas within identified standards. We provided some pacing pieces for the school year within mathematics and resources, including some formative assessments. And we chose to utilize the interim assessment block pieces from CASP as our common summative assessments district-wide in mathematics. We felt that was really important for our teachers and students to begin to really interact with that interface, because it really opened the eyes of our teachers in the rigor that was being asked of our students in assessment. Bless you. We brought together, and this was a huge lift in professional learning. We brought together all of our teacher teams. We brought teachers by grade level, by pyramid, and engaged in the work of identifying and unpacking their essential standards, developing their learning target progressions, the development and supporting them in developing their unit plans. That picture down there in the bottom is our repository of that work. And we did it per grade level, per unit, for following the district scope and sequence. And so we were able to continue to refine that work. We also had, most of you know that the California Math Framework was adopted in 2023, which the standards didn't change, but the organization of the standards has changed, where basically the state guidance is under about 8 to 10 big ideas where they've clustered standards together. Because as you know, when students are assessed in mathematics, they're not assessed in isolation. They're assessed in a bigger scale of bringing standards together, and students have to decipher the mathematics that's required for those bigger questions in math. So there is a lot to that. So we wanted to start to introduce our teachers to that math framework because, as you know, this year we're in a math adoption year, and we wanted our adoption team to have that frame of reference of the new nuances of the California Math Framework as we're looking at new curriculum. Our teachers are really excited about the new curriculum because they've really been trying to build a car with duct tape and cardboard because they haven't had really great resources. And so they're really excited about this new adoption and excited about having that continuity K-12. We've been working hand in hand with the secondary team as well with that. So we also realized we had worked with the what and the and when with our teachers. So they had their standards, they knew when they were going to teach them, but they were really struggling with how to do that day-to-day daily instruction with their students. So this year we began some of our domain specific training where teachers actually come in and they engage in the learning as if they were the students. They leave with the manipulatives, the strategies, the activities, and the content knowledge, because we have multiple subject teachers. They're not content experts in mathematics. And so continuing to build that content knowledge within that grade level, and then they were able to take those strategies back to their classrooms and implement them with their students specific to those domains. We worked with our secondary team, and this was a really fun alignment in building thinking classrooms. We had our kindergarten teachers in training with our secondary teachers, and it was really interesting to see that collaboration. Basically, building thinking classrooms allows students to take ownership of their learning. They work on vertical boards in teams, and it really goes to that representational of mathematics piece in the thinking classrooms. And then we also worked through fluency with building facts fluency in mathematics. So we've had a lot of work in mathematics. I don't know if you want me to pause there, if you have any questions around the mathematics piece, go ahead.
I like what you just said. You had that vertical integration between the elementary and the secondary, because I get a lot of complaints on secondary teachers. They're trying to teach maybe geometry or something, and the kids make a lot of addition mistakes, or they don't, they're not really prepared. Mm. And it makes it really hard on them trying to move a class forward when you got kids that are so low in their class, so they can't really do a proper job of moving the whole class forward. So that vertical integration, I mean, those secondary teachers will be telling those elementary teachers what they need to know, but we've got to hold those kids accountable to do the work, to meet the standards that they need to know how to multiply and divide anyway. Fractions, that's all basic. So we got to make sure, I don't know how we're going to do that. Before they go to high school, they need to know that stuff. Mm-hmm. And you can't put them in an algebra class. They don't know that. But a lot of times that's what happens over the years. You put a kid in a math class that they're really not prepared for. And then the students struggling, the teachers struggling. So I would like to see an end to that, where kids have to qualify before they go to the next level of a math class. And I don't know if you have that on your radar or not.
Yeah, and through that continuity of instruction, really understanding like what's the teacher's piece of that puzzle in mathematics as they move through the grades, and ensuring that we have mastery of those essential skills as students progress through the grades will help us alleviate some of that. And again, with that collaboration with secondary, I think it's going, to continue to get better as we continue to refine the process. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I spent some time with you in the spring, and we spoke heavily about our K-3 literacy focus in elementary. So I'm not going to belabor that piece, but I do want to share with you, we continue to have those strategic partnerships within the National Consortium for Reading with the core reading piece. Last year, I brought to you Mirror Learning. We were required by the State Board of Education to now have a screening instrument for all of our K-2 students annually. And so as a district, we adopted a Mirror Learning. We have recently screened our first and second grade students, and actually have my last training with kindergarten tomorrow, and they will be administering the screening with our kindergarten students following the winter break. It's not appropriate to provide that screener to a brand new kindergartner. So we were very strategic in letting our teachers know, like taking that first semester to build those foundational skills with our kindergartners. And then we will, they will be engaging in the kindergarten screener following the winter break in kindergarten. We are really proud of what we've seen with our first and second graders screening results. 80% of our students are showing that they are not at risk for reading difficulties. So what that tells us is our kids can become those strong readers if we have those intentional literacy practices in place. So continuing that, this allows us to have that early detection on students that are exhibiting those reading risk difficulties. And again, starting to provide that early intervention within our elementary classrooms. As you know, we have our literacy coach reading specialist grants. We have those 3 cohorts now. Cohort 1, I shared some of that data with you in the spring, was Millview, Monroe, Sierra Vista, and Washington. That will sunset in June of 2027. Cohort 2 was brought on with Dixie, Eastern Arcola, Lavina, Nishimoto, Parkwood, and Virginia Lee Rose, and that grant will sunset in June of 2028. And lastly, Chavez was just brought on as a cohort 3, and we'll have that grant through June of 2029 for our literacy coach reading specialist grant school sites. We were really excited to be able to bring on the Orton Gillingham training this year. This is a structured literacy method for teaching reading that is really explicit. It's very systematic. It is guided by multi-sensory instruction. So this is another tool in our tool belt that we provided for our RSP teachers, our SDC teachers, our ASD teachers, and our RTI TSAs. As well as our newcomer teachers. It's a systematic way to support our students with disabilities. So we're really excited about this new tool that our teachers have for that explicit literacy instruction on the day-to-day with their students that they serve. Let's see. We have begun to work towards the GBC in English language arts. We did roll out our ELA scope and sequence. This year, we're piloting our district common summative assessments with feedback from our teachers. We like to bring our teachers along in this work, but we are going to continue to refine not only our ELA work, but our mathematics work with it's a new learning we had when we went to our district-wide PLC work with Janelle Keating in more of, she calls it an accordion model, where we're going to continue to refine the mathematics and ELA by bringing the teacher leads in and really aligning district-wide our essential standards and common summative assessments with our teacher leads, and then pushing it back out to their grade level teams and just continuing that work in refining it along the way. So I did want to bring that to your attention too. So as far as the literacy piece, I'll pause there. If there's any questions, I know I spent a lot of time on that with you in the spring. We talked about the K-3 literacy. Yes.
How do they have time to do all of it? The lead, you're doing the assessments, and how do you what time do they have to meet with their team, if they're in a PLC or whatever?
So you've
You're
actually
doing
provided
a
that
lot
time.
of work here.
Yeah, you actually
sir.
provided that time for them. They have weekly PLC time built into their duty day. So a lot of this work occurs in that 100 minutes that they have weekly with their teams. And some teams, because they have actually additional time that's created, another 100 and 150 minutes, some teams actually even meet a couple times a week. They use all of that time to work towards this.
They got ample time.
They have a good, significant amount of time, more time than I ever had as a classroom teacher. I can tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, we look at schools, like in Singapore, they don't have to be in front of the class so many minutes. They have time to plan and everything. So, 400.
50 minutes. Minutes.
Most of our we're hearing now are principals. I can't see what I hear in the education. That's fighting elementary school teachers.
So just before you go, just keep this in mind as you're thinking through all the budgetary priorities that we have to wrestle. Like if we hover at the correct altitude of the governing board, looking back at the systems, and you're managing the resources, the finances, and providing clarity about direction for those things. What you have done so far is enable everything you've heard today to actually happen instead of just happen on paper and happen theoretically. In years past, there have been very good plans. They could not be well implemented all the way down into the classroom level without the time that we have today. So a huge factor in this, which we learned through our work with the National Institute of School Leadership, what that learning provided us this different way of valuing time and the experience that kids need. So what Ms. Sissel says and Ms. Guerrero are sharing, I think we want from a certain altitude to see very clearly with a lot of value. And you've provided us an opportunity we haven't had in the past. The last thing is, when we're talking about all of this literacy work and everything that you've just heard, whether you knew it or not, you've answered probably about 50% of the questions that this group has had over the last year about these topics, just in how you laid out the organization and the process for improvement. You've answered about 50% of their previous questions that just kind of come up, periodically. So thank you for that, because unfortunately we only have 4 to hear it today, but these 4 now know, and that's, I think, very, very valuable for all of us.
And I do want to reiterate to President Seibert, the time frame that the teachers have to meet has allowed our team to be able to be there to support them as well. So having that within the duty day has been a significant shift for us. So thank you for that. I also want to highlight this portion as well, what we're doing for our English language learners. So for designated and integrated ELD, we chose in elementary to look at our intermediate grades. That being said, the reason why is because we wanted to focus in on our students that were at risk of becoming long-term English learners, as well as our long-term English learners, which fall into those grade levels of 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. We 3 years ago, we began with our fourth grade teachers, and what our fourth grade teachers experienced was professional learning within a 4-day workshop. Each of those workshops were spread out through the fall, and as they engaged in their learning, they had tasks that they needed to bring back to us as artifacts for the work. And then the springtime, our team scheduled coaching cycles with each of those teachers. The day one piece, our team planned their designated ELD instruction with them, and then they would co-teach alongside the classroom teacher during their designated ELD time to support them with the instructional piece in supporting each, again, that word each, of their English learners in their classroom. So we have now completed this for 4th and 5th grade, and this year we're working with our 6th grade teachers. We still have one more cohort next week of our 6th grade teachers for session 4, and then we'll be working to complete the coaching cycles this spring with all of our 6th grade teachers. We also continue to, any session training we give, we continue to have those trainings available the next year to pick up any new teachers, as well as any teachers that may change grade levels. And that goes for, science of reading training, anything that is our district initiative based sessions and support along the way. So we also have provided administrator sessions following each of the sessions where administrators can join, and we kind of let them know what their teachers have experienced in those sessions. And then in the previous years, we actually did some administrator cohort walks where administrators were in small cohorts and they were able to walk classrooms with each other and focus in on their designated and integrated ELD time. So I just wanted to highlight that piece as well.
It's actually pretty vital.
The last piece that I did want to briefly share with you, and I did share some of this data when I spoke with you around the K-3 literacy piece, but I wanted to talk about response to instruction and intervention. As you know, we have an RTI, which is a response to intervention district academic coach, and we have 20 teachers on special assignment that provide intensive reading intervention at each of our school sites. So she supports and aligns the work of those interventionists. What happens with this is when students are struggling in reading, we provide that targeted support. That's that tier 3 additive layer that we talked about earlier in that multi-tiered approach in addressing the reading progress. What that means is that support has to be timely. It has to be when we see a kiddo that needs it. The skills are very targeted. They're very directive, meaning they're provided during the school day. So the student is there. We can meet the needs of those students. And when the students don't show enough progress with whether it be that first initial instruction or the tier 2 support in the classroom, that's when that site intervention team meets and they may recommend this tier 3 reading support. So I did want to share with you briefly some year-over-year data in the services we've provided to students that have exhibited those intensive reading needs. So you have this data in front of you. Basically what you're seeing here is 3 years of reading lab support by grade level. And then I have our mid-year right there at the top. This data represents students served by grade level. What we found is it usually takes about 2 years to accelerate 3 years of reading growth in our labs. What we're trying to do is intervene earlier. So we're looking at that 3rd grade band there, and we are trying to exit kids out at 6th grade before they move on to middle school. We usually exit at about a 4th grade reading level. This is demonstrating our commitment to that earlier intervention support because we really believe in early intervention in that lower grade level leads to that decreased need as we progress through the more intermediate grades. So if you look at the data, I'm just going to review one little cohort here. So if you look at the cohort data, if you look at 4th grade, 2024, 2025, so that's that yellow band there on 2024, 2025. And if you follow it up, you can notice the shift in the amount of students. So we had 182 4th graders there in 24, 25. And then when you push up, you have 131 one there. So you can see that we exited 39 kiddos from that band, moving them to the next year. And so this can be kind of confusing to look at because you're like, well, why, Nicole, is there so many more students being serviced? That's because we typically mid-year right now start looking at our sixth graders to see if we can exit them. And then we start looking at our third graders that are still struggling and we pull them in. So that's why you see that. The goal is to see that blue band shrink. So as you can see, we trended less and less those three years over time. So that blue bar, like mid-year right now when we're assessing, we'll probably be putting some of those sixth graders back into tier 2. So again, it's that flexible process where kids don't stay there forever. We have to get that fixed for them so that they can get back into that core time in the classroom. So I wanted to provide you this quick reference, and I can spend time with you if you want to talk through it a little more, but I don't want to take up too much more time. But I know it's good it's an interest of yours to see what we're doing for kids that still are struggling in reading and need that intensive reading support in tier 3. So I'll pause there before I turn it over to secondary if there are any questions.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we're going to talk just for a few minutes about the work that's been happening in secondary as well. Like I stated earlier, the main focus has been this year on strengthening tier 1, which is the universal support that all students receive. My department has district academic coaches for each of the core content areas. So I listed them there: ELA, ELD, math, science, social science, and usually world language. Unfortunately, this year, due to some staffing shortages, we are without a world language coach, and we are down to just one ELA and one math coach. Hopefully, in the coming school year, we can build back up, because as you're going to hear, we do a lot of support for all secondary, 7 through 12, and that is usually more than one person per content area can support, but we are doing our best to get to everywhere that needs our support this school year. The coaches support all teachers in their content areas, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like in a minute, as well as providing support in other areas like literacy, integrated English language development, intervention strategies, collaborative strategies, and so on. I've listed some there. And new this year, we've been providing full staff professional learning for our middle schools in the teaching, assessing, learning cycle. Coordinator Lorenzo explained to you earlier that cycle with the boxes and what the teacher's responsibility are in each of those cycles through their professional learning community to ensure that all students are getting what they need. And we have been doing some intensive professional learning with our middle school sites around that teaching, assessing, learning cycle and best tier 1 practices. We also have a website similar to Curriculum Instruction Elementary that, due to time, I won't click on it. That is a link, and you can get to it from the district website if you look for curriculum instruction for secondary. But it has a menu of services similar to elementary in all of the areas: curriculum, instruction, assessment. It has a link and a QR code for teachers, administrators to request additional support in addition to what we already offer. And we are often asked to come in to support everywhere from an individual teacher to additional support for a PLC to whole staff support. And there's just a small snippet there. All of my coaches keep a log of all the work, and this has just happened to be our science coach. And it just does a good job of showing this is just a couple days, but they keep track of all the schools they go to and the type of support they're providing. Put my glasses on to see my notes. Okay, make sure I didn't miss anything. So one of the things that we really focus on in secondary, because we support so many of the content areas, is that GVC, or guaranteed and viable curriculum. And I wanted to speak to that for just a minute. One of the things, if you've ever had the opportunity to look at state standards, California state standards for any of the content areas, is you would notice is that they are very robust. The state standards are dense. They are more, they're very broad. They're more standards often than what can be truly mastered in the time given. So what a guaranteed and viable curriculum states is that we are saying as a district, we are selecting essential standards, those things in the state standards that we are saying are the most essential standards that students not only learn, but master in that grade level, in that content area. And that's the guaranteed part. The viable part is that we believe that that can be done in the 180 days that students are in school. If this is an important thing for a district the size of Madera, that we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum at the district level, is that our students move around, our students go to different schools. And what we are saying is that if you are a sophomore in world history at Torres, you are receiving the same guaranteed and viable curriculum as you would if you were a sophomore in world history at South or at High. So that is what the GVC guarantees. In order to create that and to select those essential standards and to ensure that that is happening, we have a curriculum design team process that has been in place for a while in secondary. This process is led by our lead teachers from each of the sites. So that same world history team, sophomore world history course, has a lead teacher at each of the high schools, and they meet with our content area coach for history, social science, and they review those essential standards. They break them down into the scope and sequence for the year into units, and they create the common summative assessments that the students are going to take at the end of each unit to ensure that those mastery standards have been taught and mastered. This is always under, like Director Guerrero said, for elementary, the same goes for secondary. This is a work in progress. We're always reviewing and revising because, as President Seibert talked about, our students are needing to grow in their skills in elementary school. The elementary curriculum instruction team is working hard on that with our teachers. And as students come to us in secondary, more capable at a higher level, we need to adjust our teaching so that we're raising with them, so that we are meeting our students where they're at when they're coming to us. So this is a work in progress in order to make sure that we are teaching to mastery the essentials that students need at every grade level.
So Ms. Denials, just really quickly, let's make sure everyone understands what a common summative assessment is. Like, we're using terms that we didn't used to have in school very frequently. Because Mr. Zupanovich was friends with Mr. Bernoulli, they often gave the same test. But that's because they were friends. It did help us. It did help us to get the answers from our friends from second period to third period. But that's beside the point. That's not a common summative assessment. That's not a common end of unit test. But we all took tests at the end of units. And we all had quizzes partially the way through a unit. Those are terms we know. A common formative assessment is when we take a quiz, and it's usually short, and every teacher at that school site teaching that discipline would give that same quiz, that formative assessment. Based on the information they get from that, they would do something with it. So it would reform or inform their instruction after that quiz was done. A summative assessment is where we're done. How did we do? How did we teach? So the teachers would be sharing the same assessment, so common, summative, because it's at the end, it's in summary, and it's an assessment. It tells us how well we did. So this common summative assessment would be the same at every school. If we can get to this point, we hope it will be the same at every school. So it won't be just that the history teachers at Madera High are giving the same. That's common formative and summative. But it might be that it would be, as you said, Madera High and Madera South and Torres. That would be ideal. It'll take us a little while to get there, but that's what we're working on. Actually, in secondary, you have it.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
you're
Revising.
now working toward making them as strong and rigorous and valuable as possible. So we're sometimes using different kinds of terms, but the work that the director tonight house is discussing is it's really important we understand is not necessarily robotic, even though we have these common touchstones that we know we're going to utilize. The teachers are telling their own jokes. They're getting to it their own way. They're using their own examples. They're pointing out things or responding to their kids. The way they're going to get there is going to be unique to that class because teachers need that autonomy. They need that creativity. They need to be able to make it their own. But we need to land at the same spots and we need to be informed. So I just want to make that really clear. Sorry about that.
Thank you. And that's thank you for saying the teacher autonomy is a really important point to get to what President Seibert was saying earlier about what is the frosting? How do we get students excited? And so the first layer of the cake is the tier 1, and that's what we are guaranteeing. Here are the standards that students need to master. And the common summative assessment ensures that mastery. But the frosting is what the teacher's autonomy is based on the students in the room. I taught for a long time, and some classes liked my jokes and that was a good way. And some were like, you're not funny. And I had to find a different way. And so each class has its own unique needs. And that's where our teachers come in and do their best work with the best teaching practices.
So nothing's robotic about this. I don't want anybody to hear that, because in the past there has been that sort of veneer. There's been that kind of description, and we don't want to perpetuate that. We want our teachers to be themselves in their classrooms.
100%. One of the areas I want to quickly focus on is middle school math. Oh, sorry.
We're going to be running short on time.
Yes.
And we've got the career technical education, so I'm just
yes.
you know, we need to move through it.
Yes.
President Seibert.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No problem. And I will try to move fast.
Well, can I ask you?
Yes, absolutely.
4 questions on something.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. You mentioned that coaches keep logs of all the schools and support they provide.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my question is it by who, the frequency? Is it a checkoff box or is it a narrative format? I don't know if you...
On this support log. So the first couple boxes are all a check off. They are just kind of a drop down menu, and the coach is completing this based on who they supported and what they did. But the notes column and the next steps are written by the coach. So here you can see, like on that first one, our coach was at MLK. Well, let me go to the second one because that was an all school staff. The second one was at Desmond for Science 7. They were in the PLC supporting lesson planning and curriculum implementation. And then he wrote, they were working on Unit 2, depth of knowledge level questions, and they're going to help to find time to develop the unit map. So that's developed by the coach based on what's happening. Okay. I can get you a bigger copy of that. Of an example of that so you can see the variety. Absolutely.
Curious if the frequency and how often they do it to review it and see if everybody's on track and
right
moving forward.
Yeah, the coaches are usually in every PLC. They try to get to each PLC once a month. Again, we're talking one science coach, for example, is supporting all the levels of science, 7 through 12 at 6 schools and our alt eds. So it's a lot, but that is our goal. They spend a majority of their time, which transitions me into this next section here, in middle school. Our focus has been middle school across the board. We're really trying to strengthen the capacity and the best practices of our teachers in middle school. So they are in middle school professional learning communities much more frequently, once a week preferably. Our goal is once we can support our middle schools and feel that they are, able to maintain, that we will spend a lot more time in high schools as we move into the future. And if we can build our staffing of our coaches, then we have more ability to support.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So in middle school math, you've heard about this over the past several years about the struggles we've been having in middle school math. And so we've been doing a lot of work specifically with our middle school math. I'm not going to go into everything, but I do want to highlight based on, and Superintendent Sissel talked about it yesterday, the work we have been doing with UC Merced in the summer program. We have found success, but that has been with a small group of students who've been able to participate in that program. And so we really talked to the teachers, our own teachers who have worked in that middle school, in that summer program, and said, what are some things we can take back and implement on a daily basis in our classrooms in order to help all of our students be more successful? And a couple of the things they said were to lower our class sizes, and that the learning assistants, that second adult in the room, was really helpful for them to be able to do smaller group intervention within the class. And so we brought that to you, and thanks to the board, we were able to hire an additional math teacher at each of the comprehensive middle schools this year. And we were able to hire learning assistants in all of the regular math classes in 7th and 8th grade at the comprehensives. So we have lowered class sizes 25 to 1, which the teachers have said has made a huge difference in their ability to do things like the building thinking classrooms, which is the vertical spaces around the room, getting students up and working on the walls and doing math. And if you haven't seen it, please let me know. We can work a time to come see. It's very exciting to see, and students get really,
absolutely.
There's something about doing math standing up on the wall that seems to be engaging. And also having the learning assistants in the room. This has allowed the teacher as the expert to pull students into small groups. So we've done some training with secondary teachers. They are not typically trained in your teacher preparation program to run small groups in secondary. I was a secondary teacher. That's just not what we learn the way elementary teachers do. So we have spent time training our teachers on how to manage a classroom, and when you run a small group, and they have been pulling students back for intervention while the learning assistants help to keep the rest of the students on task with the moving forward. So this has given the teachers an opportunity to really provide some in-class tier 2 intervention for those students. In addition, we have worked with tutor.com, which you've heard about is the online tutor or online tutoring all students can access, but they've been providing for us high dosage tutoring after school at our comprehensive middle schools for students that the teachers have identified have major holes in their foundational knowledge in math. They are working in groups of 2 to 3, sometimes 4, that's the max, students with one tutor on very specific targeted skills. And those are 12-week, 3 days a week tutoring that happens after school. The unfortunate part of that is, and Superintendent Sissel, I think someone talked about it yesterday a tiny bit, getting students to stay after school and come has been a little difficult, but once students get in, they really are finding it valuable and they tend to stay. So we have grown the number of students participating in that so far this semester.
And because our 4 trustees here know that we have several trustees who have been really intensely interested in middle school math, the UC Merced project, and tutoring, please help them all remember what you just heard. Because what you just heard is this group responding to what our trustees have said and to what research says. And we've gone far beyond just what we think might work, which is sometimes what we, hear from our community, to what actually works according to research. And we're seeing the results of that. So again, what would happen if we had the patience and stability to see this through for 5 years. Please.
Yes. I have heard amazing conversations in the middle school PLC, math PLC. The conversation they're having this year is different than what they've had. They're very focused on how to get students engaged in the math. And that is a huge shift. And so we have been seeing changes. We're hopeful that they will show in this year's CASP scores. But like Superintendent Lyle said, time is what we need in education. We are really finding success, and we need to invest in some time to really see this pay off. But we're excited about what we've been seeing so far. Finally, I just want to highlight what's been happening in ELA and ELD quickly. We also have been focusing on middle school and ELA, really trying to focus on students writing more frequently. We call it low stakes writing. So not huge essay writing, something that's on demand and scary. We want students just becoming more comfortable with writing in general. So low stakes, frequent writing in order to build their perseverance and their grit with writing. So that's been something all of our middle school teachers have received training and have been a focus. In addition, I just want to highlight and again thank the board for the support for our ELD lead teachers at each of our secondary comprehensive sites. We have an ELD lead teacher to support. They are released a few periods a day to release and coach the other ELD teachers on site, and our district coach works with them. They're able to provide model lessons, one-on-one coaching every day to the teachers on their sites, and it has really been able to help us provide very targeted support to our ELD teachers and therefore our students. And just a quick, we do some high dosage tutoring in ELA as well. The focus has been on math, but if students need ELA, we also offer that. And a tier 3 shout out, even though our focus is on tier 1 and tier 2, we do offer reading labs for our students, our most struggling students with reading at every comprehensive secondary school. So I went very quickly through secondary. Any questions quickly before I transition out of academics?
I have one question. I know you are saying that we lowered the class size 25 to 1, and we also have in small groups, but what happens with the struggle students when they are struggling in the math, how they are going to get help and how this will help those struggle students in the class?
So the way that having the small groups work, and Superintendent Lyle referred to common formative assessments or quizzes. So basically a common formative assessment or a quiz is targeting those mastery standards, the things students should be able to do. The teacher will quiz the students based on that feedback. With the students who are most struggling with that, the teacher will then be able to pull a small group of students to just target that particular skill or standard, while the rest of the class is working on either a supporting standard, a supporting skill, or possibly practice for the upcoming unit. So the teacher is really providing that intensive support for those students in the classroom. And they can do that because they have fewer students per period. So they're able to really target who needs help, and having that additional person in the room so that they can help to monitor and ensure that the other students are getting any support they need to do the task at hand, while the teacher, as the math expert, is working on those students who are struggling the most. Any other questions? Hey, I'm going to invite, thank you so much. I'm going to invite Director Diorian.
Hi, so I know that we are short on time, so we're going to do our best to kind of speed this up a bit. So social emotional behavior is what was formerly called PBIS in our district. And as a team, we decided to blend those terms because we know that behavior and emotions don't live exclusively and each drive the other. So why is this important? Trustee Ahmad asked earlier, like, what's at the end of eating the cake? Well, ultimately, when kids are able to regulate their emotions and manage their behavior, teachers have more time to teach and kids have more time in those seats. And principals aren't dealing with a lot of behavior problems. So here's the result, of eating that cake and providing those supports. We decided to share some of our outcomes a little bit longer than 3 years. Our ultimate outcome for the behavior and emotional supports is the suspension data for the district. You can see that prior to the pandemic, our suspension data was almost double the state. And if I'd even gone a few years prior to that, you would see we were approaching double digits. We were in the 8 and 9%. But we have brought that down much closer to the state since the development of this department in the 1920 school year, along with the health and wellness department. So I'm going to invite up my PBIS coordinator to share with you a little bit about the supports provided through the culture and climate team.
So similar to Director Dorian had just went over our outcomes, how did we get there? Because getting on a scale every day and not changing what you eat or your exercise, you're not going to change anything there. So similar with those outcomes in suspension, we've got to do some actions before that. What you see in front of you is our assessment system that tells us the things before the outcome. Are the practices in place or the right teams and structures there? Don't be alarmed if you're not seeing 100%. It's not an A, B, C grade. It's actually, as you see, that 70% goal says that there's enough of those things in place to get good outcomes for kids. And what we know is prevention is the best medicine. And so we saw some opportunities in Tier 1 last year across our district that we needed to bolster a little bit more training around there. But 2 was that sweet spot. We really needed to dig in. This year, we have focused more on Tier 3, and we're hoping to see some outcomes around that. Also, just special highlight, we are acknowledged at the California PBIS state level for award-winning schools. We have 24 of our schools have gotten gold recognition for some of this, as well as silver recognition for another 4 of our schools. So what does it look like in Madera Unified? Similar, you hear those parallels, Tier 1, 2, and 3, all, some, and few. There are the different practices that go in place. So in Tier 1, making an inviting and caring classroom that students are able to achieve, but also we teach around those school-wide positive behavior intervention expectations. Some students are going to need a little bit more because they're not behaving the way that we would like or is conducive to learning. That's where things like you've probably heard check in, check out comes into place. Basically, I think about it as a mentor, like our student advocates often focus on those things. But for some of our students, they don't respond to that and they need some explicit instruction in social skills or other regulation needs. That's where some of our counseling curriculum comes into play. And then for a few students, Tier 3, there's things like behavior plans or individual counseling or a student-centered process. Renew, I'll talk to you a little bit about that we've embarked on this year. So what does it actually look like for Tier 1 in our district? We have 3 full-time school culture and climate coaches. They're teachers on special assignments. They help to identify at each site there's a point person. We call them Tier 1 facilitators. They help to lead these school-wide teams to look at some data and come up with solutions with that teacher voice in place in coordination with their administrator. We've also offered several half-day workshops. A special highlight for some of our work, we've had some PLC teams come in from Madison Elementary to really do some targeted work around classroom practices based on research, as well as our coaches help to interpret all things culture and climate. So beyond building the MTSS system, how are we making an inclusive place for all students? Beyond that, what is that? How do we do it? So what it looks like is, it was referenced earlier, our continuous improvement department. We've partnered with them as well as student services to make data more available and actionable earlier. So before you get to suspension, teachers may write referrals for minor referrals needs or major things where they're sent to the offices. What you see in front of you is a few slide or screenshots from this platform where you can see there's some red flags, like grade 8 there last fall, we saw there was some high needs. So we need to provide some targeted support for those schools. They help their school teams at each site to find solutions, but then also identify students who have further needs. Now, how do students then get into Tier 2? That data system where some kids keep coming up for some repeat discipline referrals, that triggers then an intervention team to start to look at supports. Our elementary counselors do meet monthly with our department, and they have a variety of counseling curriculums purchased through our ELO funds. But most recently, we've partnered also with our health and wellness department to implement Bounce Back, which is a curriculum to support students who've been exposed to trauma. We started with 4 schools this year, and we're going to be onboarding another 8 in the spring. As well as you'll hear from our Hatchings and Counseling presentation, we've partnered with our secondary counselors and intervention specialists to provide further access to targeted curriculum. So that is Character Strong Tier 2. So all of our counselors and intervention specialists at our secondary sites have access, and there's a variety of topics to address different types of complex needs for students at the middle school and high school level. In addition to, it's not just providing the curriculum, we also need to provide training to our teams of how to do these things. So it goes from theoretical to more applied work. Some of the work that you have approved and is funded through our community schools partnership program grants funds are a training of trainer model to build up our coaches to support our schools effectively and continue the work beyond grant fund dollars. This year, we brought in strategically a few schools. We had a full day secondary cohort and a full day elementary cohort to say, how do we identify kids early based on criteria? We have expanded data sources to not just the behavior components, but attendance and academics as well as one of our coaching pieces, as well as them evaluating how effective are our interventions. So kids don't get stuck in an intervention and they're sentenced that forever. Either they're going to move up to more intensive support with specialists, or hopefully the goal is to fade back into that tier 1 support that in the classroom. And then the how of tier 3. So we are also moving into that in our district this year. It's a very exciting endeavor. I mentioned Renew. It stands for Resiliency, Empowerment, and Natural Supports for Education at Work. What does that mean? What it means is it's a student-led intervention focused on their strengths, and they map out on these posters their life goals, as well as some of their life stories. And we have 13, we call them facilitators across our high school settings that are being trained to be able to implement this. We see positive outcomes for post-secondary planning, graduation rates, as well as employment efforts for students who engage in this intervention. The other cohort model that we are supporting at the elementary level is we're teaching teams how to write behavior plans together. So it's no longer a psychologist is in a closet or broomstick closet somewhere writing by themselves. They are working with their team and their teacher to be able to identify student needs before and what to teach to for the appropriate behavior, and then after, as well as counselors coming alongside with our school psychologists to learn how to lead that, and then coming back to the school sites and training everyone around, we call it the ABCs of behavior. So breaking it down into simple terms. So that's some exciting work that has been going on this year. And all that to say, we've also hired staff through the community schools grant. We are seeing increases across, we call it that continuum. You heard the icing and the cherries on top, right? For supports that we see. If you have further questions about that, we can certainly analyze that. But this year alone, students that have been served through tier 2 and tier 3 supports, we have 1,805. So that's quite exciting as well to highlight some of our work. And I'm going to invite Director DeOrian back up to talk about some of our outcomes related.
So ladies, is that occurring in both elementary and secondary, those numbers?
Yes.
I thought so.
it's
I just wanted to
across-
make sure that we knew that.
Yeah, across the system in the tier 2 and beginning tier 3 supports.
And where you see CICO, just always remember that's check in, check out. And that is, someday we'll have another intervention that has another name, but that's the one that gets the most attention the most often because it keeps track of students each and every day in a rhythm that meets their needs.
Okay, so just to wrap up this section, this is kind of the frosting or, the sprinkles on top of what's going on. We're continuing to expand coaching and training opportunities for more teachers, really down into the PLC level, meeting with those teacher teams, moving on to training some more of those tier 3 individualized needs that our kiddos are exhibiting. And then continuing to access high quality interventions. Sometimes human behavior is complex and sometimes the approach isn't always the same for every kid. figuring out what's driving that kid or what that kid needs to be able to intervene is a really challenging and complex work. So helping our teams get there, not just trying an intervention and then saying they need to go to someone else. And then really integrating and working with all the people in this room right now, our health and wellness team, our student services team, our ed services team, to provide the supports that each individualized student needs. So I'm going to invite up Director Navarro to explain to you now a lot of the Tier 3 work that our health and wellness team is doing.
Good morning, President Seibert. I'm Trustee Mendoza, and I'm sorry, Clerk Mendoza and all trustees. I am Director Maribel Navarro, and I have the honor today to present on the mental health and wellness and why it matters. So as research shows us, there's 1 of 5 students that experience mental health challenges each year. 70% of the classrooms have behavioral issues that are linked to unmet emotional and social needs. And in students who have access to school-based supports, such as the MTSS tiers of supports that we've been presenting on, are 2 times more likely to meet their academic and attendance goals. So as my colleagues have mentioned, when students are physically healthy, well-nourished, and rested, they are more focused, alert, and ready to learn. Equally important is their mental health. Students who feel safe, supported, and understood are better able to manage stress, regulate emotions, and build positive relationships. Schools are more than academic spaces. They are communities where children develop socially and emotionally. Prioritizing wellness helps students build resilience, confidence, and coping skills while preventing crises and risky behaviors. By investing in a whole child approach, our schools create an environment where every student can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, and staff are empowered to support them effectively. So as Karen, my colleague Karen mentioned, our department mostly focuses on Tier 3 supports. We also provide a lot of additional supports to the different systems that we currently have in place and all the site and teams that were mentioned earlier. Our department is embedded in a lot of our wellness education and physical education activities to ensure that all students have those services available to them. We also and Madera Unified and Health and Wellness supports are intentionally designed to meet students where they are using this MTSS support. So at Tier 1, we focus on universal prevention. While we're not embedded completely, we do help support the teams and the school sites to enhance some of those prevention efforts, working with our school counselors and our school principals to inform them about any kind of health and wellness fairs, any other outsourcing with community business, our family advocate agencies that can come into their campuses to provide some of those services and efforts and help support some of those measures in place. We also work very strongly with our community-based support agencies like Madera County Behavioral Health and Madera County Public Health to be able to provide suicide prevention efforts at all school sites, whether it's elementary or secondary. Tier 1 is about creating a healthy foundation where every student experiences a safe and supportive and connecting learning environment. Our department focuses on Tier 2 when we provide targeted supports. This is where some of our behavioral teams come into action. We provide those supports who are beginning to demonstrate some of those emerging needs in the classrooms. These are students who may need extra guidance to develop social skills, emotional regulation, and resilience. In combination with our culture and climate team and our academic teams, our department works with the school site administrators and the school site counselors to be able to provide those supports and guide them into the efforts that we can support them additionally as well. We focus mostly on Tier 3, which is where we deliver some intensive and individualized supports to students with significant behavioral and emotional and trauma needs. So that's where our heart is at in our department. These students receive direct services from our clinicians, from our BCBAs, our trauma-informed specialists through the TIBA team or related services. We provide individualized treatment services to the students. We do high-frequency monitoring, like Clerk Mendoza mentioned. We do a lot of risk and threat assessment support. We also do wraparound family services. So we just don't only focus on the student, but we focus on the family as well. And a lot of collaboration with our community mental health providers. Tier 3 is our highest level of response. That's ensuring that no student falls through the cracks and that that the most vulnerable students receive coordinated comprehensive care. Across all tiers, the Health and Wellness Department is focused on prevention, connection, and responsive support. Our goal is to meet needs early, respond compassionately, and support students in developing lifelong mental and emotional wellness. Ultimately, this tiered approach allows us to support all students, some students, and individual students the right level of care at the right time. So how does mental health and emotional supports look like? So we currently have clinicians on staff that are co-located at various different comprehensive sites. We also have clinicians that we deploy on occasions of when we have emergency and crisis situations, but they have also an actual caseload that they manage. In addition to our tiered health and wellness supports, Madera Unified offers district direct mental health and emotional support services to ensure students have access to skilled and comprehensive care. Our clinicians provide individual and group therapy for students who are experiencing emotional and behavioral distress and also any trauma-related challenges. We also provide group interventions using evidence-based curricula tailored to both elementary and secondary students. These groups focus on building coping skills, emotional vocabulary, and social skills and stress management strategies. I know Beth mentioned our bounce back. We are working really closely with our school site counselors so that we can enhance that in the spring as well. And we're working on other various group interventions. Our teams are also well qualified for risk and threat assessments. So we do have a risk and threat assessment team that is trained district-wide in recognizing interventions when safety concerns arise. So this includes assessing risk levels, collaborating across departments, and taking proactive steps to ensure students' safety and well-being. So before a crisis occurs, we sit down and analyze the data and information that we receive from a school counselors or school psychologists, and we make determinations of how do we prevent, what is our prevented risk plan to the student. If we have a student that has multiple risks, like they have suicide attempts or suicide ideation or self-harming, we want to make sure that we have a proactive plan so we can prevent from something occurring. The same thing goes for a threat. If a student is threatening a school site and making threats against another student, we want to analyze that information, collect the data, advise the school site counselors, the school psychologists, and the administrators what the next steps could be. So we want to provide our expertise experience to those site administrators so that they can have those proactive approaches in place.
So sometimes it's very direct service and sometimes it's like
Indirect.
indirect service in the way of being a thought partner for those people who do provide the direct service at the school site.
Completely. Yes. And we have had situations where we are called to attend an SST and they've all been scratching their heads wondering, what can we do next with the student, you know? And
I've tried everything.
We've done everything. They pull out the Christmas list of interventions, right? But then there's sometimes where they really haven't asked the why. Why is the student doing this? How come this is happening? Is there a trusted adult that the student depends on? Is there any way that we can communicate with the family or with anyone that has access to the student? So we try to resolve and come up with different solutions. We don't always have the answer to everything, but it's a great way to just kind of have that thought process with our different teams. Through, actually, I didn't mention this, but through one of the grants that was supporting our department prior to when I started, we had additional funds to create a website that allowed the ability for family and community members to access and get information about Mental Health 101. So what we, prior to me arriving, what we heard from site based on surveys was that they didn't have access to tools. They didn't have access to tools that allowed them to understand, to develop the skill set, to learn the different coping skills, to understand students with trauma, what ACE overcomers are. And so we developed that toolkit and it's called MindHub. I will show you the link, but I don't think I have enough time to, but it is saved on the presentation. But this is accessible to anyone. It's web-based. It was created to help support teachers and educators, also our local law enforcement officials, and anyone that actually has a student in their home. There are many quick videos. There's access to different information. It's all research-based, evidence-based information that's listed, but it also allows a parent, a community member, a teacher, a staff to actually submit a referral. So if there's any issuing concerns regarding a student or a family member, they can actually submit a referral or submit a request. And then myself or one of our clinicians will reach out and provide them any additional resources or tools that we have available. If the student is a student of Madera Unified, we'll connect them with their school site counselor. We'll inform them, we'll actually host a meeting with the administrator and the counselors and school psychologists so that we can let them know that this referral came in through our site and that they're needing some additional supports, that there is someone seeking help for the student or this individual. So I'm just going to briefly talk about our behavioral and trauma-informed supports. This year, we've actually focused a lot on this department. This is one of our units, which is called the Trauma-Informed Behavioral Analyst Unit. It is collaborated with BCBAs and registered behavioral intervention technicians. They're the individuals that actually go into the classrooms and provide the modeling and coaching to the teachers and assist the students with de-escalation tactics and techniques. There are they're trained in crisis prevention training, so they ensure safe and compassionate responses when they go out to the school sites. And then they model and coach classroom behavior and trauma-sensitive practices to teachers. This year, we actually had the opportunity to work with 3 different school sites that were having a lot of situations with students in the grade levels of TK through kinder. And we started seeing an increase of numbers of students that are having extreme behaviors in the classroom. Some of the teachers were informed and educated on adverse childhood experiences and what home environments or environmental challenges can relate to the specific behaviors that our children are displaying in the classrooms. But others did not have that training or don't have that experience or that education. So we went in and we provided a session, actually a 2-part teaching session, where we first went in and kind of heard what they were facing, the different encounters that they were having in the classroom. We analyzed that information, came back and developed a very trained, tailored approach for them. And they were very excited and happy that they received that training from our trained staff. They wanted to make sure that it's spread out district-wide. So we are now going to develop that content so that all teachers have access to it, and it'll be posted on our MindHub website as well. I mentioned earlier that we work really closely with our community and family connections. So in our department, we have community support specialists. These are individuals that work directly with the school sites. They are in our tier 2 and tier 3 multi-tier system that supports. They provide families with housing, a connection to housing, food, and other counseling resources. So say, for instance, if the student has already exhausted all of our sessions with our mental health clinicians here on at the school site, or the level of care is beyond what we can provide, we are going to refer them to other community resources that are available. We take into consideration whether they are private pay or they don't have insurance, and we try to make those connections, link them to resources and agencies in the community that can help them pay for the cost of those services. We are also, thank you to the board, we recently approved a MOU with Daybreak, which is a telehealth service provider that is providing free services to our students that is going to be available to us during the winter break and during the holidays. So during the holidays, some of our students, we had to transition them. If they were high-risk students, we would transition them out to either Camarena Health or to Madera County Behavioral Health Services. But that time, that lapse in time and scheduling them was anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks. So by the time they got their appointment to speak with a clinician or a psychiatrist, they were already back in school. So we had 2 to 3 weeks of a student not receiving any type of services. So that was a problem area for myself and for the continuum of care of our students. So we decided to apply for CYBHI, and they had an MOU with Daybreak, which is a telehealth service provider, and they're providing services free to our students during these winter breaks and summer breaks. Yes, Mr. Mendoza.
Sorry for interrupting you, but when you say referral to other resources, is there like a sheet of data, something that you hand it to them so that they can see it and if so, then are all the numbers confirmed that they actually work?
Yes. So what we do is we have a resource list with active numbers that are my administrative assistant reviews every 3 months, because those numbers do change as far as local providers. When it comes to tips and hotlines, those pretty much stay the same. It's really rare when a national hotline gets changed. If it does, then they actually start sending us marketing material and information that the number is going to change in the next 2, 3, 60, 90 days. So, but we do have a resource list and a guide. It's also on MindHub. All the numbers are actually on the back of our business cards as well, so that students have access to that information at any time. And actually this upcoming school year will be the first year that we will actually, we already put numbers on student ID cards, but we have expanded that number of lists to different resources that are locally here in the area.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro.
No, thank you. So I do want to, I know we're in a little bit of a rush, but I want to talk about a student success story that we recently came across. And this is important so that you guys could understand how the multi-tier system of support approaches. So I'd like to share this real example of the MTSS in action, showing what happens when our teams mobilize around a student in crisis. Recently, a secondary student came to our attention who had been facing profound challenges at home. After being abandoned by his parents, he was raised by his grandparents. When his grandfather passed away this spring, the person who had been his primary caregiver, the student took on the responsibilities of caring for his grandmother, whose health had also been declining. At his home, as his home situation grew more difficult, he became isolated and ultimately stopped attending school in order to support her. When our team learned of the situation, we initiated a welfare check. This allowed us to gain an accurate understanding of the student's circumstances and determine the supports needed.
Just one sec though, before you go on. That welfare check didn't go well
No, it did not.
on the
No.
first run,
We've done multiple welfare checks.
right? And law enforcement went out and got no response, right?
Yes.
Because people are afraid of the badge, as a career law enforcement officer well knows. However, we are resourceful and persistent.
We did not give up.
And we do not give
Superintendent.
up. And we have a safety department that's part of it. Lawrence is not here to talk about it. We have a safety department that's part of this division, and they all work very closely together. So the safety department gets involved.
Yes, and they did. During the visit, our clinician conducted a mental health assessment to evaluate the emotional well-being and identify any risk factors or urgent needs. At the same time, our community support specialists helped connect the family to Medi-Cal because the grandmother didn't have any health insurance. Neither did the student. The student had lapse. We connected him also to outpatient mental health services and our independent study program so that the student can continue his education while caring for his grandmother. Because the home was so located in a remote area, along country road, that's why multiple welfare checks were not successful, because the gate had been locked. There was various dogs out there. It wasn't the safest environment for our staff to go. In that road near the San Joaquin River, our safety team accompanied us during this welfare check and has been accompanying us during these welfare checks to ensure everyone's security and provide additional support if needed. The student is also an active student receiving special education services, so he has an IEP. So our special education department with our director, Becky McHaney, team will soon be conducting an in-home IEP assessment for the family because the grandmother is not able to mobilize herself and there's no transportation for the student as well. So we are accommodating the family and providing those ongoing supports. Our health and wellness team will continue to monitor this case closely to ensure that there's no lapse in services and attendance connections and emotional support is provided to not only just the student, but also to the grandmother. We also provided direct basic needs. So the following time that we went into the home, the first initial visit at the home, we noticed that there was no food, there was no, we didn't know if the utilities were actually working or not. So we made sure that when the next time we went to visit them, we provided them with the basic needs and supplies, such as clothing, food, and personal hygiene for the student. Through this coordinated effort of multiple teams, Special Education Committee supports our mental health clinicians and our safety and health and wellness department. The student is now connected to care, is connected. He loves education. He never not like going to school. He just had these other obligations and responsibilities. And so we connected him to independent study and essential services that he needed and his family needed as well. He is no longer carrying some of this overwhelming weight because you can see it. I wish I can show you some of the images, but his face is present and you can tell by his body language, he was just severely depressed. His grandfather meant the world for him, and his grandfather was the breadwinner in the household. So everything his grandfather did, he worshiped him. And when his grandfather died, everything just fell apart for him, he felt. And this is what MTSS looks like when it comes to being real student stories, when a system provides that wraparound service and a student is carried with dignity and respect. And I wanted to show you a little bit of our impact data. So I've only been in the district for 1.5 years. So some of the data wasn't relevant and we weren't collecting it prior to my arrival. But the data that you have in front of you, and this actually shows data just until current date. So where it says 2025, we are just not even at the end of the first semester. So as you can see, the numbers have increased. We are starting to see a lot more students coming in and accessing our services through our department. So we have provided 372 individual therapy sessions to students from the start of the school year to current date. Of course, that number will increase because we haven't even hit the second semester. And usually around the springtime, right before graduation or right before school ends, students are asking for more services from the department. So that number will probably double in size. We expanded our group therapy sessions. We had 84 sessions last year, and this year we're going to have 50. We currently have 53, but with the help of our culture and climate department, those sessions are expanding. And then our behavioral, our TIBA team support has, and the numbers did decrease because we had some staff that decided to promote within the school district and some staff that decided to leave the school district and go on to private practice. So those numbers did decrease last year, but we are seeing an increase because of the referrals that we're currently receiving with our T to third graders. And then our family and linkages, our community support specialists are working so hard. And this is one time of our the school year that it's extremely busy, is connecting them to housing and utility services. So as of right now, we've served 119 families. And like I said, that number usually ends about 430 to 450 every year. We've also expanded through our partnership with our Parent Resource Center. We expanded a lot of our wellness activities. So we are collaboratively working with that department and Elia, the director of that department, to provide parent workshops and parent expansion, either virtually or in person, so that we can have more wellness events throughout the district.
Ms. Navarro, when you reference group therapy, is it a group of professionals or is it student peer therapy?
No, it's a group of professionals. So we have a clinician that provides a group, and the group is between 5 to 6 students. It depends on the group. It can be a social emotional group. It can be an anger management group. It can also be a grief and loss group. And they are peer supports available to the students, so that outside of that group setting, if they need that peer led or peer supported group, they can have that access as well.
Thank you.
And then looking forward, so we are actually looking at expanding our mental health and trauma-informed supports. We see that there's a great need in our school district, so we want to make sure that we provide that access to the resources and the tools that are available to educators, families, and to the students. We enhancing community and family partnerships. We're building a lot of our workshops towards parent. We are at the end of our bounce back parent workshops, not the students receiving the service, but also the parents, so that they can learn and understand what adverse childhood experience are and how they can provide some technical or even emotional support to other families that are kind of feeling or dealing with the same situations that their students are. We are working to expanding our crisis preparedness and safety teams. So I'm working with our safety department to expand that so that we have more trained professionals out in the school sites. We have a lot of them, but we want to make sure that we have refresher courses and they're up to date to the new challenges and changes as society changes and students' dynamics and behaviors change as well. And then, of course, an increase in staff development. We don't want to only focus on our students, but we also want to focus on our teachers. Our teachers need a lot of our support, and some of them don't know how to access that support. So we want to make ourselves available and provide them with any wellness activities, resources, and tools that are available to them. And with that concludes, and I'll pass it on to my colleagues.
And so thank you so much. We just want to summarize all of the domains very quickly. We thought this image is a really good example of what we're trying to do by strengthening Tier 1. It's a quote from Desmond Tutu. It says, "There comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. Some of us need to go upstream and find out why they are falling in." So in education, we're often spending time pulling students out of the river with special education, or once a student has failed, trying to provide intervention.
Alt ed.
Alt ed. So by strengthening our base layer of our cake, our Tier 1, we are fixing in the picture that broken bridge. We are trying to strengthen all of our first layer of support so that students aren't falling in the river and not needing to get caught while they're upstream and try to intervene. So really strengthening the first layer of our support all across the district. Although our focus has been on Tier 1, we continue to provide those Tier 2 and Tier 3 existing supports, as you've heard, in all of the areas as well. And we will continue to strengthen those over the coming years. But that strengthening of Tier 1, catching the students early, is our ultimate goal in all areas. So thank you so much.
So as we walk off, I want to make sure there is an opportunity for questions, but it's really important to me sitting here that we call out the fact that this has been an immense leadership effort to create coherence and a framework that people can find themselves in and find connections to their colleagues in, so departments can work with departments and divisions can work with divisions. And I want to try to time warp us back to 2018-19. And if you remember 2018-19, this division was taking shape. These guys over here sitting on the right, it was taking shape at that point. And you had a very passionate student services director named Allison Crafton, who was trying to do all of this because she couldn't not see the needs when kids were struggling. And they were at that, they had fallen down the pit of expulsion or chronic absenteeism, and they were on the edge of SARB or in that process. And then she would understand, well, here's all these things that are going wrong. I've got to do something about it because now I know. And so she would talk to Director McHaney and say, listen, these teachers want these kids to go to special education, but I'm not sure that's what we're dealing with here. And so they would collaborate. And then she would turn around and have the opportunity to talk to Director Diorian, who had a brand new job called Culture and Climate. Like, hey, we've got to do something a lot earlier than this. This is a disaster. And then she would try to liaise with Lawrence Fernandez and say, Lawrence, we've got this problem, and these kids live out in the middle of nowhere. What are we going to do? Like, we need to be able to connect with them. So we were catching this literally at the end while the student was already had drowned and was now getting pulled out of that river. What you're seeing emerge here is a group of people that is now becoming essential partners to Brenda Naranjo in early childhood education and in the early years of elementary education with Director Guerrero, and who has the ability to reach out and help kids get the services that they need. There's these connections now that are forming that didn't used to exist. It used to be theoretical. We used to wonder why not. But now, instead of wondering why not, we're creating the structure that is and brings people together. This is really hard work that you all are engaging in. I cannot tell you how proud. Very. Thank you.
Okay, so how are we financing all? We got grants, or is it going to come out of our general fund?
It's a little bit of both. If you're Arelis Garcia, who's ignoring the question strategically.
No.
How do we finance all of this, Ms. Moneytree? That requires a microphone, by the way. You can't do it from there without a microphone.
All of these ladies receive a beautiful spreadsheet around February, March, and we say, this is your base amount, make it work, right? And then you send it back to us, is how you want to distribute it. And then we always get, we need additional for this and additional for that, and we make it work. Provide to those or school sites the resources that they need, or departments what they need, so they can help the school sites. And we have to make it work with whatever resources we receive from the different areas, that the money that comes to the district.
And I think one of the primary takeaways of all of this, right, CFO Garcia, is that when we talk about protecting jobs for people who provide services and support, this is what we're talking about. That kid out in the middle of nowhere is just depressed, taking care of his grandmother, hungry, possibly cold, certainly in need of a haircut and some soap. And nobody knows except for his name shows up on this absentee roster every single day. And without somebody to do something about that, it's just a name on a piece of paper or a name on a screen, and that's it. Or an ID number. It's a story. So it matters.
The reason I ask that question is it's our responsibility to adopt a budget you guys bring forward. Arelis does most of all the work and tell them where all the money's coming from. But we may not be getting money from state for certain areas in the future. So these are quality programs we don't want to lose. So it's taking more of our budget, maybe.
Yep.
Provide these services. Maybe we can't So we've got a situation right now, we've got a union that's probably striking today. So we need to, our responsibility is to make sure we provide all these services that are really helping kids. And that's what we think about our kids and what they're getting.
And it's the thing that chokes me up is it's the concept of each. We're talking about an individual person with a name. Because those kids get lost, and they have gotten lost for decades. And we've accepted that because we didn't know how to do better, but we've learned how to do better from modern science, from neurology, from healthcare. There are models where this works better in different parts of different industry sectors, and education's learning quickly how to deal with these kinds of things. In fact, I think a really important piece of this puzzle is that there's this little part in each one of our brains. I think our brains are probably the most dangerous things in the whole world, right? Some of the craziest people in the world and with the greatest amount of power have brains. And we all have this little spot called an amygdala. And it creates in our brain the gateway to things that we learn and care about, or whether we run or we fight. It's really strange that way. It's hardwired to our senses. And everything that happens out there is first registered in our amygdala. And when we care about people, and kids know that, they learn. And if not, they don't. And forever, up to now, we've accepted a lot of casualties. And we're accepting less and less casualties. We're not accepting that we have a dropout rate that's, double digits and hundreds of kids. That's what it was like for decades across America. We don't accept that anymore. But to actually move from like these casualties to the concept of all, but down even further to each, the way that the healthcare community deals with people's needs. They don't deal with all, they deal with you as a patient. And when we think more that way and more of a clinical model, we create a different style of education that's less industrial and more human. We're going to make a huge difference in a community like this, and it's going to resonate for generations. So the gift that this team is giving and providing is going to go on for generations of healthier people. And I think it is really important that we keep that in mind as we try to protect and foster the plans and the teamwork that they're exhibiting. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. We're gonna take like a 10-minute break. And they will continue with career technical education.
Before we go on a break, I have one quick question.
Go ahead.
Regarding about tier 2 training. When we was talking about elevating intervention effectiveness, how often we are going to do that and how we are going to know, let's say it's going to be every weekly, monthly, or quarterly, or how that we are going to know that is working for the.
Thank you. So we do have an expectation within our district that those site intervention teams should be meeting twice a month to be able to evaluate progress of students that are in intervention. So twice a month, like every 2 weeks, they need to be monitoring if students are not successful. Within that 2-week period, if the data tells them they are not successful, they need to be tweaking that intervention or make sure that intervention is being applied as appropriate, or the teacher is getting the support to do the components of it as well. They look at least quarterly, evaluating how many kids are in their intervention. That was part of our board reporting for this, is we wanted to highlight we need to get in the process of reporting out. It's a transparent process to also sell to our community all the good things that we are doing to support students. At the end of the year, they also should be doing an annual evaluation to determine how many kids were in interventions and whether they were effective or not. Still building that with some of our schools. They're in different places, but that is the gold standard, and they know that, and they know that's part of our district expectation now.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay,
Director.
okay. Superintendent Lyle, we got career technical education presentation.
So it's been a little while since we've actually done one of these presentations, and it's actually been longer than we ever anticipated it being. But there's been so many other things that have been of interest to the board, and there's been so much confidence in the career technical education side of things because of the expertise and the clear evidence of success year in and year out that we kept seeing from our pathways and from our CTSOs, our career technical student organizations. And so we've seen so much success that I think there was a good deal of confidence. And so we were being more thoughtful about other areas. However, it is very important that such good work does see the light of day for the trustees to understand and to be able to protect and to be able to speak to out in the community when they're out and about. And because our trustees have been so supportive of this work over time, it's an opportunity for you to feel proud of the way forward that the district is showing through career technical education and the graduate profile. So a primary architect of that is Director McKenna, and she has taken great pride in this work and really made it a passion project that has uplifted the lives of thousands of kids every year for multiple years in a row now. So Director McKenna, if you would turn that light on and let's shed some light on the topic.
Glad to. Good afternoon, President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza, members of the board. With me today, I'm going to have my coordinator who started with us in July, and we'll be co-presenting together. And that's Jordana Faria. She comes from the Ag Department in Madera and Yosemite prior to that. And so her expertise in kind of gathering and bringing things and continuing to strengthen has been appreciated this year. So she'll be sharing some of the slides with me today. But I'm going to go ahead and start out with just a quick video on the next slide, Frank, if you want to click on it. Just an overview of CTE, and then we'll jump into some of the other things.
What is CTE? Career and Technical Education, or CTE, is the practice of teaching hands-on career skills that give middle and high school students the experience needed to enter the workforce. By enrolling in CTE classes, students connect academics to real-world situations that can lead to employment in growing high-demand fields. Students are given opportunities to learn through meaningful hands-on labs and work-based learning on real and simulated job sites. Students learn skills that are applicable in both career and college. Problem solving, teamwork, clearly communicating, planning, meeting deadlines, and collaborating. Students enrolled in CTE are increasingly high performers, with higher than average graduation rates and impressive post-secondary enrollment rates. In fact, CTE graduates are 10 to 15% more likely to be in the labor force, and earn 8 to 9% more than graduates of academic programs. Madera Unified CTE programs provide the pathway for higher education and rewarding careers. For more information, visit maderacte.com.
So kind of wanted to give a brief overview, kind of in a history lesson, if you will, before we get started. So the board in Madera Unified if you go back into the 80s and 90s, vocational education was a thing. A lot of school districts around that time went away from voc ed to a college for all mentality. And our school board continued to support CTE even in years where other districts turned their backs. And so when we present at conferences and stuff, everyone asks why we're so far ahead. And I think it's because we never fully gave up on the commitment to technical education. We now call it career technical education, right? The quality criteria and the facets have changed. In 2014, Ms. Sissel was hired as the first director of this department, and that's when our department was created. So there was no college and career readiness prior to 2014. The following year, I joined as the coordinator. And through that work at that time, we had a lot of great single classes. So there was a good cooking class, and there were some good ag classes, and there was a public safety criminal justice class taught by Lawrence Fernandez, but there were no complete pathway sequences. So for Trustee Seibert, who was on the board at that time, 2015, 16, and 17, I think we brought like 65 new courses to the board over the course of those years, because we needed to create that sequence for students to gain the expertise they needed in order to really be able to fully understand what it means to be in public safety or manufacturing. We also around that time had this realization of what happened to our students was 8th grade counselors would come out. Here's your elective options, pick one. And students didn't have the knowledge of what were the opportunities, or when we said manufacturing, what was that? And so they weren't making it always the most informed pathway choices going into high school. It was my friend, Trustee Fleeks, taking culinary, and me too. And then I get in the class and I realize I hate to cook and I'm going to burn everything. And so it wasn't always based on the student's interest. It was just based on what counselor or teacher sold their program best in that 30-second segment. And so today we're going to talk about our continuum all the way down to kindergarten for some of that earlier career exploration and choices. So that way our students make more informed decisions going into high school. And to start that work, we're going to start with elementary STEM, and Ms. Faria is going to give an overview of that.
Good afternoon. I've been fortunate this last few months to work with our STEM teachers and our STEM DAC through our department. And so I've actually learned a lot and have really enjoyed this work, and seeing what we do at the high school level brought all the way down has been really cool. So just a few fun facts about STEM and what we have here in the district. We do have 25 pathways, and those are all highlighted through STEM, TK through in our country schools, some 8. And but there's 19 teachers. So we have 18 elementary school sites and there's 19 STEM teachers, and some of those rotate between sites in order to make sure all of our students at elementary are seeing STEM. Students, there's 11,000 students across Madera Unified that go through STEM, and it's very unique. I've actually had never even heard of something like this. And when I saw it for the first time, I thought, wow, this is really cool. The teachers teach a different lesson based on what's been created to every grade level. And so they could have kinder walking in, and that's going to be one lesson. And then the next 50-minute block, it could be 6th grade, and that's a completely different lesson. So our teachers are teaching sometimes 6 different lessons on one day, and then that throughout the week. So it's actually really fun to see. Our students here in the pictures, you can see our 1st graders up top there, they're building bridges. And this is one that we make connections to with careers. We do in all of our different units, but our 1st graders, they're going to learn about engineers through their bridges unit. And so that's one thing that they really enjoy, and seeing them build the bridges. They test the bridges, they make modifications to the bridges. And so they're going through that inquiry process as well, even all the way down to 1st grade. A couple of other examples of careers that are brought in, our 6th graders do a whole garden and ag unit. And so they're able to see that aspect. Our 7th graders do some civil engineering, and our 7th and 8th graders in general do career exploration, because those ones are at the country site. And so you'll see here in a minute when we talk about the wheel, they are doing that work at the country sites too. So 11,000 students are served. Really cool to see some team building occurring on the left there, some Vexco bots on the bottom. And then I believe parachutes are being tested on the right. And so some hands-on learning that kids get when they go to STEM every week.
One of the first, we kind of did things out of order. I'm not sure what was happening always in Cheryl and I's brain that first year, but we realized that 6th grade was a great starting point. We didn't go to middle school first. So there was still this gap in time where nothing was happening in 7th and 8th grade. Obviously, later to come was MTech and some other things. But for some reason, 6th grade as high school teachers was where we started. And it was about having our students have some informed decisions and understanding what careers were. At that time, every vendor in California had a product that they wanted to sell us that was canned and cookie cutter, and agriculture showed corn and wheat, which isn't prominent in the Valley.
There's more. It's just like that too.
And so, we tested, we met with lots of different vendors, and nothing felt right for our students. So we ended up partnering with a production company out of Fresno called Imago to create industry sector lessons and pathway lessons, because we wanted it to look and feel like Madera, California. We wanted manufacturing to be reflective of our county and agriculture and public safety. And we wanted our students to see their older siblings and the teachers that they would have. And so we developed these videos back in 2015 and launched shortly after. And there's two segments of videos. There's industry sectors, where we're really just giving students a definition of what is health science, right? For a lot of our students, they understand health science as the doctor, but there's a lot more than that. What is public safety? Well, it's not just police, it's military, it's EMTs. What does that look like? What are the different facets of agriculture or culinary arts and hospitality? Because when we use words like the state does of hospitality, tourism, and recreation, what does that mean to a sixth grader? Well, for us, that's culinary arts, that's cooking. Oh, I understand what that means now. Then, right, as we start to teach them those concepts, they understand you could go work at Tenaya Lodge or up in Yosemite. And, you know, there's these opportunities for hospitality that kind of are expanded. So every sixth grader in our district goes through these career exploration platform. They complete these videos. There's study guides that go along with them, questions that they answer to first start introducing them to our pathways that'll later be offered to them in high school. There is completion data. We monitor that. We make sure that that's being given to all students. And then I wanted to share just a couple outcomes and some of our student feedback from Imago. And so, right, we looked at before and after. The first question was, you know, we had a big increase. When we asked students what career pathway options there were before, like our pretest, very few knew some. And then you can see how that kind of skyrocketed. We saw our students, you know, saying things like, this helped me to start thinking about what I want to do in high school. It made me more prepared for high school. It's more makes me more hopeful about our future. So we've seen some really good data as a result of implementing Imago. And so we started with that. We did a couple years of let's deliver our Imago lesson, but then we wanted to create an experience for our students. What I love about career technical education is it's hands-on. It's engaging, it's project-based. It gives them an opportunity to practice and develop. Throwing them on an online platform, although that's giving them the information, it's not always giving them the hands-on activities. And so we created an event that Ms. Faria is going to talk about.
So as the culminating project or activity that our sixth graders do after they complete their Imago lessons, so we pace them from the beginning of the year through January and February. In February, they should have completed their Imago lessons, and their culminating activity is to attend our sixth grade career fair. So at that, we invite all of our local high school pathways. They bring students and teachers, as well as local industry professionals that we partner with. And their businesses, and they come and provide some hands-on, I'll come back to the slide for the date in just a second, but they provide some hands-on activities for our sixth graders to kind of go through during their block of time that they're at the Madera Fairgrounds. And so these are some pictures from previous years. You can see some of our actual students, like FFA is out there, as well as you can see Madera Fires out there, the Sheriff Department. So they come out and bring out some hands-on activities too for our students to engage with. So we make sure that we have all of our industry sectors represented there, not only by students from within our district, but as well as from our community. And so that's kind of what we've been working on right now, is getting in contact with them to set that up. So this year, our Career Pathway Fair will be on February 19th, 2026 at Madera Fairgrounds at Hatfield Hall. And we'll make sure you guys get an invite to that too. It goes throughout the day from about 8:45, 9 o'clock until 2:30. And there's different rotations that students come. All of our sixth grade students attend that, and we have them sectioned out by school for transportation and that type of thing. So that takes you our TK through 6. And that's how we're engaging students all the way down to the TK level in CTE. Our next step is 7th grade and our wheel courses. So our 7th grade wheel courses are offered at all 3 of our middle schools. It's a full year course that the students take, and they rotate through 6 different industry sectors that we offer at the high school level, and so that they can get exposure. right? So we're giving them exposure to media and performing arts, business and marketing. So they do that for a quarter. Another quarter, they do health, engineering, and manufacturing. And then third quarter, they do public safety and agriculture. And that could be out of order because what happens is our 3 teachers travel from our 3 sites and they spend 1 quarter at each site. So if I'm the media, performing arts, and business teacher, I'm at TJ my first quarter. My second quarter, I'm moving to MLK. Third quarter, I'm at Desmond. And then they stay at their third quarter site for fourth quarter, and they do a culminating career research exploration project that the students do. So students are exposed through the wheel course in 7th grade, and it's elective, through 6 different pathways that we offer. And those 6 pathways were chosen based on kind of what we have at MTech and what we offer at the high school, some of our more popular pathways for them to explore a little bit deeper. In total, here's some pictures of them at work through this. In total, we have about 475 7th grade students between the 3 middle schools that are involved in the CTE wheel. And so that's a pretty good exposure to them there. And then that allows them to choose if they want to put in to be a part of MTech for their 8th grade year.
Just as a point of emphasis, if you go back 1 slide.
Yeah.
Those 6 that are lined up are present at MTech.
Yes.
The next slide.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so everybody sees that, like, why this in 7th grade? Because there's that in 8th grade. So there's a big picture involved.
Yeah, so they can kind of choose at that point. They got a little piece of, right? So if you look at this model here, they get about 4 weeks of each of those 6. So they're going to spend 4 weeks in media and performing arts and then 4 weeks on business and marketing. And then the teacher rotates and they do 4 weeks, 4 weeks, so on and so forth. And so at that point, they've received that exposure to all 6 of those pathways and then can choose if they want to be a part of that experience during 8th grade.
I think you can probably imagine as trustees that if we have the patience and the stability to keep this going, and the graduate profile, which is only, has only happened for 1 real year, is now about to happen in year 2 in March. If we keep up the rhythm of the graduate profile and the emphasis on that as a North Star for the district, students will start seeing themselves in these pathways in relationship to the graduate profile and in relationship to their future beyond graduation. All of those pieces are in place now, but they haven't yet been all contextualized for multiple years to really change the system of education that our teachers provide. But it will happen. It is happening. And there's just there's a real reason for some patience and stability.
I think to that point.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
So you got, how many kids are enrolled in a day? 475, you say?
Yes.
And how many kids have applied?
That's just the 7th grade. In 7th grade, they can,
That's
yes, that's just 7th grade.
8th grade at MTech.
Oh,
Yeah, we're going to talk about that on the next slide. So MTech has the capacity for, about 450 students in the morning and about another 450 in the afternoon. The last 2 years, there has been a short wait list to get into MTech, but we've been able to fill that. So what happens is when we do the lotto in February, right, and we do our initial letter acceptance, usually around spring break, students will start to either drop, or I'm not actually interested in that lab, or for whatever reason, parents, change their mind or student leaves the district. And then we start backfilling those spots. And so the last few years, we have been able to get most, if not all of the waitlist students into MTech through that process.
About 900 kids.
Per, in a day. Yes, that we could take. And so you already queued me up for this, right? So MTech is our 8th grade option. And so when we picked our 6 labs at MTech, you guys, the board was involved in that process. We looked at a couple things. We looked at enrollment in our high school pathways in terms of what is the most popular. We looked at the needs of Madera County. Where are the job openings and where are the areas of highest interest? And we also looked at what are the things we can't do at our normal middle school sites because we don't have the facilities to do it. And so obviously we can't weld without a shop and ventilation. So we built that into MTech because TJ doesn't have a shop, neither does Desmond or MLK. Whereas some of our other pathways you could do, right, through the normal traditional classroom. So at MTech, there are 6 labs that students get to pick from: manufacturing and engineering, media and performing arts, agriculture, public safety, health sciences, and then marketing or business and entrepreneurship. So as I think you guys are aware, but I wanted to just spend a few seconds just explaining that, is if a student chooses to go to MTech for half a day, they have 3 classes there at MTech. They're going to have their CTE elective, which is taught by a credentialed career technical education teacher. They're going to get English, and then depending on the lab they choose, they get one other core subject. So for example, if they're in media and performing arts, or if they're in public safety, they're going to get their history, social science at MTech. If they're in entrepreneurship, or if they're in engineering and manufacturing, they get math. And if they're in health science or agriculture, they're getting their science. So then whatever they don't take at MTech, they take back at either their K-8 or their comprehensive middle school site. So at MTech, right, yes, you have your CTE, you've got your embedded standards and projects, but they're integrating those subjects for these bigger projects. So it's not uncommon to see on days where, if you're walking through MTech, all students are in the lab because they're talking about the math and the art and all of these things for the rocket launch, right, that's happening in engineering. But they also had to design that rocket on Onshape, which is a CAD software. And then they had to 3D print that rocket based on their design. And then eventually they're going to launch. And when they're out there launching, they have these little motors in their rockets that measure how far they went, or if they imploded too early. Did the parachute deploy? Did they not deploy, right? Then we're going through the engineering process. What happened? My parachute didn't deploy. Well, it's because my rocket didn't get high enough. Why didn't my rocket get high enough? Well, maybe 6 fins wasn't the right answer, right? So they're going through this process in relation to just math and the CTE area. And then there's some kind of writing attached to that too. And so it's very what we call interdisciplinary or project-based as much as we can at MTech. So I'm going to go ahead and pause because here in a second, we're going to get into our high school stuff. So right now we've looked at so far, right? What happens TK through middle school to give our students early exploration. And I want to stress that fact. Exploration is important before high school because it is as important for our students to get in a health lab at MadTech and realize they hate blood and smells and needles. And that is not the pathway that they want in high school, as it is for them to fall in love with it. Those earlier exploration prior to getting in high school lets them kind of try some different things out, which is what's really nice about the wheel. They get a little sample of everything. So I'm going to pause for a second and see if there's any questions before we start talking about our high school work. Perfect. And then I'm going to pass it back over to Jordana. Oh, sorry.
And 8th grade student started health or any other career, and down the road, maybe a month or two, she decided, oh, I don't like this one. There's possibility to change.
If they're at MadTech.
At that point.
Not usually. So once they're in the lab, they're going to be in it for the year and they're going to get that experience. But we would obviously advise them going into freshman year, let's not pick health. The other thing that I'm sure you guys have noticed as you've walked through MTech, right? We've got the clear roll-up doors and things happen in the hallways. And that was an intentional design because maybe I'm not loving health. Wow, I am loving that crime scene thing that public safety lab's doing. And they do some sharing out of projects that have happened to start sparking the kids' interests. What's hard about students switching labs once we're into the semester is that affects what they need to take at the home site. So if they switch from health to manufacturing, now all of a sudden at the home site, they need science and not math, right? And so it's a big master scheduling problem in the grand scheme of things.
It has happened in the past that we're able to switch at semester on a case-by-case basis if it works out, but it is not always. We can't ever guarantee to the kids, if you don't like it, we'll move you at semester because of these master schedule concerns back at the home site. When it works, it can be done. We try to be really careful about how we broadcast that.
You can do it within the same. So if you're in health, which is science, and you want to go to ag, which is also science, that is a much easier switch if there's room than going to a lab that's getting a different pairing.
All right, we're going to enter the high school world, so our 9 through 12. So at high schools, all 3 high schools plus Mount Vista offers CTE to students. We have 11 of the 15 industry sectors in California that we offer throughout those 4 sites. And we offer 25 different pathways that students can choose from. So we offer the majority of what we have in California for standards. And I think that's great to have different opportunities for students to be a part of. Our enrollment for this year, this is just some statistics for you to see and look at. So for this year, this is enrollment by pathway, by high school, as well as totals. And this is unduplicated students. And what we mean by that is sometimes now with the 7th period day specifically, some of our students can take science or ag science, for example, and be a part of the ag pathway. And then they might also be able to take another pathway course too, within a different pathway. So this is unduplicated students that we serve through CTE 9 through 12. So total in MUSD, we're serving 4,306 students through CTE. And you can see each high school is at about 1,400.
So when you say that you're serving them in CTE, that excludes MTech.
Correct.
So
Just 9 through 12.
you'd be adding another 800 to 900 students if you included 8th grade, which is in reality what we are doing.
475 for the.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So it's a much larger number than what you're looking at. To just say it's not all MUSD, it's just MUSD in high school, minus
yes.
Mount Vista even, which is
Has about 6.
yeah, it's a smaller number, but it's still there. So like that's a accurate depiction for what you see, but there is actually more.
But with high school enrollment about 6,000, I would guess about 2/3 of students are in a career technical education class in high school.
That's why at graduation, when they say, pathway completers stand up, the last few years, it's looked like 2/3 of the kids have stood up because it actually is 2/3 of the kids.
Yes. Any questions about the numbers up there? Okay. Kristen's going to talk about what a CTE pathway is.
So Frank, if you can click on the green one, I'm not going to take you through all 25 pathways, but I want to talk for a moment. And if you scroll down, let's go to education, which is going to be pink. It's a few slides down. I want to talk specifically about a couple of our pathways just to give you a better understanding of what these are. And I have the full printouts. These will come to the board as a consent item later because every couple of years we have to approve them. And you guys are used to that. But a pathway by California Department of Education's standards is at least a 2-course sequence. You'll notice most of ours are 3 courses for a couple of reasons. Number one, high quality CTE is a pathway that consists of an intro, concentrator, and completer class. So 3 courses. And we strive to always be high quality because we'll talk about grant funding here in just a little bit. So all of our pathways for the most part have at least a 3-course pathway. And you'll see a lot of things embedded. So when we talk college and career readiness, college usually means we want them to go to a 4-year. And in a lot of these pathways, that is the end goal. Some of them, it's more of a 2-year, but we need A to G credit, right? The students need different criteria. There's dual enrollment where students can get college credit. There's certifications, which are recognized by industry. So we try to embed as much of that into our pathways as possible. So I'm going to use the example of education because obviously as Madera Unified School District, we need teachers. So for our students that want to be teachers in the future, they have a pathway that they can go into. Freshman year, they take a careers in education course, which gives them an overview of birth to high school. And from there, we can decide, Kristen McKenna is not going to make a very good TK teacher. Maybe she wants to focus a little bit more on high school or she has a specialization. From there, then students pick. If they're interested in that birth to TK realm, they take more of our child development courses. And if they're more interested in K-12 education, they're going to focus a little bit more on the other side. Now, you'll notice a couple things embedded into there. Children's literature and contemporary issues in education, those get B, A to G course credit. Well, what does that mean? That means it gets English. So those students, by taking that class, are also getting their English credit. Child growth and development, you'll see a plus sign there. That means it gets dual enrollment credit. So those students in the fall semester take Child Development 1 through Madera Community College at their high school campus and get 3 free college credits. In the spring, they take Child Development 39 for another 3 credits. So they get 6 college credits for free in high school. And then their senior year, those are 2-period classes. 2 to 3 days a week, our high school students are going to an elementary school. They're paired with an elementary school teacher, and they are helping in the classroom. They might be running a small group. They might be doing an activity. They might be helping with something that the teacher wants to give them that experience. And this year, for the first time ever at Madera High, we are piloting Child Development 30, another dual enrollment class, meaning those students will leave with 9 college credits, and they're just 1 course short of that child development permit that would allow them to work in a facility. In addition, these students, we feel like CPR certification and first aid is very important for them. And we have them take their CBEST and their paraprofessional exam. So both of these pathways, the students take their paraprofessional exam. We used to offer that through the county office, but now our personnel commission actually will go in and administer that to our students, and they can leave with that paraprofessional exam. So when we look at a CTE pathway, there's really a lot of things we're trying to accomplish. We're looking at the skills and abilities they needed to be successful in this field. We're trying to find industry recognized certifications that give them a leg up after graduation, and we're trying to give them hands-on experience. Frank, let's scroll down a little bit more. Let me give you one more example. Let's keep going to health sciences. So health sciences, the industry sector, that's the top. And we have 4 pathways for students within health sciences. We have our nursing, which earns the certified nursing assistant certificate. Those students have to do clinical hours at Madera Rehab or Palms Care and Chowchilla. In order to do that, that is a state licensure with a very, very strict instructor and student criteria. There's athletic training. So our student trainers are on the sidelines on football games and other athletic events, helping our Madera Unified Athletic Trainers. We have our medical careers, because like I said at the beginning, most of our students, when they think of health or medical, they think of the doctor, because that's the experience they have. They're not thinking about the lab sciences. They're not thinking about the front office. They're not thinking about the back office or the other opportunities within health science. And then at Torres, we have mental and behavioral health. Obviously, there is a huge need, and we saw that in the MTSS presentation right before us. There's a huge need for those mental health professionals. And there's lots of certifications here. These students can leave with, obviously, CPR first aid, basic life support, OSHA 10, the CNA, mental health first aid. So these are all built in to really get these students these resumes and these experiences to hopefully get an entry-level job while they're pursuing something else. There are 24 pathways. Oh, and then I didn't mention medical terminology. That is dual enrolled with Madera Community College, and it's called OT10. So again, an opportunity for students to earn 3 credits. If you want to go ahead and go back to the slide deck, and I can take it back away from there, Frank. We're going to talk a little bit about now what is high quality CTE and what is it that we're looking for as we're building out pathways. And yesterday you guys got to see some things on the ag farm. So we're going to try to bring those in to kind of show you the connections to those things. So Jordana is going to talk a little bit about high quality CTE, and then we'll go into some of those elements for you.
So as Kristen mentioned earlier, high quality CTE has some extra qualifications to meet. So, and that ties to our funding when it comes to funding our CTE programs as well. So we've talked a little bit about the curriculum and instruction with our pathways. We've talked about that career exploration and guidance portion. Our students and our teachers do a ton of CTE promotion and outreach with, they participate in the 8th grade parent nights and in the things like Stallion Preview at Madera South, where the 8th graders come through, as well as communicating with our middle schools, and they go into our middle schools and do some outreach there too. We're going to focus right now on our CTSOs, so our student leadership organizations, our industry partners, and then how skilled and what our teachers do to keep up with their skills. So student leadership, our CTSOs, career technical student organizations. These are the things that you guys see when, I know a couple weeks ago, FFA was in here with their cotton judging team that just won at the state level, right? And robotics has come in, and lots of these have come in. And so these are our FBLA, our FCCLA, our FFA, HOSA, skills, and first robotics. Intracurricular, so these are an extension of the classroom. These are taught in the classroom, students learn about them within the classroom, and then they participate in them outside of the classroom as well. They offer students tons of different opportunities. So leadership conferences, really developing those leadership skills, how to do a job interview, how to make a phone call, those essential skills that students need that maybe we're not doing every single day that they would need in their everyday life outside of high school. How to send an appropriate email to an industry to ask, if they can come and do an interview with them or something like that. So students are really participating in that, as well as their officer positions and then their competitive events. And that's what you see a lot of the time when the students come in here in their uniforms. That's where the students really get to engage in the work of using the skills that they've learned in the classroom. So for example, vet science, they're learning how to restrain an animal. And then they compete on the weekends in the vet science competition, and they're showing that skill and being graded on it by somebody who's in that field. And so they're really able to use their industry skills that they've learned within those competition events and see how they do compared to other students within the state. It's a time commitment too. So those students that participate in those, they often are spending the same amount of time outside of school as if they were in a sport. And so that was something when I was an ag teacher that we would tell them, like, this is a commitment we're going to practice a couple of days after school. We have the Saturday competitions. And so the time commitment that those students really put in, that's a skill within itself for them to continue to show up and be involved. And so that's something that they get out of that. So you can see some pictures there of our students who have won recently and awards and have been involved. So section, region, state, and national level, Madera Unified has had students recognized, which I think is pretty awesome.
I think the other unique thing to career technical education is that partnership with industry. So in order to be a career technical education teacher, they have to have experience in that field. So I could never go teach health science or public safety because I've never been in those fields. And so they have to have a minimum of 3 years of industry experience in the field that they want to teach in before they go through that credentialing process. And so they come with knowledge and they come with experience, but over time, right, the more they're in the classroom, they get away from that. They're not on a beat every day. They're not doing operations or in a lab. And so making sure that we hear from our local employers and industry of how is the industry changing? What is it that they need from our students in the classroom? What are units of study that we should be? So when we talk about our curriculum design, it doesn't just include teachers, it includes outside people, and we call them industry partners. We do that work a few different ways. So as a requirement for both Perkins and CTIG, which is Career Technical Education Incentive Grant funding, we have to have our pathway advisory meetings twice a year. So we have our district level CTE meeting, which met at Madera High in the fall. And then after we did our big meeting in the lecture hall or in the Black Box Theater, each pathway went into classrooms, and transportation had a meeting about their needs, and culinary arts had their meeting, and education had their meeting. And our teachers bring in industry partners and we review curriculum together. We review skills and abilities that students need in order to be successful in whichever field that we're talking about. And we do that every fall and we do that every spring. And our industry partners help us to evaluate those competencies and skills to make sure they're aligned, that we're not teaching something super old and outdated that's no longer relevant to the field. And oftentimes our industry partners come into our classrooms. If students are presenting a project or showing a practicum, they're coming in and they're giving students not necessarily a grade, but feedback. And then the other piece to that is teacher externships, which I'm going to briefly mention here, and Ms. Faria is going to talk about a little bit more. So like we said, if you enter education, you are a retired, we've got a lot of retired police or medically retired police or people that have left the force and they're teaching for us now. The farther you've come removed into the education system and you're not running that day-to-day job, sometimes you lose some of those abilities. So our teachers do 15 hours a year in their fields of professional development, job shadowing, essentially, somebody, and they get to pick that person. And Jordana is going to highlight a few of the ones that have happened so far this year. And that's just an important aspect to keep our teacher engaged and to build the relationships with the industry partners. One of the things I stress to the teachers is if all you do is ask the industry partner to come to a meeting twice a year, you never talk to them in between, they're probably not going to come back. You need to get them in the classroom. They want to interact with kids. They want to see what our students are doing. Go spend some time at their job site, give back to them, check in on them. You know, how is their operation going? What are they seeing? What are the trends? Because those are all experiences and conversations you can bring into your classroom and curriculum. And so industry partners are a huge aspect of what we do to strengthen our work in the classroom. And Ms. Faria is going to talk now a little bit about professional development for our teachers.
Since you mentioned this, and we all know the changing market of job industry, AI is coming, and everybody knows. And do we have any certification or something for high school kids can start now, or for example, coding? There is. Can we do something also for future?
Yeah. So a lot of our pathways at the last meeting, AI came in. So as I bounced around rooms at Madera High, I was hearing it. Right. And we do coding in our engineering and our robotics pathways. So that's built in. And I couldn't tell you the exact code they're learning, but I could get back to you on that because that is not a term in my head right now, as well as using some of the CAD softwares like Onshape and SolidWorks. A little bit in our marketing classes. And, it kind of depends on where it lives elsewhere. One of the things that I would highlight is although we have a standalone business and marketing pathway, we teach business concepts in all of our sectors, right? If you're going to be a truck owner or truck repair owner, you've got to understand cost of labor and markup and materials and all of that. So there are business aspects that are taught in all. There are some coding certificates that we could look at right now. We're not offering a certification per se, but there are some out there that could go really well into manufacturing and engineering. Right now we're doing SolidWorks, which brings in coding, but it's not necessarily a standalone.
Okay, so how do we keep our teachers skilled and provide some professional development for them? So a couple of things, Kristen talked about that they need 3 years of experience before they come in as a credentialed teacher in their pathway. Some stuff that we also do and that we are providing, Kristen and I, we provide some professional development workshops within house for our students or for our teachers. And so we are able to pull them in and do some teacher trainings and let them PLC together because as you can imagine, if there's one culinary teacher at each site, they don't often have the time to get together and talk about what they're teaching in class and how the skills are going. And so we're able to provide some of that within our department for them to get together and really talk about what they've got going on in class. So we do some ongoing professional development with our teachers. And we also started a new workshop for our new teachers. So our teachers that are coming straight from industry into education, they're simultaneously doing their credential programs as well. And so we try to provide some extra supports for those teachers so that we can keep them because they're knowledgeable in their craft and we want to keep them if they're good. And so we are providing some extra trainings for them like classroom management stuff and some grad profile training so that they understand what the grad profile is and how they can incorporate it into their classroom. A lot of times that training too ends up at an open forum with questions. What can I do about this? Who is the industry partner that I can reach out to? And so that's something that we've started some half days with them to really make sure that they're tied to education and understand what we do here in Madera Unified, right? Coming straight from industry. The 15 hours of externship, those are some pictures there. I've started to ask our teachers, when you're in action in industry and doing your externships, can you take some pictures to provide them for us? We want to see what you're doing, and we want to be able to have students see what you're doing too. So there you can see in the upper left in the blue hat is Chef Martin Sanchez at Madera High, and he went and worked with a catering company on how to mass cook and produce. And so that he can bring that in. I don't know, he's starting to open up his cafe after Christmas break. And so that's something that he was kind of looking at is how can we produce large amounts of food and look at that aspect. So that's him. On the right, we have Daniel Alanis from Transportation and Heavy Truck at Madera High. He has been attending a training on Picoscope, which is a new tool that, from what I understand, and it's very little, but it's a camera of some sort and a scanner that they can use to diagnose heavy trucks and auto. And so he's been attending training for that equipment so that he can train his students and know how to do it. So that's actually a 4-part series, and that was part 1. He has part 2 this Saturday that he's going to attend. So he's learning that software and equipment, and that's part of his externship. In the bottom there, we have Mr. Solis, and he went to a pistachio company that farms pistachios and packages them. And so he was able to see that process as he works with our students in our OH unit in our greenhouse at the ag department. And then we have Julie Luxon in the bottom right there. I think that's lettuce, cabbage. And she got to see the process of them harvesting cabbage and how it's stored from start to finish, from growing all the way through. She was able to do that this summer.
Julie Luxon, who's she?
I know, right?
We're gonna use that photo.
Yes, that's my favorite picture to use of her because she doesn't have very many. So we have a couple others that I just talked to Matt Sauceda at Madera South, and he's going to go to Madera PD and work with their CSI crime scene and see how they process evidence and that type of stuff. So when they go, they have to fill out a pre-question and submit it to us for approval to make sure it's connected to their content that they're teaching in class. And then they also submit some post questions. What did you learn? How are you going to incorporate this into your class? And then I've asked for some pictures from that. So making sure our teachers are staying up with their industries and those connections with them too.
So can we just for one quick second, just pause on a little bit of history here? Is that the way it used to be? I mean, has it always been that, vocational teachers, they got their credential in, let's say, electrical engineering? Like I might be using a hypothetical example.
That's good.
And you learn that and you learn it in school and you've got your credential.
You're going to fix radios.
And you're done. Yeah. You learned how to fix radios and vacuum tubes for televisions. And, way back then, maybe even like transistors.
Right.
And you taught that for 35 years, whether or not the technology was relevant any longer. Correct. Is that not correct?
That is.
Give me a little bit more on this.
Sure.
So people understand the value of what you just shared, because externships are not part of the fabric of the history of vocational or CTE, but it is the emerging way forward.
Yeah, I would say in about 2012, 2013, it came out as a best practice recommendation from the state. Because of the example Todd gave, right? I did this thing and I learned this, and I'm going to teach the same thing from my file cabinet every year, even though at this point, if my cell phone really breaks, I'm throwing it away and buying a new one, and they're not coming in here and they're fixing it anymore.
Gun racks.
Right.
We're gonna make gun racks, and we're gonna make birdhouses and
right. And so that teachers going back into the industry, not only does it make the connection with the partners, but it does the other thing. So Ms. Sissel actually in 2014, I believe, because I was still in the classroom, piloted it and suggested it for us as teachers. And so I took her up on the offer. I guess it's important to mention that when our teachers do externship, they have 2 options. They can do it on a school day and we provide them a sub, or they can do it on the weekend or a holiday or a vacation and we will give them extra pay for it. So they are compensated for that time. So I took Ms. Sissel up on that opportunity in 2014 as a classroom teacher. And I went to an organic blueberry packing facility. They did blueberries. So we got to see the harvest. We got to see the field, how they had acidic lines going through, and they were doing drip acid into the soil in order to get a bigger blueberry bush. But the biggest thing that I learned in that experience myself was they were really talking about the quality control and the HACCP process. So what does it mean to get certified? What does it mean to make sure your farms are safe and sustainable? And so I was able to really look at that because it was an emerging field that was starting at that time that they needed more people in. And they tried to hire me because I had a bachelor's in agriculture, and they tried to get me to go and work for them. But I didn't, obviously. I stayed the course. But really, then I was able to look at that and learn more about it and embed that into my curriculum because it was something that I wasn't aware of. And I got to, during that day with them, really ask the questions that I needed to shape my curriculum going forward. And so our teachers do this every single year.
It's a big difference maker for our teachers and quality relevance. So it's no small thing that's being.
So I think another huge aspect, which you saw a lot of this yesterday on your farm tour at Madera South, is work-based learning. So our students getting some hands-on experiences. Now, this can be challenging in certain fields because of OSHA and because of insurance regulations and people wanting 16, 17-year-olds in their facilities. But we do have a lot of industry partners that really open this up. So there's kind of a tiered approach to this. Guest speakers are pretty easy. Most people will come into our classrooms, tell us about yourself, tell us about what you do, talk to our kids in person or on Zoom about their career field. There's also job site tours. So we do get to do a lot of job site tours with our students. The culinary at both Madera High and Torres last week went to the food processing facilities at Fresno State. They got to see the ice cream making process. They did not bring me back samples. They were supposed to, but they really got to see that. And so those job site experiences are important for our students. In our medical pathways, we do clinical hours. We are super blessed with Camarena Health specifically, as well as Madera Rehab, that they open up their facilities for our students. It's very easy at Torres and Madera South because of the school-based health centers for that opportunity to happen. Madera High, obviously, we have to provide transportation, but we make sure we do that. And then the student-led enterprises. So there are some times where it is hard, right? It is hard to get across town to do that, and it's a field trip and it's a sub. And so we've started a lot of student-led enterprises. So you saw the Crops Cooperative yesterday at Madera South. Those students on campus utilize that school farm and they get to see the entire aspect from marketing their product and sales and profitability to the hard, literally hoeing of weeds in the fields, right? They get to see the entire aspect. So we've built that into a lot of our pathways in marketing and entrepreneurship. They run student-led stores. Our culinary, Chef Sanchez tomorrow is opening the Coyote Cafe for the first time. I already have my order in. I'm looking forward to my chicken strips and French fries. And he will open up in January and we can send that out to you guys. You can sign up, go and have lunch. The kids are chef for the week. So every week he picks 2 kids. They set the menu, they set the price points, they do all the research on profitability. Obviously he checks that to make sure we don't go into the red. And then they are in charge of producing that. Our floral design, I think you guys are familiar with, as well. Athletic training, right? Those students that are helping our athletic trainers on campus. Public safety is doing a lot. You'll notice at graduations and stuff, public safety is assisting with parking. They have really nice cadet uniforms now. So we're also trying to create those own experiences in-house to simulate job sites and working for our students. The picture right here, you see the 2 students on broadcast. If you look in the background, you'll notice that is Chick-Chancey Park. So the big CTE Expo happened in Fresno and our students were involved in so many aspects of it. So those students throughout the day, they filmed experiences. They partnered with CMAC and PBS out of Fresno, and they went live on the big screen at Chick-Chancey Park to talk about their experiences. And those 2 from Madera High were our brave ones that volunteered to go first. And so they got to see the entire live production. And right under that, you'll see like the most gorgeous charcuterie board I've ever seen in my life. And if you look up close, it's like got a skull with prosciutto over it, like because it was Halloween themed. And so our chefs at Madera High and Torres, their students worked in the kitchens at Chick-Chancey that entire day with other culinary students throughout the valley to set up for the VIP lounge. Down in the bottom, they went to I don't remember if it was Air Force or Marines. They had gotten in to do a day. They'd gotten to see the different helicopters and see the behind the scenes. And so these experiences for our students really are giving them the understanding of what it's like to work in the field and get those experiences alongside others. And I feel like our teachers and our pathways do a great job of bringing new opportunities like that forward every single day.
Ms. McKenna, I don't know if I missed it. I don't think I did, but there's the picture in the bottom left. Can you tell everybody what that is? Because go back again. There you are. Bottom left.
So that is, so you guys saw the Crops Cooperative yesterday, although the fields were plowed.
But it didn't look like
No,
that.
the fields
3
were plowed
weeks ago
under
it
because
did.
no one wants pumpkins except for Kristen this time of year. I love pumpkins. So, but during October, so the students in July, and I don't know how much they shared since I wasn't on all those tours yesterday, right? They prepped the field, they planted their pumpkins, watermelons on the other side. The students then harvested them. And that is the aerial view of the pumpkin patch. So you'll see they've got like activity areas for kids. And there was a big patch of, I think it was corn seed that the kids could dig in and play in. And they had just different hands-on activities. And they opened for, I'm going to guess 12-ish evenings to the public to purchase. And then all those profits, the students, in fact, we turned in their timesheets yesterday because they are district employees. So they go through that process and they get a time or they get a portion of the profits based on kind of what they've worked. And so it's profitable for them.
Do they pay income tax? I don't know.
Yeah. A small
However-
number can do that, but
Yeah.
yes, they do get to.
I just wanted to make sure we pause on that because unless you drove by the farm or you've been there before, what you saw yesterday was that pumpkin patch wiped out and plowed under. Yeah, there was like one. Yeah, there was like one.
Two over by the hog barn too. I noticed. I might go grab it.
But the reason I wanted you to just pause on that is because they went from kind of doing this and just planting it, letting the kids come out. Every year, this is becoming more and more of like Agri Disneyland with the way they're doing this for the kids. It is becoming more elaborate, more well decorated, more well organized, more interactive. And I hear from our elementary teachers, like this is one of their favorite things to be able to help kids go do. And it's to interact with the big kids over at Madera South. It's very, very cool. And it's very elaborate. And it's the team over there should be very, very proud because it looks way different than what you saw yesterday at your visit.
Yes, much different when it's all set up and ready to go. Okay, so here we have our pathway completer. So a pathway completer is a student who participated in a pathway or a CTE course. The ones that Ms. McKenna talked about, the intro, concentrator, and capstone. So they have to be in it for 3 years and complete all 3 courses with a C or better in each course. If they do the 4th year too, that's great, but they have to do the minimum of 3. So here you can see our pathway completers from this past year, 2025, our graduates, and how many there were per site, per pathway, as well as total. So of our graduates last year in 2025, 696 of them had completed a CTE course pathway, and I believe received a cord for graduation that they would have had on. And those were the kids that you mentioned earlier, Mr. Lyle, that said stand up, and you said about 2/3 of them normally do. So that's the total per site there for you and per pathway on that. And again, some of those students, like in ag specifically, just because I know that, right, they could have completed the agri-science pathway as well as the ag mech pathway, right? So they could have had 2 cords on too. Yeah,
a few less in education, although we anticipate those numbers going up. Well, and then the 11 in child development, because remember, those are kind of connected. So there's 40 between them that did complete with a C or better. We're starting to see those numbers raise a little bit. I feel like education was one of our pathways it's harder to sell sometimes to kids, right? When you do your recruitment fairs and ag brings out the cute little fluffy animals and health is doing CPR and education's like, yeah, go be a teacher, right? So they've been a little bit more creative in that. And we're seeing a lot of students heading that way. And we're doing some things with teaching fellows, with conferences and stuff a little bit earlier to get our kids in because we know we need them. It is really cool though. I know of 2 students this year that were education pathway completers that are now teaching in Madera Unified. One's a male student at Monroe, and then there's a math teacher at Madera High that both were education. And there's more than that. But I know that like sitting in Todd's signing days this year to have both of them on the same day, I'm like, I recognize them from FCCLA. So to see that full circle moment was really cool.
It's also important to note that because of this work, Madera Community College is considering the few degrees that they're going to get to offer in terms of bachelor's degrees coming up. I think they get to offer 3. Is that not correct? Is it 3?
Yeah, correct.
I think they get 3 they get to choose, but they need to be regionally relevant. And the regionally relevant degrees they're choosing match the things that are regionally relevant to us. And they want them to, because they want our students to matriculate to their campus where they can actually work on a bachelor's in these 3 areas and get a bachelor's of art that counts and then go into a credential program. They want to streamline it to UC Merced and Fresno State. And they're looking at like liberal arts just so we know. So they go into early childhood education, they go into elementary education. And then they're looking at agriculture and
I think a business pathway is the third one.
Pathway,
yeah. This slide right here is, okay, so they leave us. Those 600 and kids, they graduated. Now what? So for Perkins funding, we have to do a graduate follow-up. And I know this was one of the questions that Trustee Dybert had asked when she had asked for this session was, where do our kids go next? So we're required to do a graduate follow-up every year. When Cheryl and I started, or Miss Sissel and I started, we sent out postcards to the last home address and we got very few back. We have modernized that approach thanks to Adam Bonilla and his department. So before graduation in April, we ask our seniors, hey, what are your plans for next year? And more importantly, what is an email that you're going to use after high school once your Madera Unified email is closed? Because we need to follow up with them starting now. So for class of 2025, those surveys just went out last week for the first time through the end of January. And then we report that data into Aries and to the state system. So I don't have our class of 2025 data yet because we are actively doing that graduate follow-up right now. But for the class of 2024 of our CTE students, we had 800 respondents of seniors. So, we had most of our completers and a few more students do it. Of those, 52% of those students were going to community college when we followed up with them in December. 27% went to a four-year college. 14% were working in what we call a livable wage job. So above minimum wage is what we're looking at there. 6% had gone into the military. 1% had gone into some kind of trade school like UTI. The other thing so we have to report that aspect to the state, 2-year, 4-year military into the workforce. We also asked some just qualitative questions. All of a sudden that got really loud. What did you enjoy about your CTE pathway? What did you learn the most? It's really just for Jordana and I to be able to understand and share things with our teachers. So I kind of put the themes together of what we saw from those questions. And we asked them, how did CTE help you in your future? And students noted things like the career exploration, skill development, their confidence and growth through those activities that they did. We see a lot of really positive call outs to our teachers. We'll see teachers repeated by name, like thanks to Mr. Denise, I was able to do these things. So we see a lot of our teachers' names that come up over and over again. So we do continue to conduct these surveys to see where our students are when they leave us. Kind of to wrap up today, I wanted to talk a little bit about grants and ongoing funding. Our teachers are general funded, so our teachers do get that, but we do bring in a lot of grants that are both competitive and not. And so I wanted to share some of the grants that we've been successful in getting over the last 10 years. And so on the right, were a whole bunch of different one-time grants that we got. Those are all expended at this point, but we had a California Career Pathways Trust grant to build our plant science pathway. That's kind of what's led to the CROPS cooperative that exists today. We got $600,000 from that. We got another $375,000 to build out our education pathway. That was in collaboration with Madera Community College. That's why we have so much dual enrollment. As you guys know, we applied for a bunch of CTE modernization and new facility grants, kind of both for Madera High and modernization, and as Torres was opening. So between all of those grants, we brought in $5-6 million to offset costs of construction at Torres and the modernization at Madera High. At the last board meeting, you guys approved for us to apply for a new round of that. Hopefully in the future, build a robotics practice field at Torres. We won't hear back on that grant until March. And then we had gotten a K-12 Smart Workforce grant for $1 million for health science. Those were one-time funding. We also have our annual funding, which is primarily ADA based on Perkins. So Perkins is federal dollars that we get. It is a more restrictive funding source for us, but we get about $300,000 a year. We did take about a 20% reduction in Perkins this year because of the federal funding. But that really is a lot of our travel. That's how we're paying for buses to events and those kind of things. Our bigger pot of money didn't exist until 2016. It was new to the state, and it's the Career Technical Incentive Grant. It is ADA based, but there's also the quality criteria. So as we walked you through professional development and externship and all of these things we do, it's all based on this checklist to get us the most money on this grant. And let's be honest, it's good for program students and teachers. So our CTIG fund, we get about 1.1 to 1.4 million a year. It also is weird. It's a year-long grant, but it lasts for 18 months. It's kind of got a weird cycle. So I'm still spending right now our 2024 money, which is the 1.3 million. I have applied for our 25-26 money, although, right, the year's halfway over. We have not gotten a grant award notification yet, but those did go to state board or are going to state board next week. And on the board agenda, we're showing a $1.1 million coming our way. This is what's really allowing us to bolster up our equipment. This is what's allowing us to remain industry relevant. At the farm yesterday, you might have seen the weird looking Tillmore tractor and you're like, what is that thing? It's a row crop tractor. It's expensive, fortunately, we could use the CTIG funding for. I just bought a brand new Expedition that we're using for CTE travel. We have 3 other vehicles. We just added a 4th to our fleet this year to get our kids up and down the road. Heavy truck stuff is expensive. We bought a semi truck last year because obviously if we need to work on semi trucks, we need a semi truck in the shop. So we bought a semi truck out of this facilities money or CTE incentive grant money this year. And so this really is what's allowing us to make our levels high quality, high caliber, and we continue to apply for these funds and be successful in them. And we're blessed to have them because it's really been able to leverage the good work that we're doing. And with that, we will take any questions that we haven't already answered from the board. Thank you so much for listening to us, visiting our programs yesterday. The next time if we do this again, I'm just going to throw you in the Expedition and we're going to go to all the sites and see all the things because I want to show and play and not just talk. But now that you have the talk, the next time we can just do tours. Thank you.
Torres High School, the Camarina Health, when do we get that?
When did we get that?
They turn it over to us, don't they? In the future?
There is a lease, but it doesn't, there's a lease, but they can renew it if they'd like, yeah.
Was it a 10-year?
Yeah.
10 years from the beginning, then it's ours.
Well, at that point, we can decide to continue the lease or they have to space back the way it was.
Oh. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
At South, they were very informative. I mean, you ask them any question, they had all kinds of answers. It was really exciting. And there was one girl that, she had really good makeup, and you wouldn't imagine her in the FFA, but she, was showing us her sheep, and it was going to have 5 babies, and she gave us a lot of good information.
Yeah, and I'm proud to say that I feel like if I would have taken you to any program and I let our students talk about what they do, you would get a same quality because they know their programs, they love their programs, and they can speak to their programs. I'll be honest, yesterday's tour was the easiest thing to put together because they do that all the time. Like we didn't coordinate any of that. We gave them times and said, go, and they can go because those kids know and love what they do because their teachers are instilling that in them.
And they waited for us in the cold. You can see them
Yes.
they're shivering.
Yes, I know. I joined Trustee Ahmad and Trustee Dibert for the first session in the morning, and I don't think I fully thawed out until about 2 p.m. So next year we'll warn you to bring hand warmers and beanie caps.
So, I'm sorry, please.
I wanted to make a comment, I started on this board in 1989 with a concern on vocational education. And from that start, where your guys are at today, I never conceived we'd be at where we're at today. You guys done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
I think it's really important that we as a team, as a governance team with all the leadership here in the space, recognize how valuable relevance is in students' education. When they know why they're learning something and they have some connection to it, it makes sense to them. The intrinsic motivation, the deep down desire to know and be a part of it and to engage is ignited. And you can't really snuff that fire out. These kids then go on and do really great things. And I have a punk sophomore who isn't really all that easy to inspire. And he hasn't really found his inspiration yet, but he's starting to understand like how cool it is to talk to people who really love learning. And so part of what he wants to do for his own SAE, his own individual project, is to start talking to the high caliber students that are in the 12th grade, the high caliber alumni that are doing great things. And he's fascinated by their stories because he's seeing like what happens when people have a lifelong passion to learn and grow and do the work that they're doing. And if only we could figure out how to take, every discipline and find those things that are most relevant and bring them to life, it would really make a difference for all students everywhere, for each student anywhere. And I think the work that CTE has done proves the value of that very point. And it's not lost on the directors in Ms. Sissel's team, the value of that intrinsic motivation and that relevance to actually have a connection to the learning. You can expect for us to keep moving in that direction with all that we do. MTech was a big feature of that. The graduate profile is another feature of that, where we establish that bright red line at the end of education where kids get to stand up there and be proud of what they're learning. The longer we engage in that graduate profile, which is so very new, the longer we engage in that, the more the teachers all the way downstream to TK will begin to understand, because they see, and we saw lots of tears last year in March, where the elementary and middle school teachers who saw their kids succeeding at levels they never thought they could, they had an experience kind of like our board president had right now. Like, they did not conceive of the investment they were making in kids, and they did not, sometimes they worried that these kids would never get to this. There they were, succeeding. So that should be our North Star. And I think that this group needs to continue to lift that North Star up really, really high so it shines really brightly for all of us, and we'll get there. We'll follow it. Thank you.
Okay, so we need any other questions? We take a lunch break. It's 12:30. We're scheduled to be back at 1. How are we on the schedule? Everybody okay with 30 minutes, or you need more time? 30 minutes, okay? Okay, all right, we'll start back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you. Continue the agenda at this time. Item number 3D, counseling, Hatchings presentation, Superintendent Lyle.
So President Cyber, Clerk Mendoza, members of the board, and our multitudes of fans out there in Zoom land. I wanted to just take you through a brief contextual review. For a long time, this is not news to this board, and it's not news to anybody here, but let's say it all out loud in public. The board has been very concerned and has heard many critiques of our secondary counseling program. Sometimes from our own family, many times from our friends, certainly from many constituents. And it generally kind of happens something along the lines of, well, I hear the counselors won't call the kids in. The kids can't get an appointment with their counselor. The kid tried to get help, but nobody would help the kid. It turns out, as chief academic officer prior to this role, I spent plenty of time chasing down those ghosts and UFOs and Bigfoot sightings. And it turned out that almost always what the parent believed was true was not entirely true, and sometimes it was entirely false. In reality, they didn't know how to get help. They really didn't want to get help. They didn't want to necessarily expose the fact that they had told their parents that the teacher wouldn't do this, and the parent says, well, then go to your counselor. But what the student had actually told the parent wasn't accurate. So to go to the counselor would expose the fact that they weren't telling the exact truth. And so then they had to cover up that first lie with a second lie to say, well, my counselor wouldn't help me. I can't tell you how often that was the case and how often it was frustrating. However, because so often historically, many of us of a certain generation, I'll say Gen X and older, had experiences that match, or at least in our memories, they matched what we think we're hearing now from children and grandchildren, we immediately thought it must be true. And so we want answers, and we want somebody to fix this right now. Was it true that the counseling program had not sufficiently modernized to meet the modern needs of our students? Yes, generally speaking, that could be a vague truth. Was it difficult for kids to get access to their counselors? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. No school and no office seemed to have a very coherent system to access counselors. It was the way this counselor or this office wanted to do it, or this school wanted to do it. There wasn't a unified approach in Madera Unified. So there were a lot of contributing factors to this that over the years became sticking points. Well, our counselors didn't necessarily like that. They didn't necessarily like being, erroneously maligned and spoken poorly of in public. They didn't necessarily like the fact that they usually were never in the room to defend their work. But they would agree that, there are things we need to do to modernize our practice. There was an acknowledgement that social emotional needs were typically less engaged by our counselors just for fear of training and the emotional toll and impact. There is also the fear of getting wrong a threat assessment. So they never really wanted to do that alone. They wanted a lot of support and a lot of training. Through those kinds of conversations, we discovered that there was a very strong emerging set of best practices put forward by the Association of American School Counselor Association. There it is. ASCA. Yeah, I get that one wrong, and I should know that one. So our counselors asked for that training. Dr. Malmo was here. She brought it to us in our executive cabinet. We said yes. They engaged in it, and they came away having learned a lot, feeling pretty confident that it was the right gold standard to pursue, but that it was not sufficiently clear how to implement this in practical terms. So the search was on yet again for some more training and opportunities, because we really felt like this is a important key that unlocks so many opportunities for our students. As a result, Hatchings Results was contacted and had been recommended by ASCA. And we engaged with Hatchings for 3 solid years. That's right. I wanted to say 3, but I thought better of it. For 3 solid years. In the final 2 years, I tried to join. I know Mr. Marshall tried to join. Ms. Diorian was present. Ms. White, who's not in the room today, was present. And Ms. McKenna spearheaded most of this work, at least from the beginning, until the rest of us all joined to be in support. We learned a great deal, and we had phenomenal trainers. They spoke truth to power to us. They spoke truth to the counselors themselves and held them accountable, and debunked some of the myths they had and some of the preconceived notions and some of the levels of comfort that they were expressing they wanted to protect. And there came a point during that training in year 2, toward the end, I believe it was, where the counselors themselves started to hash out in front of all of us some of their misgivings and some of their worries about moving forward. And it was very interesting what happened. A few of the counselors themselves stood up and said, "We believe this is the right thing to do." And then other counselors said, "We agree with that school." And then another group said, "We agree with them too." And all of a sudden, naysayers ended up a bit in the corner. And everybody agreed that it made best sense to modernize into a unified, aligned, research-based set of best practices that you could find in all of our schools. It was a huge breakthrough. The counselors also wanted to be able to meet together periodically every year so that they could continue to calibrate on what they were doing, so that they made sure they were doing it correctly. And they wanted to make sure that they were being well led and supported by district staff. And they, in particular, called out the value of their own site principals. That also came out very clearly from Hatching's own research and from the ASCA model, that it's the principal has the ability to lead things on a campus, especially work like this, which gets diversified and to some degree privatized, unless you make it very intentionally public, that the principal is really the only person that can lead that work and force things out into the light so everybody is doing what they are supposed to do and accountability and responsibility is the name of the game. So we have our principals here because they're engaging in this work and they're trying really hard to get into it as deeply as they can to make sure that it happens the way that they believe it should to meet the needs of their campus, because they know that in the end, the principal's name is on the door. The principal's name is on the graduation rate. The principal's name is on the GPA. The principal's name is, right? That's how this goes. They understand that. And we have the right quality site leaders here to lead this work. And we didn't invite our counselors, not because we don't want them here, because they could be listening now via Zoom, but because we don't ask our teachers to come and do these kinds of presentations. And counselors have decided that they don't want to be on the management side of things. They want to be on the teacher side of things. We respect that. And we didn't want the head counselors here either, because we don't haul in department heads to present to us, but we do bring our principals in to interact with the board and to share with us their leadership. So we have our district staff that was highly engaged in this work, and we have the principals who are now highly engaged and responsible to carry out this work at their school sites and keep this all aligned. And I'm really proud of what they have built. I really believe that if we can get our grading practices lined out properly, with these practices now becoming more and more in place with some stability year after year, what we will see is an A to G rate that climbs pretty quickly. We will see a graduation rate that continues to climb and won't plateau for quite a while. And we will start to see the kind of metrics through the monitoring and best practices that make us really proud and create new opportunities for our students. So I know I said a lot, but I wanted to make sure that I put all of this in context, because we have decades of frustration in Madera Unified, long before anybody in here was in our seats. We have decades worth of frustration around counselors. And we have a couple of really glowing examples of saints who were counselors, even one who has a school named after her. And it seems like those saints did not inspire the rest of the sinners. So here we are. We have the opportunity to do better, and we will. Director McKenna, if you would.
Good afternoon, President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza, members of the board. As Superintendent Lyle kind of shared with you guys the history and the why, the one thing, the clicker's not working. The one thing that I would add is when we brought in Hatching, it was through the A to G completion grant. So coming out of COVID, there was some grant money that the state just gave us. It was one of those, like, fill out this application because you have to, and we're going to give you this money. And so early on, at that time, Director Gonzalez was here, and Selma really wanted to pursue this work. And I'll be honest, as a administrator, I was never a counselor. In fact, of our site principals, other than Mr. Juarez, none of us were in a counseling position to fully understand what the day-to-day of a counselor looks like, yet we're tasked with supporting them. And so it was really intense and deep work over 3 years that I'm glad we engaged in. And so we want to walk you through that work today. Like I said, co-presenting most of this with me today will be the Director of Curriculum Instruction Secondary. And we brought in our secondary principals who will be taking portions today. So as they come up, we'll be sure that they introduce themselves to you as well. We'll talk about the developments that have happened over the last 3 years, and then kind of our plans for sustainability moving forward. So as Todd mentioned, we engaged with Hatching Results over the last 3 years. So that contract ended last June. During that time, we brought our counselors in for full day trainings 4 to 6 times a year. And as Todd mentioned, Ebony and Amanda were our facilitators. They were both secondary counselors throughout their career that were working with Hatching Results. What I appreciated about Hatching Results is they made everything applicable. We learned about it, and then there was time to do. And they walked us through the process of creating together. Over those 3 years, we learned the framework. We learned the standards. We learned how to use the data to drive our practices. One of the things that we learned early on in this work, and was a realization for us, is there were often times that our counselors presented. But did students learn? Well, when we looked at our counseling team, apparently in other districts or other states that Ebony and Amanda worked with, when they had asked their counselors, how many of you had been teachers prior, the majority of counselors said, yep, I was a teacher first. Well, in Madera Unified, we only had about 4 counselors that were ever teachers before. So they didn't have the pedagogy and the practices to make sure the students were learning about A to G or FAFSA. They presented, not sure if the kids were engaged. So we spent a lot of time going over, what do engagement strategies with students look like? What is checking for understanding? And how do we know that the students learned it when we walk out of that 45-minute presentation? And that was all built in to this 3 years of training that we did together. When we really think through Hatching, one of the things that I learned going through this process is I found so many connections to what we had learned through NCEE and NISL. As administrators, we had gone through that, and everything was there in terms of supporting. Whereas before, when we had done ASCA training with our counselors, it was, here's ASCA, here's what you should do, now go figure it out. There was never that embedded support from us as a district or from trained facilitators like we had with Hatching. And so it really allowed us to work as a team. And I think what I want to highlight, and we'll highlight as we go through the presentation today, is this work was developed by our counselors for our students. Our counselors know our students. We didn't just go grab PowerPoints or presentations off the internet. We developed those based on the needs that we see within our district. One of the guiding principles that Hatching really walked us through is what we created over 3 years was a comprehensive school counseling curriculum and program. And one of the things that was important for them to note with us, right, having 3 separate high schools plus alt eds in the room, middle schools, is that when you're building a curriculum for a district, about 80% of that should be franchised and consistent. And we'll share kind of how we've done that. It should be developmental and preventative in nature, right? So often our counselors got to the Trustee Seibert's in there and he's got 3 Fs and now we've got to fix it, versus having those conversations earlier so we don't get to that point. So really focusing on prevention. This morning, you learned a little bit about Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. You're going to see those terms used today as we talk about what are our Tier 1 services that every single Madera Unified student's going to get. What are those Tier 2 that some are going to get? And what are those Tier 3, kind of our few needs?
So Ms. McKenna, if you are going to discuss the difference between the old paradigm and the emerging paradigm at some later point in the
Next slide.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I didn't want to look ahead because I want to stay, but I definitely want to make sure that the board understands that transition.
We have a great graphic that Tina will walk you through in just a moment. The other piece to that, you see Hampton Inn up there, and you're probably looking at your slides and you're like, I think Kristen put that clip art in the wrong spot. Kind of the analogy here is if you go to a Hampton Inn or, if you have a hotel, you're used to the same levels of service. Hampton Inn's going to have a hot breakfast. The breakfast bar is going to be set up the same. You kind of know what to expect. That's that 80% that we're trying to create a franchise that every Madera Unified student will get. Now, with that said, our sites are different. Our sites have different needs. So when we're creating our system, there's about a 20% opportunity for site-specific development to happen based on the local school data, the student needs, demographic, trends that are occurring at the site. But all of this work was focused on using the data to guide the work, not just doing the same thing we've always done. So today we're going to kind of take you through this. The truth of the matter is before starting the Hatching results work, we did not have a comprehensive school counseling program. Counselors were doing based on what they were trained in school. Oftentimes that did not include social emotional behaviors. They were trained more academic through their counseling programs, and they were learning pieces, or they were scared to learn pieces. And so by bringing the teams from both Ed Services and Student and Family Support Services together to really look at the 3 domains of counseling together of academic, college and career, and social emotional, we've been able to build something out. So we're going to walk you through that, and I will pass it over to Tina for a moment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is what Superintendent Lyle, was getting to. So absolutely. Yeah, and you have this in front of you as well, because I want to just give you a minute to look it over before I really speak to it. There is a shift based on what counseling was like when we were all in school and what the guidance counselor did for all of us and what our school counselors are now tasked with through the ASCA model. So as you're looking at that, just thinking about that question, what key shifts or differences do you notice between the old model and the new model? So I'll give you about a minute or so to look that over. And as you can see, there's quite a big shift between what used to be and what the counselors were like when we were all in school and what their purpose was to today. I want to give you a minute if there's anything that stands out to you as you looked at that to share before I point out a couple things that stand out for me. We're putting you on the spot again, like this morning.
Director Tenine-House?
Yes.
I just counted 9 either current or former Stallion teachers or administrators in this room right now. And many of us as former Stallions or current Stallions might recognize how difficult it was to get our counselors to open up their minds to allowing more access to more rigorous courses for more students that weren't just those kids with the highest GPAs.
Yes.
We also probably recognize, because that was a huge fight that seemed to not go very well for a little while. And then it did. Then after a year of kids doing okay and the world did not end, it wasn't so much of a fight any longer. But boy, there was a big problem there.
Mm-hmm.
We probably also recognize how challenging it was for many of our counselors to accept that some of our students wanted to go to CTE pathways, but instead they should really go to college, not CTE pathways, because that's not where those kids go. You're one of those kids that goes to college, not one of those kids that becomes a millionaire doing what you want to do and can still go to college. Like to try to get to that was really challenging. I remember in ag, it wasn't such a problem. There was a lot of coherence there. But in the other career schools, those of us who lived out in those other career schools, we had all kinds of trouble getting people to buy in to the idea that kids need to go where they are interested in going, and it's our job to facilitate it. The guidance counselor told kids, no, that's not for you. You're the kind of kid who needs to be a secretary, not a doctor. Girls like you should be secretaries, right? Like we've heard thousands of stories like that over the time, over our lifetimes. But some of us have lived this shift where when we tried to make these changes, we were in a protracted argument that was not easy and we had to engage in for years. This breaks down why that was never successful and why it has to change. I hope you're seeing that as you look across, bullet by bullet.
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest shifts there is that idea of some, few to all, and serving all students, and going from being a gatekeeper or limiting to providing resources and advocating. And those are big shifts for what counseling went from being a guidance counselor to the few who might have come to them on their own, to being a comprehensive school counselor who meets the needs of all students. And so this is where our focus has shifted, and we're going to talk the rest of the presentation about how we have developed this comprehensive school counselor model to meet those requirements on the right side of this chart to ensure that our counselors are serving the needs and advocating for all students in all areas. Any questions or comments before we move on there? Okay, so we talked a little bit about the ASCA standards, and I just wanted to show an example here. The ASCA standards for counselors are very similar to the teaching standards. There are standards for teachers in the teaching profession. There are standards for administrators as in the administrative profession, and these are the standards that ASCA has developed for counselors. And so when we built out our program, bless you, like Superintendent Lyle discussed at the beginning, our counselors had received ASCA training and they were aware of the standards. What Hatching really helped was us to implement them, make them actionable. What does this actually look like? And how do we ensure that this is happening at our schools? So we went from understanding that there were standards and that we weren't meeting them in all areas to, yes, we have to meet them. How do we do it? And this is the comprehensive program that we built out here in Madera. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything there. Okay. So we went, like we've shared already, we were working to create, and our counselors were working together to create the comprehensive school counseling program and meet all of those practices. And as Kristen stated, you'll hear those same tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 that we talked about in the MTSS this morning throughout this presentation as well, because this is a piece of that puzzle in terms of how do we ensure our students are getting what they need as that solid tier 1 universal foundation in their counseling program, as well as their academics, their SEL, and their mental health and wellness. So our counselors work to develop a tier 1 comprehensive service across all our sites. And this was that collaborative work that they did with Hatching and that they continue to do in their counselor quarterly meetings to ensure that we are providing that common universal tier 1 level of support, regardless of which high school you go to or middle school you go to. The counselors have all been split up into grade level teams. So when they meet together, they are on a grade level team by site. So there's going to be a mixture of each of the sites represented in these smaller teams when they come together as in their quarterly counselor meetings. And they look at, are they meeting the ASCA standards? Have they developed tier 1 lessons? I'll talk a little bit more about the lessons they provide to students in a minute. Are those lessons meeting the needs of our students? Again, just like I talked about with academics, our students' needs change. Our students, the students we have in front of us today are very different than the students who were here 5 years ago, and the same will be said for students 5 years from now. So we have to continue to adjust and adapt. One of the things that we're looking at is that data that Kristen talked about, that pre and post test data and feedback from students. Is this meeting your needs? If we give a pre-test on a lesson the counselors were going to give, and 95% of the students already know all of the answers to the pretest, that tells us that they already know that information. We don't need to do a lesson on that, and we need to shift to a lesson about a different topic that they need more information about. The counselors go out and deliver these lessons in the classrooms by grade level to all the students. And you can see on that graphic on the right that that is all happening in that tier 1 core area with counseling. And then other students, as they need additional supports, might have smaller group sessions with the counselors, might meet one-on-one, have additional support in terms of what they need as determined by their counselor. Any questions on this part?
The counselors are given classes or teaching students?
Teaching lessons, that's right.
Yes. So here is that. Thank you for that segue. It's a perfect segue into this. So this is what our middle school counseling teams have developed for grades 7 and 8. You can see here that these are the presentations that are given at every comprehensive middle school site. They go in and in seventh grade, the counselors are going to do lessons on GPA calculation and email communication. So they're talking to students about what is a grade point average? How do you figure out your grade point average? And then how do you email your teachers? How do you email your counselor? How do you reach out for help if you need it? Then they go in and they talk about California College, an interest survey, healthy lifestyles and coping strategies. I have seen that one in person. They're talking about, what happens when you're feeling stressed or you feel anxiety or overwhelmed? What are some of the coping skills that you can do? And it was a really fun lesson they've developed, and the students really get into it. And you can see on the far right when those are delivered. So and which class they're delivered through. So in middle school, they're all delivered through their history classes, world history in 7th and US history in 8th, in September, October, and February. In 8th grade, they talk about GPA again because they need to understand this. And it takes multiple times of understanding to really understand how to determine your GPA. And it's especially important for 8th graders because when they get to high school, that really matters. So we want to make sure they really have an understanding of why their grades matter once they become a 9th grader. If you can click on that for me, Frank, I'll just show you very quickly. This is an example of the lesson. And if you can just kind of, will I be able to click through it? There we go. So first we asked them, how do they feel on the scale of chihuahuas? Just trying to break the ice, give them, I don't know how everyone in here is feeling on this scale of chihuahuas. I think I've had a range of chihuahua emotions today. So, but the students get a fun kick out of this. These are middle school students who like this kind of thing. They talk about what they're going to learn by the end. Then they go through the lesson. They give them time to get into this California colleges. They teach them how to do it. The students go through and work through that. And they teach this whole lesson. It takes a period of their history class. They talk about the CTE pathways. And then they separately have given a pre-test about this information. And then after they teach the lesson, they have a link that they give the students to a post-test, and they are looking at that data to see, one, what did students know about all of this before they started? But two, what do they know at the end, and what do they still need to know? And then the counselors come together and they look at all their data and they determine, this was a really successful lesson. Our students got what we wanted out of it, or maybe not. Maybe, we're still missing this part. What do we need to tweak in this lesson for next year to make it more impactful? Thank you. We can go back to so there's a built out lesson like that for all of these. And then you can see in high school, the same thing. So here's 9, 10, 11, 12. And the lessons that are offered in those grade levels. And you can see there's a little variety on the right in which courses that they go into at the high school, so that they're not just all hitting the history, social science courses. It's down to 2 per grade level because the counselors have a lot of students to serve at the high schools, and this does take them out of their office for about 1 whole day while they go in and they do this lesson all day long in these courses. So, but you can see how they progress in high school, and they're meeting the needs of the students in those grade levels. In that standard, those are those ASCA standards that the counselors are meeting by these lessons as well. Any questions about these comprehensive lessons? Yes.
Quick comment. Is there like a follow-up video that they could watch and see, maybe put out by our district or anybody that might kind of reinforce that information?
Yeah, something that actually came up when we had our counseling advisories a few weeks ago, and we're going to talk about that. And it was more from a parent thing. Is I'm curious too about what you're teaching our students during this time. So one of the things that we had thought about and we're starting to brainstorm on is creating some videos on some of the major things like A to G. FAFSA, the things that we feel like parents need also that are replayable. I think it's also important though that our counselors are engaging face to face versus pressing play on a video, right? Because they have the relationships and they can monitor the room. Now, obviously, like we were kind of talking about, and I saw Trustee Seibert's face when Tina first said, when the counselors present these, you know, and he's like, huh? Yes, counselors are going in and taking over a day in Living Earth in September to teach this to every Living Earth student, because that's a way that we know that we're capturing all students. Because remember, tier 1 is for all. And we can easily now say, okay, for Miss McKenna's first period Living Earth class, these 3 were missing. Let's pull them into a makeup workshop.
Okay.
Please.
I was thinking not the video to take place of the instruction, but as a, you know, follow-up or something that they can, you know, say, hey, you know what, I think I'm missing something. Let me watch this video. If not, then come back to the counselor or something.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea and something we can definitely bring to the counselors. One of the things we're talking about is how do we have more readily available information for both students and parents. And I love that idea of just having the students know, if I go to this website, go to this place on Madera Unified's website, I can find lessons on all of these things to learn more if I have more questions. Thank you. I think that's a great idea. We'll bring it back to the counselors.
There's a piece of this puzzle though, like let's roll back the clock to the old paradigm. But you might be thinking, well, if they're going to be out of class all day, or out of their office all day, what happens to the 8 to 12 kids they would have seen that day? There's nobody there helping them. There's 8 to 12 kids that need to see their counselor. That's the way it used to be. Why are they in classrooms? How helpful could they really be to those kids in class? Well, they're going to be impacting 150 kids. And 150 kids who can now help themselves. If you look at the tier 1 content, you'll notice that it basically empowers the student with information to help themselves, or to help themselves get more information when they know they need it. So they're creating a sense of agency and a sense of independence and a sense of self-responsibility that we don't often see with students, especially when they're in the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. They know how to pretend like they know nothing. And the term for that is learned helpless. They've learned how to pretend to be helpless to get somebody else to do something for them. And this is the reverse of that, helping the students to be empowered to help themselves. And that is a very powerful thing to give to 150 kids. And the swap out between the 8 to 12 kids they would have maybe seen in a day, where they handled their problems that have manifested into an explosion and a real issue, is way more challenging and less effective than to help 150 kids be self-responsible and have a sense of independence.
Yeah, and at the sites, they don't all do the lesson on the exact same day. So there is always a counselor available if a student were to have a crisis or an emergency and need it. It may not be their exact counselor because they might be doing their lessons, but there's always counselors available at someone on campus. The other unintended, I think, consequence, for lack of a better word, although it's a positive, is when I have watched the counselors do these lessons in the classrooms, that really builds relationships with students on a different level. They are talking to students. They are sharing. The ones I've heard, they always share their own experiences and their own stories. And it really helps our students see them as, hey, it's not just the counselor who's in their office who I might need to go to ask this or that, and I'm not sure if I want to because I don't really know them. This has allowed our counselors to get out in front of lots of students and them to see the counselors as real people who exist outside of their office, who've had a lot of experiences. And I think that has just grown and built our counselors' relationships with students across the campus.
I have a quick question.
Oh,
for you.
yes.
So yes, I think it strengthens the relationship more than the student going looking for the counselor, but the counselor being there visible, in the classroom and later on. So how long has this model been in place?
Yeah, this is our second full year of doing these lessons.
So you started in you started in all the grades or started in seven?
All the
All of
grades.
it at once. So let's say you started seventh grade, so the students that are freshmen this year, they would have gone through the 7 and 8. So they should be knowledgeable of that. And that's really what Superintendent Lyles said is ownership of their own education. To me, I think is very, very important. So, okay, good.
And that's really where the counselors picked the original topics from, is knowing what do students seem to have a lot of questions about, what might they not know a lot about, where do we find the most need. But again, they're doing those pre and post surveys so that they can assess, at some point maybe they're going to be really knowledgeable about that, and we've noticed students coming up are needing something different, and they are always reevaluating their lessons to determine what is best meeting those students that are coming now.
Things that I want to add really quick on that, that Robin whispered to me that I think was important to add is all of our counselors also have Google Classrooms by grade level that both parents and teachers can see. So to your kind of earlier question, Clerk Mendoza, the counselors will load these presentations after the fact in there that students and parents can come back to these presentations to review and have that knowledge of. So although it's not being videoed at this point, there is that continued resource for them to revisit. So thank you for sharing that, Robin.
I want to add one thing as well. This whole concept of empowering kids, I want to give a personal compliment to Madera High School, because my oldest, many of you know, has special needs, and he needs extra support. He needs extra time. He needs to learn how to advocate for himself to get those things and to get questions answered. And he's actually a pretty good writer for the most part. But his counselor and his case carrier both worked with him back and forth between the two of them to teach him how to email his teachers. I cannot tell you what a lift that has been for his mom and me to not have to be the people that help him get the help he needs. He gets it for himself, and he has been doing that since he was a 9th grader. He learned that in 9th grade. And even though he has special needs, he emails his teachers all the time. We're not even aware of how often. But he's really taken that to heart, because he wants to be independent. He doesn't want to, he might want to live with us forever, but he definitely wants to have a job, and he definitely is in love. So he wants to appear to be his own man, right? And Madera High School has empowered him to learn how to go get the help he needs. And it has changed his ability to navigate the world. It absolutely has. So those little things that don't sound like a big deal are a huge reinforcer that they have a say and that they can get help that they need. So I'm just, Robin, on behalf of my family to yours, thank you for that.
And the last piece I'm going to touch on for Tier 1, and it also pertains to Tier 2, is each site develops an annual calendar of their comprehensive counseling plan. This is an example of Madera South. But the counselors work on this with their administrators, and it plans out all of these activities for Tier 1 and Tier 2 so that no balls get dropped. They're really well planned and thoughtful about when these activities are most helpful, and it ensures fidelity to the activities that every site is creating this annual calendar. They share it with each other, they share it with us, and they are ensuring that all of these pieces are laid out for the year. Any questions on that before we transition to Director McKenna comes back up to talk a little bit more about Tier 2?
The one other piece that I'll add with Tier 1 is one of the other things is that we knew when we first developed those Tier 1 lessons almost 3 years ago was we couldn't just create them and then just continue to deliver them for the next decade. So one of the practices that we've put into place is we have quarterly counseling meetings. Our next one is, I think, next week, actually, where after they've delivered their lessons for the quarter, we bring all of our counselors together. They go back into those grade level teams, so mix of all of our campuses, and they look at that pre and post test data. So when we did this in October, it was one of our middle school lessons that one of the questions, the students, 95% already knew that material on the pre-test. So then in that moment, we made modifications to that presentation for next year's 7th graders to make sure that we're not just necessarily reteaching that, and now we're covering something else. So these lessons are continuously evolving based on the data. And I foresee, kind of to Trustee Dybert's earlier point, as the students are getting more and more of these lessons and their knowledge is expanded, we will continue to have to modify those lessons because they're going to be further ahead. And so that is a process that we've built in to continue to revise as we go through this work.
A huge win that will be.
Yes. We're going to move a little bit into tier 2. And the way that ASCA kind of has structured it is they call it an annual student outcome goal. And it's a template that we have adopted and we've done now for 2 years. The idea behind a tier 2 action plan is that site administrators and counseling teams work together to look at the data and to set a SMART goal that they're going to try to improve for. So they want to try to focus student outcomes specifically, right? It's like I said, it's a written goal based on kind of that, is it measurable and attainable and timely? It looks at either achievement, attendance, or behavior. That's up to the counselors. And it's, like I said, in consultation with their administration. So they do all these tier 1 lessons. They look at their data, they sit down together, and they pick something that they want to improve. So they did a cycle of this last year and then a new cycle this year. So we're going to invite the secondary principals up. They're going to share with you guys their tier 2 goals that they are doing for 25-26. And just share a bit about kind of how they landed on those. So Brad got the short stick. He will be our first principal up.
It's nice to see you, Mr. Holt.
It's good to see you too. Good afternoon. Desmond Middle School, we ended up landing on our goal of by June 2026, 8th graders who have a GPA between 1.71 and 1.99 will increase meeting promotion requirements by 50%, from 36 non-promoters to 18 non-promoters. We ended up landing on this goal mainly because at the end of the year, we created, and we'll be going over this in a little while, at our year-end report, we looked at how many of our 8th graders met promotion requirements, which is a 2.0 GPA. And we saw that 88% of our 8th graders met that requirement, while we saw a trend in our 7th graders that we only had 79% that were currently at that 2.0 threshold. And we felt like it is very important for us to be intentional about engaging those students who are already showing us that they're struggling with their academics, and making sure that we are engaging them, making and providing opportunities for them to raise those GPAs. So that's how we landed on our goal.
Good afternoon, Alejandro Juarez at MLK. Just very similar to Mr. Hulk, as middle school principals, we collaborate a lot, have a lot of discussions like this. And so it's great to see that our counselors are doing the same, and in tandem. Our goal is very, very similar. It's around, promotion. And of course, the goal here is to increase our students who are promoting, and at the same time, reducing the amount of students who are not promoting. Very similar to Mr. Hulk. Our counselors are looking at that previous year's data and current data to make sure that we're trying to, again, increase our promotion numbers. So our goal is by June 2026, the number of 8th grade students with a cum GPA of 1.75 to 1.99 who are at risk of not promoting will be reduced by 50%, from 26 students to 13. And again, that number, was landed on based on previous years data and current data. So we're looking at making sure that we're trying to increase from year to year. Having said that, I think in 2023, 2024, we had 86% of our students who promoted. And then in 24, 25, about 90%. So we're trying to, again, look at those numbers and continue to have, positive outcomes with our promotion of students.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Garcia, and I am the proud principal of Thomas Jefferson. So similar to the other 2 middle schools, we aren't seeing the number of students promoting as high as we'd like to see it. We're offering study skills classes for our 8th graders. We offer daily tutoring. Actually, we offer 2-day tutoring for seventh and eighth graders, but even so, the numbers can be higher. So we landed at that number because it's not yet where we want it to be. So our goal at Thomas Jefferson is by 2026, the total number of eighth grade students with a cumulative GPA of a 1.0 to 199 will decrease. And those numbers will at least be a 2.0 GPA, so they will be eligible to participate in the promotion ceremony. And so an increase of 30%. So we want 102 down to 71.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Cosgrove. I'm the principal of Madera High School. I'll start by reading our goal. By July of 2026, the number of 10th and 11th grade EL students with 2 course deficiencies, which are F or Ds, who want to meet A to G eligibility will decrease by 70% from 33 to 23. How we landed on this goal was there are so many different data points that we can look at from a high school perspective. And this is part of an indicator for the college and career readiness on the California dashboard. But we felt that it impacted a lot of different areas when you say A to G, because if you're looking at a student's A to G, then their GPA is going to have to improve. Their credits are going to have to improve. So we were looking at it from that perspective. And unfortunately, our data showed that we had, whereas school-wide, we hovered around 50% for A to G, our EL students specifically were at 15%.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Talmadge, the principal at Madera South High School. So as I transition into my position this year, I think we've learned that our EL students are a huge focus group at our school. I want to start off with that. I'll read the goal first and I'll draw off some data that we've been looking at too. Is for Madera South, by the end of semester, the spring semester, the number of F grades earned by the 46 EL levels 3 and 4, 9th and 10th grade targeted students who had 2 to 3 Fs at quarter 1 will decrease by 15% from 123 Fs to quarter 1 to 105 Fs or fewer, through targeted interventions, regular progress monitoring, and collaboration with teachers and families. And that was really important to be intentional about what that's going to look like and what we're going to do. So when we look at our current data, which again, this is the goal, and as to why the reason why behind the what of why we chose this goal is currently right now looking at our total number of enrollments, we have 18% of ELs at our school. And of that 18%, we have 67% of the 346 EL students, 227% of those students are LTELs. So we have some work to do. And so this is an area of focus as to why we're looking at our students' EL levels, as well as newcomers and how do we support them. And also looking at the data to help us get our students to increase that student achievement. It's really important for us to focus on our EL students, looking at how they are doing in their ELD classes, to our content area classes as well, and making sure that our counselors are staying connected to that when they're reviewing our students' data, that they're looking at their grades and making sure that our students are excelling in that. The focus of the 9th and 10th grade is really when we look at our number of Fs in our data, academic goals and our data, it is pointing to, again, our students in our 9th and 10th grade students that we want to start them early and get them on the right track. And very similar to Madera High School, we're looking at various data points and looking at the A through G goals and what that criteria looks like and how to meet that. And it is very important for us to start our students at 9th and 10th and moving them along. The focusing on our English learners as one of the focus groups we're working on. Thank you.
Can't go wrong when you're trying to improve EL numbers and grades 9 and 10. Just can't go wrong.
Hello. So a little different than maybe the other sites at Torres. This year and last year, working with the counseling team, we've been open for 5 years now. We started kind of in an odd setting for certain. And so for us, our first year when we did goal setting, we had our counselors kind of trailblazing, trying to get like their feet under them. What data do we look at? Our first first few years of school didn't have graduation rates. We didn't have a dashboard initially. And so when we started to unpack the data, we actually used this year when we were doing our goal setting, the WASC data dashboard, because this is our mid-year cycle. So we're doing our mid-year cycle report for WASC. And they have this really amazing tool that doesn't make us synthesize our own data anymore. It feeds directly from the dashboard to us, our results. And so our counselors, by and large, look to goal set based on our school-wide data. And so they look at the school-wide data. The dashboard for WASC was one of those sources that we were able to leverage. And it clearly aligned with our understanding that our EL focus is our greatest area of need. It's showing regression when we think we're making progress, and kind of unpacking that a bit as to why that is where we landed. And it aligns with our SAP goal, which really talks about like high impact instructional practices and an EL focus, and LTELs being the group that we were asked, I think, at the academic charge, and also looking at our WASC data, which kind of validated the need to kind of target. And so we spent a lot of time, I think you can tell when you come to the Seal of Biliteracy at Torres, really trying to get from a deficit model of second language learning into an asset-based mindset. And so those numbers have come with those, like kids are excited about their bilingualism and their language. And now just trying to target maybe the LTELs that sometimes get stuck is where we're going to go, because that seems to be kind of the breaking point for us in the high school. New kids tend to jump in and excel. Newcomers have always kind of had that trend. It's those that have been there in the system for a long time that sometimes get really fixed. And so our goal was by the end of the school year, our long-term English learners will, who have received a 3 or lower on their LPAC exam, will have, with a GPA within the window of a 2.0 and a 2.5, will increase their GPA by a 10% base. And so that's where we're looking at our goal setting to start for this year. And knowing who they are, right? Like some of that is like your counselors, our teachers, like who are your LTELs, who have been here for a long time and maybe just not yet mastered what they need to master in order to reclassify. So that's where we're putting our energy this year.
A show of value is very important.
So the one thing I'll say is obviously goals are great on paper, right? And here they are. Part of that, when we look back at this tier 2 student outcome goal, you have, you look at your data, you set your goal, but then how are you going to get to the goal? So those are also conversations that I've had, right? And Madera South did a good job of highlighting some of that, right? Targeted interventions, then defining targeted interventions by who. This counselor is going to do this intervention with this group. And so all of that is a part of that plan, right? And this process can be done to multiple goals, but we are specifically doing one targeted one where we're tracking. And then towards the end of the year, we'll see what was the success. Did we get there? And if not, why not? And we did that same process last year as well. We're going to talk a little bit, and we looked at the shift from guidance counselor to kind of the school counseling of today, which was different than even my experience as a high school student. One of the things that we've been doing work with Hatching and ASCA is talking about direct and indirect services. We want our counselors' time to be spent 80% of the time with direct or indirect students to students. Direct services are things like our tier 1. So all of those lessons we saw when we're doing instruction, that is a direct service. When we talk about appraisal or advisement at any level, right? Sitting down with Trustee Fleek and asking her, what do you want to do for college, and help guiding her, right? That's a direct service to her as a student. Same thing with counseling, small groups, all of those things. Indirect, right? I'm doing something on behalf of the student. Maybe I'm referring them to our mental health department, like we heard highlighted during MTSS today, or I'm referring them to some kind of outside agency. I may not be directly involved with that student in that moment, but I'm doing something that directly impacts them. That's how we want 80% of counseling time spent. Now, there are other things, right? There is management, emails exist. Sometimes that is an indirect or direct service, depending on what it is. But we have these other things that are necessary for the job, but we don't want them consuming the counselor's time. And so we spent a lot of time talking about what is a counseling task? What is an indirect service? What is a direct service? And how do we shift from those management tasks to serving our time more to an 80% model. We did something very interesting over the last 2 years, and it's called time tracking. So in the last 2 years, we have picked a 1 to 2 week window in the fall and in the spring. Our counselor on special assignment, who's out sick today, has created kind of this chart that you see in the bottom. And counselors for that 2 week period track every 15 to 30 minutes what they're doing. So 8 to 8:30, I'm responding to emails. And then Sarah has built this tool to where it'll either code what they put in as direct, indirect, that green area being our program management and support, or non-school counseling tasks. And so we've looked at that. We said we want an 80-20. Are we there yet? No, not quite. But when you look at our data, and we should have put them side by side from last year, we're making progress towards that 80-20. We're trying to figure out how to take some of those non-counseling tasks or those program support tasks off their plate, so that way their time is more directly and indirectly spent on student needs. And so this is the high school pie chart that you see up here. You can see about 38% of our counselors' time is spent in direct services, 25% in indirect, about 31% in program planning. Now, right now, some of that program planning time includes the, redoing of our lessons, redeveloping groups. Karen and Beth's team has helped with Character Strong, right? Some of those pieces, looking at and getting ready for those sessions. So we're not there yet, but we're starting to do that, and we'll continue to do time tracking. Similarly, middle school, same kind of thing, right? And then a question I get often is like, what's a non-school counseling task? Like we see some red. What would we classify that as? Things like administering an AP exam, right? If you're proctoring. Really, when we're looking at non-school counseling tasks, we're looking at things that other people can do instead of. Lunch supervision is one that's considered a non-school counseling task because that can be done by multiple people. And so looking at those things and seeing what can we pull off their plate to get more time directly and indirectly in front of students. Are there any questions about use of time?
There's a de-emphasis. I think we need to make this really clear. There's a de-emphasis on the one-on-one closed door counseling. Yeah. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen, because there are times when confidentiality and personalization is the only way we can respond. It's the best way to get to the bottom of something. But there is less emphasis on that for the ability to help kids be more self-sustaining and more self-responsible, and gain more empowerment and agency. There is a move toward preventative, proactive teaching and counseling. And that's true about study skills. That's true in a lot of other areas, not just the ones you've seen here so far.
Yeah, we want to prevent that crisis from happening, right? And I kind of gave the example earlier of, with the exception of Mr. Juarez, we weren't counselors. And so if we don't know exactly what their day-to-day looks like, and what we see is, I'm a vice principal and my counselor's office is right there, and I see a student go in crying and I see the student come out not crying, that counselor must have done their job. Perhaps, right? But we don't know what's going on behind that closed door necessarily, or what could we have done prior for that student to never come in. And so that proactive approach, there is still a need for reactive. There is still a need to help with crisis, but not always just, hey, Kristen wants to go see your counselor because she wants someone to talk to. Well, is there someone else Kristen can talk to first? Is this something that just the counselor can help with? Or is this something that maybe there's other people that can support, so that way counselors can do what only they can do? We're going to talk a little bit about how we're moving forward in sustainability. So I'm going to invite Tina back up for that piece.
Okay, so we talked earlier that every site has created an annual calendar where they're calendaring all the tier 1 and tier 2 lessons and activities, and in order to ensure that they are all happening with fidelity and have a place on the overall school calendar with all the other activities. Some of the other documents that were created in order to assist the counselors and the school principals to ensure that the work of the school counselor and this work of developing this comprehensive school counseling program continues are these two documents I'm going to talk a little bit about. If you can click on the one on the left for me, Frank, thank you.
These have been shared previously. Lots of what you've been shared so far has been shared in previous newsletters with the trustees. Some of it, they're probably are recalling some of the images as we go, but please.
Oh, great. Thank you. And I'm just going to quickly, I just wanted to show that this is the check-in tool that was created in combination with our counselors, with the hatching work, with the administrators to say, okay, what do we want to make sure is happening and when should this happen? So it goes from the beginning of the year, looking at the previous year's end of year report, looking at that annual calendar, making sure the website's updated, and so on. So you can see, if you look through here, that it is really clearly outlined for the administrator to have a conversation with their head counselor or the counseling department to understand what would or should have been happening during that time of the year. And how did that go? What do we need to adjust or do differently? And so it has a lot of links on it for them because it gets them to the other documents that they might need to upload their lessons or to find the work that they need to complete that. So this is there as a tool and to help keep them aligned at each of the school sites. Any questions about this tool before I go to the second one?
Counselors developed it because they want that administrative support from their principal and their team. And now the principal is in charge of this document and these items to help the counselors make sure that they get done. Head counselors don't have supervisorial oversight of the rest of the counseling team. And in middle school, we don't have a head counselor. So our principals are really the only people positioned properly to support the counselor's desire to do the right thing for their kids and to know that their colleagues are doing it too.
Yes, and it was developed as a tool. Speaking as a site administrator, there are so many things happening at a school site, at a comprehensive middle school or a high school. And we wanted to ensure that the work that the counselors are doing is that we make sure that that is happening again in a comprehensive way across all of the sites. So this is a tool that helps to ensure that all of those balls that are being juggled are not lost and that it keeps everyone on track for that. So this is a really helpful tool to just keep everyone aligned district-wide. The other document is from ASCA. It's not, there. Oh, yes. We can just talk about it, but it's just a blank document, but it's ASCA's document. It's the annual administrative conference. So this again happens one time a year where the administrator or the principal meets with the head counselor or the counseling department to talk about, how did the previous year go? What are our goals for this year? What are the needs of our students? What are the needs of the counseling department? And again, it just really keeps the work focused on the ASCA standards and what the work of the guidance counselor, not guidance counselor, the comprehensive school counselor program should be doing. Yes, thank you. Use that old term. Any questions about either of those? Okay. I think this is back. Yes. So I think it was. So the principals, a few of the principals are going to come up. They work together to create this list of what they have noticed in the shifts in the counseling programs since this work has been done with hatching.
Some of the first shifts that we're going to talk about have to do with what Tina just went over in establishing the whole hatchings work with creating timelines, the lesson plans, the presentations, the time for them to get together and look at the data, even though they have different goals, but going over, or even the data from their lessons. So just kind of an overview of all the things hatching has done, has allowed the counselors to do, to be at that 80% where there's a a program that they're following. So that is important for us as in that shift for counseling, so that we're able to support them to know what the expectations are, what the counselors know their expectations, but also us as administrators know what the expectations are, and so we can support them.
The second shift really is about prioritizing their work and then providing the time so that they can get into classrooms and meet with students in tiers 2 and 3. And so I know at my site, I meet with my counseling team weekly. I know some of the other principals meet with their teams biweekly. And so being a part of the Hatchings work has allowed us to prioritize their work in guiding those meetings, and then also keeping their work sacred and not necessarily pooling them for supervision or ancillary support duties, so that they truly have time to support kids in tiers 1 through 3.
The third shift deals a lot with protecting instructional time. I know that as a district, we're making a huge concerted effort to protect that as much as we can, especially in ELA and math with the assessments schedule and just kind of that shift, right? So having, the consistent timelines, the consistent, calendaring allows us as principals to really look at, okay, so where are these lessons taking place? In the past, there were times where it's like, hey, the counselors, and again, no fault to the counselors, but we're out there fending for themselves, trying to schedule when these lessons are going to be conducted, and they could possibly well land in math and ELA. And again, not their fault, but at least this allows us as principals to be able to look at where are we concerning those efforts, where are we interrupting time, and if we need to protect it. I think that's one of the biggest areas that we're looking at that allows us to support counseling. And of course, with the Hatchings work, it's really made it, just a little bit more eye-opening for us to make sure that it's spread out in other areas and protect that instructional time of ELA and math.
And we've recognized the fourth, that with more regular meetings with counselors have helped administrators have an understanding of the counselors' work and how to support students and counselors. And it's not necessarily that it's about the more meetings, it's about the structure that this has provided for those particular meetings. And in those meetings and in the Hatchings trainings, it's allowed the administrators to have truly a better understanding of exactly what the work is that we're asking them to do. And it allows us to better leverage that understanding to assist students.
So since I've been in the room with you all morning, I know you guys have gotten to just sit at the dais, but we're going to get you up now. I'm going to have the principals. We have by pyramid, purple, blue, and then red. What we're going to look at right now is what's called the end of the year report. So this is the end of the year last year. Each counseling team does this twice a year, mid-year and end year, where they put together some of their data, their highlights, the things that they want to brag about their site. The idea behind this is also about transparency with teachers and the public, right? Because sometimes teachers don't know, right, what counselors do. They just sit in their office all day drinking coffee. I don't know, right? Now they're starting to see them more in their classrooms and understand. But this kind of shows what is it that our counselors are doing to improve student practices. So we're going to do a little kind of gallery walk around. We're going to kind of split you guys up. So if I can get the principals to go to your guys' areas, and then I'll excuse the board in a second. We'll spend just a few minutes at each. I want you guys to look at these. Feel free while you're there to ask the principals, like, what did you do to get to here? Or why did you do it? How are students different as a result? But we want to get your guys' eyes on some of these. So Trustee Dybert and let's see, I've got 4. So Trustee Dybert and Trustee Fleek, if you guys want to start with purple. Clerk Mendoza, if you want to start back at blue. And then Seibert and Superintendent Lyle, if you guys want to start with red. And then we'll rotate you guys around. Cabinet, feel free to join a group if you'd like to engage in this as well. So as we start making our way back to our seats, I will point out those were last year's end of the year reports. Counselors are currently active in the middle of their mid-year reports. As soon as those are published in December, we will be sure to put those in the board newsletter so you can see what progress we've made so far this year. And then again, when we do our end of the year reports closer to May, we'll be sure that you guys have those as well. And if you guys want copies of these, we have last year's end of the year reports here because we will take those down when we exit the boardroom today. I'm going to go ahead and invite up our high school principals to talk about another kind of new process that has come out of this. Counseling advisory committees. They're going to tell you about what those are. All 3 high schools have already held theirs for this year, and all 3 middle schools have their dates on the calendar. So high school principals, please join me.
As they're coming up, I want to make sure the trustees hear that I got positive feedback from community members who got to be a part of this, who said, what a great idea. Why haven't we done these before? I don't want to ever miss these again. So thank you for that.
So I guess I'll go first. Yes, I just have to jump in. So we had the advisory council. So it was a group of a lot of different community members, staff, teachers, our student advocates, parents. So there, as you can see from the pictures, a lot of people involved. The counselors went over essentially what we've kind of went over with you today, their indirect and direct services, how they can help students, what their lessons are, what they're providing to students. But then the powerful piece that I got out of it was really the areas of growth and ideas and how we can build upon those, giving them the opportunity for the feedback, and then how we can continue to support our school community.
Yeah, I think for me, my highlight with this was I walked in not knowing, because this is my first year at Madera South, and I walked in not knowing exactly what to.
All of us.
Oh, great. Now I feel like I'm not alone. But walked in and really took it from the lens of a student, because we've had students, we have parents, we had parents who spoke Spanish only also represented on our panel. And it was really good to just say from the lens of a student, the lens of a parent, and then the lens of the educator who work directly with our students, like, what does this look like? And walking away from this, just knowing that our counselors did an amazing job by being able to highlight their goals, what the data points are in order to create those goals, those SMART goals, they call them, for the year, really highlighting the different parts of like activities or lessons, their the impact they made to students, and then highlighting our groups. I'm going to take it back to our English learners, because that is a huge group focus at our school, and really doing that pre and post assessment and getting that feedback too. We got to do a pre and post assessment with our our advisory meeting, and I think I did better by the time I got to the post. So that means I was a good listener, but it was definitely an eye opener about how catching results really supported the implementation, that really supported our counseling, and they really do care. They do a lot for our kids.
I think for us, this was this was interesting because I didn't realize there was a formal title with it. So ACSA actually has a recognition system for counseling programs to apply to. And one of the criteria was an advisory council. So we've actually had opportunities where we have our counselors meet with like our sample size of our House of Representatives and get feedback from the student body about like, what do they like about counselors? What's their frustration related to counseling? How can we improve services? And they'll tell us over time, like, we appreciate that you're going into classes, but we never know what the heck the schedule is. Could you send out a weekly schedule of where the counselors will be if we need things? And so they've fine-tuned their practices, and the advisory council, I think, existed in maybe a site-specific setting where we had, for example, some of our parents who would volunteer, and like I said, our House of Rep would be used as our effort for student feedback, but we hadn't yet built, I think, a system where we were inviting our stakeholders, because as we designed our school, it took a lot of time to identify, well, what is Madera South's practice? What is Madera High's practice? And, you know, how do we leverage what's great about both? to make our own practice. And so Hatchings really helped us kind of flashlight some of those things, which helped with obviously the advisory council. And we've just had one. And I think it was a really good start. It's just a new process for us. And so kind of making sure we have the right stakeholders there, that we have voice and such from a wide variety is important, but also that internally the students and the staff have a fluency with it that they can speak to, because they have the ears of the public and the families that sometimes I may not directly have access to. And so we want to build internal awareness and then obviously branch out into our community awareness too.
One thing that I will add here, and Sabrina made mention of it, that AXA has some awards, and it's called RAMP. So we have some schools that are trying to get some of these documents. We have all the pieces together. So we have some schools looking at applying for RAMP awards in the future. You'll notice on advisory councils, one of the optional people are school board members. As we apply for RAMP, you guys are a little less optional and a little bit more encouraged. And so we'll work with Liz and Todd to get you invites to those, because I would love for you guys. I'll take this one. I didn't know they were that easy to just swap out. We'll get you the invite for those because we'd love your guys' voice. I got to attend all three of the high school ones. They all took a little different approach, but the feedback, the opportunity for the stakeholders to share glows and grows and improvements, and how to see how the counselors are starting to use that work was very valuable. And we do have our middle schools also doing that this year coming up.
Okay, we just wanted to highlight very quickly the menu of services that have been created by the counselors at the middle and high school. You have a handout of this in your handout. So you have the slide of this, which is really hard to read, but in the other packet that you have in front of you, the handouts, you should have, yes, that one. You should have a full page that looks more like this for high school and middle school. Do you have that there?
Last
Okay.
page.
Perfect.
Last page, yeah. That's it.
Great.
Yep.
And
two
so
pages.
this is just for your reference, tying that back to our MTSS presentation this morning. You got to see for academics, for social emotional behavior, and for mental health and wellness that there is a menu of services for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. The same exists for counseling at both middle school and high school. So I'm not going to go into detail about that, but I did want to draw your attention to it. And you can see that it's a very comprehensive program at both middle school and high school. And there's a lot of support for our students. Kristen is coming back up to talk about some accomplishments and where we're going next.
So when I really think back to the last 3 years, and this being year 4, right, we're kind of in that sustainability, kind of where we started with nothing to having a comprehensive school counseling program, bringing counselors in by grade level teams to be able to share that. I think some of our biggest accomplishments and highlights is that shared instructional time. And Alejandro did a good job of kind of, saying before counselors wanted to do, again, presentations, not necessarily teaching. We've made that shift. But it was based on relationships, and it was based on the counselor's ability to know that history teacher and that history teacher to be okay for them to go in the classroom, but maybe the other history teacher didn't. So now it's not a tier 1 because not all did. So by having those kind of negotiations, if you will, finding where those lessons live, we've been able to make it easier for administrators to protect that instructional time, but also to make sure that all students are getting those services. That student, which provides that student universal access piece. The team collaboration, when you see those quarterly counselor meetings and you see them diving into their pre and post test and talking about, that Chihuahua picture didn't go well, let's do this next year, right? Those engagements, those callbacks, those things that were not in our counselors' toolkits prior to starting this work and watching them present. I think one of the cool things that I saw at all 3 counseling advisories is some of the training and the hatching kind of call to attention or pre and post, they brought those in even to our adult group as they conducted their advisories. And so seeing them use those and get better at those was really important. We do have our strategic planning committees. So, right, we have a subcommittee for FAFSA where we look at the data together. We talk about our parent nights. We have a subcommittee for scholarships, right? So there's these other committees that are meeting around some of those calendars, and menu of services. The school-wide visibility and awareness. I know last year, most of our counseling teams presented their mid-year and end of the year reports just briefly at an all-staff meeting, sharing with their staff, what is it that we've done, giving that visibility and that lens to counselors. And that's something that's going to be ongoing. And then finally being at a place where we have comprehensive services between sites within the same months to make sure that all of our students have the information to advocate for themselves and to leave us college and career ready. We're not done. This work is going to continue to be modified and revised as we continue to grow and as students get more and more tools in their kind of belts. Some of the things that we know we want to do is obviously the sustainability, making sure that the counselor's work is visible to all. And so, making sure to trust, or Clerk Mendoza's earlier point about how does the student reference back to this? Making sure that everyone knows where those Google Classrooms are, making sure our teachers and our parents know about these things that are happening. And if they don't, where to access people, and then continued alignment, right? If we just walked away at this point and let everyone work in silos, other things come up. And so how do we continue to use our checklists and our monitoring tools to make sure that this work continues to live on? And that is all that we have. We are happy to take, myself, Tina, and our site principals are happy to take any questions that the board would have at this point. And if not, thank you so much for letting us share kind of the last 3 years of work and show you where we've come during that time.
So I saw that at Thomas Jefferson, there was a lot of parent contact. So that was very, very good. I'm not going to go into ask you details how you did that, but what will be the procedure for a parent who wants to talk to a counselor? Whether email or in person, just so I know in case somebody asks me.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, if it's a specific student and they know who the counselor is, emailing the counselor to either, if it's a question or to set an appointment, is going to be the way to go. They can also call the offices, and the admin assistants can help them to schedule that with the counselor, depending on the need. Not everything necessarily needs a in-person face-to-face meeting. A lot of times, right, we can send a link or something through email, but they do know based on ARIES who their child's specific counselor is, and the counselors are responsive to those things. Anybody else?
May I just very quickly, please, Clerk Mendoza, were you going to? Please do.
No, go ahead.
I just want to close out by saying that so far today, what we've heard is very intentional, very structured, very research-based shifts from all to each, from thinking about things in 20th century terms to 21st century terms, to being far more clinical, to being far more transparent and public about what we expect and what we're doing, and a whole lot more sense of responsibility and a whole lot more sense of accountability to do what we all believe in, because these are people that believe in this work. Right now, we have the right secondary principals. I think you could see that yourself today in your interactions with them. We have the right directors involved. We have the right divisions involved. We have the right SEC leaders involved in this work. We are really fortunate. We have a long way to go. We see that, but we're trying to be really courageous and get after the right work for the right reasons, because we know we have always had the right kids out there with great potential. It's unacceptable to us that our students wouldn't have the opportunity to be the best they could be because our systems weren't set up to meet their needs. So we know we can do better. We will do better. You're even going to hear a little bit more about how we're going to bring that directly into the classroom, and using a very similar approach by name and by need, and a very similar approach to collaboration and professional responsibility, meet the needs of our students academically. And that's what's coming up next. But there is, I hope, a lot of continuity and coherence in what you are seeing and hearing these last 2 days. So we have the team from Student and Family Support that has brought a lot of value to this Hatchings work. So Karen, Prince, Beth, thank you. From Ed Services, Kristen, Tina, holy smokes, I hope I'm not missing anybody. I wouldn't want to do that. Thank you. It was a privilege to be a part of it. when I saw it on my calendar, I looked forward to going, not because I was out of my office for a full day, wink, wink, but because I got to be in a space where real change was being made and real voices were being heard and plans were being developed and people were coming closer and closer together. It felt like the right work at the right time with just the right people and a lot of the right leaders in the room making a difference. I hope you saw and felt that today because it makes me incredibly proud and optimistic. I want to thank you guys.
I just want to say thank you so much. Everybody did such a great job and stuff. There's something that we've been looking forward for a long time, and each and every one of you do such a wonderful job that I really appreciate it. I know the board, the entire board, on behalf of the board, we really appreciate all your hard work and all your efforts that you put forward. Based on everything that you've covered, we truly appreciate it. I know I do. That's it.
Ditto here. Now we move to solution tree presentations. Superintendent Lyle.
So President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza, members of the board, as we transition out the secondary people, thank you again last time. We also then welcome up Assistant Superintendent for Leadership, Horacio Rodriguez, who's going to present this item. And you got to see yesterday the area assistant superintendents were in the back of the room at Madera County Superintendent of Schools. You also may have noticed that you had in the room Principal Jamie Huerta from Sierra Vista. You had yesterday also the principal from Nishimoto, Aaron Falk, and you got a chance to go walk into the world of Washington Principal Beto Hernandez. So we've had a little exposure to all of this to build some context, because this is, I guess, for Joe and Sandin, this is the ball handling and passing and shooting of education. For Horacio, this is the single leg takedown and the half Nelson of education. And yeah, there you go. And so for the football guys like me, this is the blocking and tackling of education. This is the work that if you can't do it, you can't meet the needs of the 21st century. It's not always sexy. It's not always technicolor and splashy. This is the day-to-day grind that we are going to ask our teachers to engage in together. And when they get past a certain point, as our three principals who've joined us can tell you, their teachers will say they never want to work another way again. This is the best way that they have ever worked to be the most effective they can be, to have the least level of anxiety, and to feel the most put together and prepared to meet their students' needs every single day. But it is, for the first couple of years, quite challenging. Having said all of that, the process is challenging to wrap our heads around, and it's difficult, and it's also incredibly important to us to master it. To do that, we will need your help, trustees. Mr. Rodriguez, Dr. Mua, whoever you is.
We are the school leadership division. That's what it is. So, well, good afternoon, Board President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza, and the members of the board, trustees, and Superintendent Lyle. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I know you guys have had 2 really long educational days, but we're going to leave you with a really good note, just to let you know what's the current reality, where are we going, what's the process, and what have we been working on. And so our focus today is going to be on the PLC process, or which is professional learning communities. We do have our principals, like Superintendent Lyle mentioned. They will be coming up and sharing their journey and their story with you guys. You guys have heard bits and pieces throughout the last several years of just their data and their accomplishments, but now they get to really tell you the whole thing in one sitting. And so it is a pleasure to speak with you guys. And before I get to the, just to set the foundation, now what I'd like to do is, the question is always, what is a professional learning community, right? And so that is the definition by Dr. Janelle Keating, who is a renowned author and also a retiree of a superintendent role and educator. And so we tend to think that PLC Foundation is just a list of words, but it's actually a roadmap. It really is a roadmap of our mission, our vision, our core values, our commitments, and what that anchors us to the work that we're doing. And so the two pillars that I'd like for us to kind of frame our mind around is collaborative culture in our district and data-driven practice. So you'll hear a lot of those things throughout our presentation today. And as you guys have already heard that throughout yesterday and today as well too. And so with that, that defines the necessary actions that allows us to achieve our collective success here in our district. And so the quote that Dr. Janelle Keating, who wrote in this one slide, it says, PLC Foundation, what it means is the district mission, vision, values, which are shared commitments, and goals. It's embedded a collaborative culture throughout the district. Create a commitment to data-driven, research-based culture at every level within the district. And so all that to say is there's alignment, coherence in whatever it is that we're trying to do. And like Superintendent Lau mentioned earlier, is everything that we've been sharing with you guys the last couple of days is there has been a theme all across the different things that we've been sharing with you guys. And it's alignment, and it truly is intentional with what we're trying to do. This very next image here is one that our principals have gotten used to. We introduced it to them last year, but our solution tree principles, this is not new to them. And so we refer to this. This is one of our roadmap that we use as we go through and build capacity in our principles. And so the PLC process is not just an add-on professional development activity, but it's actually what keeps our schools systemically sound, and the application that they're doing at their school site for continuous improvement, as well as our district as well too. And so it's moving us from working in isolation to working collaboratively with data-driven conversations, team-based quality models that ensures every teacher is using their collective expertise in the team and at the school site to really maximize the student results. So before I go into this infographic, I want to give an analogy. I happen to like to be in the kitchen, and I like to cook, and I like to try new recipes. So the analogy I'm going to use is, for example, the PLC process is like a high-end restaurant kitchen. Now, the product or the end product is we want to make sure that we execute a really good, delicious meal. In this instance, it's our student learning, our student achievement. So the individual teacher, if you think about it in terms of this in the classroom, it is no different than an individual chef, right? That's in the kitchen. So a chef is highly skilled, but they don't work by themselves. They work alongside with other folks. They do have a higher knowledge, but if they do work by themselves, it becomes inconsistent with whatever dishes that they're pushing out. So they do work with a team. Now the PLC team is no different than the chef's team or the line cooks in this analogy. So the chefs, which is teachers, they work together to standardize and conceptualize exactly what it is that they want to cook. They discuss how to execute the dish perfectly. And so then in this infographic, you see the 4 questions at the very top. The first one is what to learn. That's where the team defines exactly what standardized recipes for the signature disc. They know exactly what ingredients, they know exactly what steps to take in order for them to really cook a really delicious beef Wellington, right? If you don't do it well, it's not going to turn out to be a beef Wellington. So they have to make sure they know exactly what it is that they want to execute. In this case, we want to make sure we know exactly what we want our kids to learn. Question number 2 is, how do we know they learned it? That's the taste tester. That's where in the kitchen, you have taste testers. They need to check to make sure that the temperature is on point, is on target before it leaves the kitchen. And this is where the common formative assessment comes into play. This is where we test to see how our kids are doing. We check for understanding, right? And then question 3 is, it's the intervention piece. It really is. It's asking, how will we respond when some students do not learn it? That's when do we intervene? In the kitchen, if a sauce is broken, the chef team immediately stops the service. They go in, they remake the dish again and the sauce again. So then that way they can help each other and coach each other to be responsible, to be able to produce a really good dish. And question 4 is the other piece that we tend to not talk too much about is how will we respond when some students already know it? What's the enrichment piece, right? So if the dish is already perfect, the team documents the precise steps. They know exactly what it is that they're teaching, and they know how, and they know what to do to challenge the students to the next level. And so it's not just loading up for extra work, but it's how are they really challenging the kids to think critically and to be able to think in an advanced mindset. Okay. And so therefore a successful restaurant relies on consistency. They rely on high quality product and not just on the talent of one person, but it's the whole team. So I use that analogy and I was going back and forth between the two, but it really is because the PLC process isn't just the teacher lead that leads the PLC, but it really is the whole team in itself. It's where they come together and they are able to, for example, the very top of the infographic that I've shown here is identify essential standards. That's where as a team, they come together and they identify essential standards, 8 to 10 essential standards for ELA, 8 to 10 for math. That might sound small, but it's actually not. If we think about it, there's 36 school weeks. And so that's anywhere between 16 to 20 standards that we're really having kids learn in a school year. And so from there, the principals, they've taken their teachers through this process already. So as a team, they go through identifying essential standards. And then after that, they unpack the essential standards, really looking at the standards and what does that mean? What does that look like? And how do they make these essential standards from the state of California student friendly? So then they turn it into I can statements in the classrooms. So when you go into the classroom, if you see on the whiteboard, it says I can, that means as a student, at the end of this lesson, I can do X, Y, Z, right? And then from there, the next step is to take them through the developing unit plans. And this is where they talk about, they're able to unpack the standards, identify, unpack it. Now they have to develop unit plans. These unit plans, it's not 1 week plans. These are sometimes 3 to 4 weeks long. And it requires the whole team to come together to be able to identify those and create those. And it's a process. And they have to also come up with CFAs or CSAs to assess that. That's like the analogy I gave earlier is the test tasters, right? They have to know what it is. And then it goes through the first time best instruction. That's first tier 1 instruction in the classroom. We want to make sure 85% of our kids get the instruction and they understand, they master the essential standards the first time, not the second time, not the third time, but the first time. And that's why it's incredibly important to be intentional about our unit planning. From there, it goes into assessing and analyzing student learning. And then it goes into, once the assessment is given, from there, you'll see the arrow that it goes, just kind of circulates a little bit. That's where the intervention and the enrichment comes into play. So as a team, they then look at their scores as a whole team. And even as a classroom teacher, they also look at it as a classroom as well too. So they look at a couple different viewpoints to be able to look at where they can intervene. This is where deployment comes into play. This is where tutoring comes into play. This is where they intervene in the classroom small group comes into play. And then from there, there's the summative assessment and reflection at the end. And so this is the same cycle that the teachers at the school sites, that our principals, as well as our district leads and us as a district, school leadership and ed services, we expect our principals to make sure that this is happening. So when they're walking into a PLC, when there's a second grade team in a classroom PLCing, they are making sure that they're answering these 4 questions and they're able to answer it and they're able to decipher which of their kids need additional help and which one needs some additional enrichment and whatnot. And maybe it's a question error. They need to go back and look at the question for assessing the kids. So this is just a very simple process that we have really focused in on and being intentional about the work that we're doing at our site. So I will then invite Principal It's Nishimoto, Principal Falk, to come on up here and she can share her journey with you guys.
Oh, now I could have two if I wanted. Just kidding. I don't need to. All right, we'll start over. Good afternoon, President Seibert, Clerk Mendoza, Superintendent Lyle, and board trustees. For those who don't know me, I am Erin Falk. I'm the principal of Nishimoto, where I have been. This is year number 9. It's hard to believe. Time flies when you're having fun. And when thinking about this presentation, it was difficult because how do you capture a 3-year journey that we're still on into 15 minutes? But I'm going to do my best to give the highlight reel and big picture. And I know my colleagues are going to give some additional examples when they talk about their school as well. So Dr. Mua, she's an analogy person. Didn't know that. That's new information for me. I'm a quote person. So when I put this quote up here, a PLC is an ethos that infuses every single aspect of a school's operation. When a school becomes a PLC, everything in the school looks different than it did before. And I think that captures the essence of what has happened over the last 3.5 years at Nishimoto. So I want to talk about just 4 really major shifts that we saw and give some examples of what that looked like. And the first is a shift in culture. The second is a shift in focus. The third, a shift in capacity. And then the fourth is a shift in our outcomes. So, do I click? Does someone else click? Okay. So the first one, and I think the one that is often most underestimated, but was probably most foundational and crucial to our work, was that shift in culture. And that was coming from building a shared foundation, clarity on the tight and loose expectations of what our professional learning community was going to look like, how our school was going to operate, and then creating a collective responsibility for all students. So the first one, building a shared foundation, I was like, we got this. Like, I've been doing this a while. We've got a mission. We've got a vision. Collective commitments, we already did that because I went to the PLC at Work conference. Like, we're good. Like, you've got this down. Like, I'm a GATE student. I'm ahead. And Rich Smith, who I think some of you guys saw yesterday when you went to McSauce, pretty much punched me in the stomach by asking me, okay, I'm going to bring in your leadership team. I'm going to have you all write down your mission on a Post-it and let's see how close we get to each other. And I was like, oh no, this isn't going to go well. So I realized really quickly, we did not have a shared foundation. So we spent a lot of time really developing those and building commitment to those so that we could have a sense of shared leadership within our guiding coalition or our leadership team, because this was one of those things I learned really quickly. If you guys don't know me that well, I really like control. I like to do things myself because who's going to do them better? Like, I want it done right, you know? But this is work that has to come from the teams. In order to get a school to move, you have to have the people committed. And our people are going to commit to their colleagues and their peers when they're doing it together and they have ownership. So that's why I'm going to do the hand real quick. Regina Stevens Owen kind of gave this analogy of a hand. And in the center, you have your administration, your school leadership. They're like right in the middle. But then on the outside, that palm, you have your leadership team. And then they're the ones disseminating the change out into their teams and to our teachers. So that really stuck with me. They make fun of me because I do the hand all the time, but I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That did not come from me. Yeah. So I mean, you have a couple of dirty fingernails every once in a while. We all do, but you know, building that shared foundation so that it was understood, that it was known, and that you built that commitment to high levels of learning and that belief that all students can learn at grade level and higher. So that was like the biggest, I think, most underestimated piece of our journey and took time to establish. The second is the clarity of tight and loose expectations. And, you know, we've heard clarity precedes competence. We've heard being clear is being kind. And I think that we lacked clarity in what teachers' collaboration was supposed to look like. So we had to get really tight about what was expected and also give that loose space for teams to have freedom to be creative and to do what they knew and bring their knowledge and art. So the tight expectations really just was around what Dr. Mu had just talked about. And I won't reiterate all those things, but that cycle, that when our teachers were in their 100 minutes of collaboration per week, they were focusing on that cycle, the PLC cycle, as well as those 4 essential questions. If they weren't answering one of those 4 essential questions, it was not the collaborative meeting time expectation. So with that clarity, I think then our teams had a better understanding. And then the third part of that shifting culture is just creating a collective responsibility for all students. So it's not like my class of first grade students and Mrs. G's class of first grade students, and we're trying to outdo each other. But these are all of our first grade students because our kids come with us with so many different needs that we know we cannot meet them all alone. But if we do that together, we've got a fighting chance to do so. So an example of that, you can see there that graphic is just a little snippet of how our second grade team is doing that to tackle intervening on phonics. You see they've got some students that are needing some extra help. They're performing behind what grade level standards are. So you see the blue group, Mr. Adams is taking all of those kids, but they come from different classes. And so they have a set intervention time where they're doing that. So they're sharing kids, they're trusting each other. And then we also have an enrichment group that one of our student teachers was doing, which was pretty awesome to see some of the readers theater and plays and things that was happening there. The second major shift was just a shift in our focus. And again, this was a really hard one because it was shifting away from focusing on what my teaching is going to look like to a focus on student learning and how we know that's happening. Teachers were really good. We were very congenial at Nishimoto. Everyone got along, no one ever left. There were a lot of potlucks. I think when I got there, they even called it Nishiland because it was so fun. They didn't call it that after I was there for a little while, but really shifting away from like, oh, what are slides going to look like? What activities are we going to do? To a focus on, again, those 4 critical questions. How do we know that our kids are learning at grade level or higher? And what are we going to do when they aren't? And what are we going to do when they are? So shifting that focus took time because teachers said, well, when are we going to design our slides? When are we going to plan our lessons together? And I was like, well, you know, how we are going to teach it is not one of the 4 questions of a PLC. So with time, I think that now we can bring some of those conversations in at a different time. But it was a big shift in the focus of our focus, big shift in the focus of our thinking. The third one is just a shift in overall teacher capacity. Not to say that teachers don't have a professional capacity, but there is a lot for an elementary teacher to know. They get, boxes and boxes of curriculum for each course subject. They have standards for each course subject. It's hard to know what to prioritize. And so I think what this really forced upon our teachers in the shift to capacity is a deep understanding of their standards, learning best practices from each other, being vulnerable and sharing what's working and what's not, as well as making more and better informed decisions based on actual evidence and data and not just like a gut feeling. So the first one, there's going to be a lot more artifacts shared by my colleagues, but just that deep understanding of what a grade level standard is. This is 1 3rd grade standard, and you can see there's a lot that goes into that. They take that one standard and they're like, okay, what does that mean? What are the concepts? What skills? What do the students need to know? What do they need to be able to do? And then they deconstruct that into individual student-friendly learning targets. And then that is going to be the basis of their units that they're building together, their assessments that they're building together, and how they're measuring learning.
Just as I want to make sure that we say this is very important. Go back to one more slide. Thank you. We used to use unit plans that came with the content we adopted. Most of the time, teachers didn't have the time nor the opportunity nor the level of teamwork necessary to develop a unit plan from scratch based on the standards. Using a question bank to come up with a final assessment. They didn't used to have these kinds of tools, but these are becoming more and more available. And my master teacher taught me the lesson plan using if I couldn't get a lesson plan done in 2 Post-it notes, one stuck to the bottom of the other. So it was like 2 Post-it notes hanging together. If I couldn't get it all into that, it was too complicated. I'd never get it all done. So I need to limit myself. So limit my thinking, limit the directions I give myself, get it done to like put it on a postcard basically. That's not how this is anymore. So I just wanted to say like the paradigm shift from the world that I came into as an early educator in the time I've been in education, this shift from then to now is profound. And these 3 principles have been leading us in that shift in the modern day. We have a couple of examples from the past that aren't too far back in the past where we were making some successful progress, but things did not sustain. So we're reinventing this now. And these 3 are retrofitting. I'm going to keep using that word, retrofitting higher expectations with better tools than we've utilized in the recent past anyway. So please.
Another area where they've grown in capacity is learning from each other. And I snapped this picture. It was clearly like late October because there's Halloween decorations up on the board there. But the 4th grade team was having a discussion about division and how they were teaching division. And a couple of the 4th grade teachers have been teaching 4th grade for a really long time. And they're used to teaching the standard algorithm, which if you look at the 4th grade division standard anymore, that's the standard algorithm is not part of it at all. But being able to model division in multiple ways is. And so they have become to a place where they are vulnerable enough with each other for our veteran teachers that have been teaching 4th grade for over 20 years to say, I'm really struggling teaching this to my kids because I'm really struggling understanding it. And this is a 2nd-year teacher said, oh, my kids are responding really well to this place value method. And they're like, well, what's that? And so she just jumped up and she taught her colleagues on the board. And then they decided afterwards, you know what, I'm going to come and I'll teach it to your kids and you can watch. Ms. Falk, can you get us coverage? And I said, absolutely. So they're learning from each other and they're hungry to learn from each other because they have that collective responsibility. They want to see all of the 4th graders be successful, not just the ones in their class. So I thought that was a pretty cool moment. And then the 3rd area of capacity building is just making better informed decisions based on data. There was one time, our coach, we call him Cowboy Casey, because everywhere he goes, if you ever saw him at my school, he has a big old cowboy hat. And they were having a conversation. This was year one of the teams. And he was like, well, how do you know they got it? And then they're like, well, we know, like we saw, like we walked around, we can see. And he's like, well, where's your evidence? And it kind of got like crickets in the room. And he's like, yeah, if it's just based on your feelings, that's not going to cut it anymore. You need evidence. So now we collect, this is an example of first grade, how all of our teams collect data this way. The 1, 2, 3s and 4s represent proficiency levels. So a 4 would be mastery, a 3 would be proficiency, a 2 would kind of be in the middle, and then a 1 is they're not yet. And so they collect student data, student by student, skill by skill. So they know exactly then where to group kids for intervention. So we did not have that kind of information and response before we started this process.
Got that right? So say it one more time. You gather data.
Student by student, skill by skill.
Color coded. So what do I do with the 2 or the 1?
So we can see that Kaylee, I can tell right now, she's proficient in her reading, her decoding. So she can decode the words. What she is struggling with the short vowels, these are all short vowels. You can see the CFAs and then the CSA at the end. She's struggling with the encoding. So that would be representing it spelling. So we don't do traditional spelling lists anymore. That we teach the skill and then we assess them based on whether they can apply that skill in something they haven't practiced, but that matches. So Kaylee would go to an intervention group for encoding or for spelling.
Very specific needs, not just, well, she needs help. So she needs help with just this. So it gets very, very granular, very diagnostic. Is it possible to have a higher level of expectation that students get to proficiency utilizing this approach with every student and every standard and every skill?
Absolutely. And I would say that's our plan. And I have, when I get to a focus on outcomes, one of the most exciting outcomes that we've seen at Nishimoto is not just CASP scores, but an increased levels of proficiency in foundational literacy skills. And I've got a graphic for that, but you're kind of trying to beat me to the punch there. So now we get to our shift in outcomes. So we know CASP is our Super Bowl. So over the past 4 years, we have seen pretty significant and steady increases in our percentage of students that are meeting or exceeding standards in math. In ELA, we have been disappointed. We had a really good year. We were excited from 23 to 24. We're like, yes, we got this. And then last year, we're like, okay. But it's instead of there was a little bit of discouragement, but instead of despair, we suck. It's like, okay, what do we need to change? What do we need to do better? What can we learn from each other? And how can we pivot now? So that's really exciting to see. It again, it goes back to that shift in culture. And then the one that I think is going to be most predictive of our future success and where we're going to see is our percentage of students leaving second grade that are fluent readers. So we started in the end of 2022, we were only at about 50%. So this is really a reflection of the work from that kindergarten through second grade has done. This was measured by the MAP fluency test, to where at the end of last year, we're knocking on the door now of 80% of our students going to third grade. This year, our current third graders that are reading fluently or decoding fluently, and our third grade teachers are noticing the difference. So that we've also seen declines in our chronic absenteeism. We've seen declines in our office referrals, and we've seen increases in our EL reclassification year over year. So we also, another outcome that we are really proud of is at Nishimoto is to become a model PLC school. It doesn't typically happen in only 3 years from what I understand. So I really want to give kudos to my team. And then I think an unspoken outcome that many of you were present at we kind of had an end of the year celebration for this last year, is I have had, I counted yesterday, 10 new teachers counting this year in the last 4 years, which is kind of crazy because like the 7 years before that, there were only 3. So we are having a turnover as we see retirees and people going out. But one of the things that our new teachers said over and over when they presented on this work was how beneficial it was as a new teacher to come in and have this to guide their work and to have this to get a better understanding of what they should be teaching and how they should be assessing. So that's all. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Nice to see you again. I think you've heard me talk a lot the last couple of days, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. At our school, our journey was a little different than the other 2 schools. Sorry. It's right on the picture, sorry. Yeah, just click on the picture. And so our journey, as you know, has been a little different because we are still building our DLI model. And so at the same time, we were learning about the PLC process. And so we have been juggling both these last 3.5 years. And one of the biggest shifts for us was clarity of what you want students to learn in Spanish. And so okay, I'll keep talking over them. And so that was the biggest shift for us is what do we teach in English and Spanish and by grade level and by percentage of language. And so we had to get very clear. But before we could do that, we had to have a very clear purpose and priority and really establish a mission that was going to honor the bilingual and biliteracy goals of our school. Establish high expectations. Just because our students are from a community with the highest poverty rates doesn't mean they can't learn just like any other student in Madera. And we had to have established strong collective commitments and a real strong commitment to the work. It's not forward. Thank you. And so I shared a little bit about this yesterday. We've seen outcomes over the last 3 years in improving attendance, English learner progress, and closing the gap with English language arts, English assessment with distance from standard. This is another one that I did not share yesterday, but we're very proud of. The first bar you see, that's the year before. This is my 11th year at Washington. And so the first bar you see is the number of suspensions the year before I got to Washington. And so that was very shocking when I looked at that number. And it was definitely a different school culture back then. So I started in 2014-15. And those first 5 years was all about stabilizing the school. And so then you see there starting in 2019, all the way to 24-25, May of 24-25, we went almost 5 years without a suspension in our school, which really reflects the shift in our school culture. And because of this positive school culture, we were able to really fast track our work with the PLC process. And so we also see very positive trends on our Panorama survey data. Students and families feel our school is very safe. And our climate is very positive as well. This work of clarifying and improving our DLI model while implementing the PLC process could not be possible without our teachers and our staff. Right away, we were able to establish very clear expectations for what it means to carry out this work as a high-performing team. So we really focus on building capacity of our teachers, especially our leaders. Just like Principal Falk said, this work cannot be done just by the principal and vice principal alone. And so we are at the sustainability phase where our leaders have the capacity to lead this work, even when we're not present in those collaborative team meetings, or in every classroom every day. They're the ones teaching the lessons that they've planned out. And like you saw yesterday, you saw a very tight alignment of what skills are being taught. And so that doesn't happen by accident. That's very intentional. And our teachers work hard every day to collaborate to make that possible. And so we're very proud of that. And so not only did we clarify what the model looks like and what the PLC process looks like, but we have to also clarify what students must learn. And so we're able to answer and communicate to our teams, our staff, students, and parents what it is their children are learning. That's a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We're also able to communicate at any time how proficient our students are with these standards, with this curriculum. And we also support students that struggle with that curriculum. Along the way, we recognize progress and milestones. A big part of this work is to celebrate wins and to even, no matter how small those wins are and that progress is, we have to continuously celebrate to keep the momentum going. And we frequently work to strengthen and refine planning, instruction, assessment, and intervention. And so when you hear guaranteed and viable curriculum, what does that mean? So here's an example of our 4th grade and what it looks like in a DLI model. And so we teach Spanish and English language arts. So in the morning, students might, in this example, are learning main idea in Spanish. And then in the afternoon, the teachers continue teaching main idea, but now in English. And so in 4th grade, that's 40% of the days in English. And we have to be very tightly aligned between Spanish and English. So this process really made a big difference for us to clarify the DLI model and the separation of languages, but also teaching these skills in both languages. And so our teachers have a heavy lift because they have to deliver this in both languages and prepare to deliver it in 2 languages. We have also expanded our guaranteed and viable curriculum to English language development. So our teachers are also developing units in ELD, which is a very important part of our program as well. And also in math, but in math is in Spanish. And so, our DLI schools are the only schools really teaching math in Spanish. So that's another layer of complexity there. Yeah, exactly. And so along with clarifying what students must learn, once you determine what are they going to learn, then you have to develop units. And so Principal Falk mentioned how the teams develop units. It's no different at Washington, but now we're doing it in 2 languages. And so we have to be very clear what we want students to be able to know and do. And we have now advanced our work to align our learning targets to proficiency scales so that we understand what it means for a student to be proficient or advanced. And teachers collaboratively plan rigorous instruction. So we have very, very structured and very informative lesson plans that teachers follow, but collaboratively develop, and they include all of their assessments. So they develop assessments and they give instruction. And really what we're after is effective instruction. And so everything we do is to improve how effective we are. So we have to measure what we're teaching to know how effective we are. And that's what we're always preaching to our teachers and our staff is how do we know if we're effective? And that is through the assessment process and being very clear about that. And then we turn that data into information. We have to know how many kids learned it. And so we have a very clear process to know how many kids learned what we taught, and then what do we do next? How do we intervene? How many kids in the grade level for this unit, for this skill are learning this, what we teach? And then we have now advanced to being able to share students and intervene on these specific skills. And so you see some artifacts here of teachers working together to determine what students need, what skills. Scheduling has also been a big challenge. When you're looking at Spanish and English minutes, You have to be very clear on what you're teaching and when you're teaching it, and when you have electives, when you have recess, when is Spanish, when is English, and does it meet the requirements of the model? In this case, 60-40 for fourth grade or 50-50 for fifth grade. And so we have to build in all of these factors into our schedule, including collaboration time. And so this is an example of another success story or impact by student, by skill in kindergarten for Spanish foundational reading. We're being very intentional and very specific about what skills our students are learning and at what levels. And so we are seeing significant increase in percentage of students learning Spanish foundational reading skills in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. And so we are very aligned with our foundational skills instruction in K2. And we are very, very specific about what reading skills students are learning and at what levels. And so these graphics here really encapsulate or capture the whole process, the whole PLC process, starting with what is it we're going to teach. And so you see they're blending, right? Syllables. When are we going to teach it? At the very top, you see the dates, the weeks, and when are we going to assess, and what are we assessing, and what's at what level are students learning it? And so this captures exactly what we do in the PLC process. And then some highlights from last year's. We don't have this data yet in terms of how we rank in the county or at the state level for this year's data, but last year's data, Washington on 2024 CASP, Washington ranked number 7 in the entire county of Madera for overall growth on the ELA state assessment. And so that was the highest of all the TK6 schools in Madera. So we were very proud of that progress during that 3-year project. And then we ranked 38th out of 233 schools across the state with 98% or more low-income students in ELA. And so we have had some success, especially on the CASP over the last 3 years, and we're very proud to share that today. And we were also very proud to be recognized as a promising practices school. And as I mentioned, when we came here, I think in June, the first TK6 DLI school to earn that honor. So we're still always going to be very proud of that and always boast, of course, because in the entire state, yeah. And so we're looking forward to being the first DLI school in the state as a model PLC for TK6 DLI. So that's our next goal. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good afternoon, Board President, Clerk Mendoza, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Lyle. I'm really excited to kind of share our journey with you this afternoon. As I was thinking about it over Thanksgiving break about what I wanted to share with you all and what I thought would be most important to highlight, I started kind of thinking about all of the things that don't necessarily always get talked about and don't always get highlighted in NWA scores and CASP scores. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to be able to share some of the work that we've done over the last 3 years and really highlight our journey in a way that you guys are able to see how transformational and impactful the work has been at Sierra Vista. I know that there's not a person in the room who is a stranger to the state of Sierra Vista just 3 or 4 years ago. And just to kind of take us back 3 or 4 years ago to the state of our school, it was, to be very frank, it was a place that people did not want to be. They didn't want to work at. Parents weren't happy. It was not uncommon on a daily basis to have parents in the office very upset and irate about a variety of things. Office referrals were soaring. The office was oftentimes just impacted with students who were being sent down with discipline referrals. Our lines were wrapped around the buildings in the mornings for students who were tardy.
So just,
And some Sierra Vista kids literally set the roof on fire on the weekend for fun.
yes, that did
Okay,
happen.
That's kind of emblematic.
So the school was literally on fire in so many ways. And so yes, I say all of that to, not to rehash all of that, but really to, so you are able to see how much growth and how much progress we have made here at Sierra Vista. And again, I just want to take this opportunity to share a few of those highlights and success stories with you all. So I wanted to start off with our mission and vision and talk just a minute about, I know Aaron spoke about building those foundations at the school. And I don't think I truly understood the importance of that as a brand new first year principal who was tasked with transforming the school and making it a place where people wanted to be and students wanted to go to school at, and they were proud to say that they were a RAM. And so it took us, I mean, it's something we are still working on, but we truly spent the first year revising our mission and vision and developing collective commitments and really spending time on changing adult behavior and the way that we view our students, the way we view our families and our community, the way we speak about them. You know, changing adult behavior is not an easy task. And to be at the place where Sierra Vista was, it was nothing short of a very toxic place at times. And so this was a lot of work. And you know, through the support of our solution tree coaches, you know, they were instrumental in my growth as a leader and leading this work at my school. They really taught me the importance of slowing down and ensuring that we get these foundational pieces in place to get this work right. And so along with revising our mission and vision, and I know Aaron touched on this a bit, but this truly is much more than just signs plastered all over the school. And when I got there, there were mission and vision posters that were this big in every single classroom, but not one person could tell me what our mission was, what it meant to them. They couldn't tell us our why or our purpose or where we were going. And so that was something that had to change. Another thing that we had to develop for the school, as well as our guiding coalition, were our collective commitments. And we quickly learned that those were very different than just meeting norms. These were behaviors that were going to, or commitments that were going to guide adult behavior, which was really going to be what transformed our work at Sierra Vista. So all that to say, I wanted to move into a few success stories that we've had that, again, don't always show up on all the spreadsheets that go out, but I do think that it's really important that we touch on some of these things. So back in 21-22, our chronic absenteeism rate was over 50%. We dropped it down to just over 23%. And then last year we ended just above 21%. Back several years ago, 21-22, we only classified 8 students that year. The following year, through our work and our journey with our PLC work, we were able to reclassify 40 students and then an additional 26 last year. Some of the work I am most proud of at Sierra Vista is the work we've done around our RTI processes to address discipline and behavior. And I'll touch more on that in a bit. But I know I mentioned that the school was quite literally on fire, and it was. You can see here in 22-23, we had 132 major office referrals. Imagine trying to run a school or teach in a classroom when all we're doing is having major behavior incidents in the classroom. We have students that are very dysregulated. We have teachers that are sending students out constantly. We're just, you know, admin. We can't do the important work of being in the classroom and coaching teachers and engaging in true leadership because we were just managing all the fires in the office. So the next year, our major referrals dropped to 90, and then last year it dropped to 77. So you can see in just a short amount of time, the drastic change in major office referrals. Moving on to Panorama Survey, again, some of the work we are most proud of, all the work we did around culture and those foundations and really setting the tone of what the expectations are at our school site had a great impact in our Panorama Survey. So
We know that anything 3% or above is considered substantial growth on the Panorama survey. So from 23 to 24, our student belonging increased by 16%, teacher belonging increased by 17%, staff belonging increased by 22%, and our school climate increased by 22%. Last year from spring 24 to spring 25, again, we saw consistent growth. Student belonging increased by 3%, student safety increased by 16%, teacher belonging increased by 5%, staff belonging by 14%, and our school climate remained the same. So again, huge shifts due to all of that foundational work that we did during the first few years. The next slide, I love this visual because it really highlights sort of our journey in a graphic here. And so off to the left, you'll see just a shortened version of all of the PLC continuums. And these really kind of outline how teams progress through the continuums in order to be high functioning collaborative teams and collaborative practices. And you can see at the start of our journey, so this was year one, we were at the initiating and implementing stage in most all categories. We had started doing a little bit of work on the mission and vision at the time that our needs assessment was done. So you can see a little bit higher scores in some of those areas. But I love this graphic because it's a great reminder from where we started and then where we ended up last year. And all of these things had to be, we had to substantiate with evidence. So along with the work of our guiding coalition and our PLC coach, we had to come together and provide evidence of each one of these things. It wasn't just, oh, the principal thinks we're doing a great job. It's not just based on my feelings, but it's actually based on evidence through discussions with the team, as well as actual artifacts that we looked at together. So this kind of tells a story here of Sierra Vista over the last couple of years. The next thing I wanted to get into, I know it's always great to hear from the site administrators, but one thing that we have found that we've received feedback on when we've presented at our PLC Academy or the leadership academies in the summer was hearing from some of our teachers. And I know the three of us can stand up here and say all these great things about the work, but I thought it was really important for you to hear from our teachers at Sierra Vista as well, because they are truly the ones that have been in the trenches. And, you know, my VP and I, we've been alongside them the entire way, but just to kind of hear their shift and their perspective, I think is really important today. So we could just click to the next slide. We have a short few minutes video clip here.
Overall, I feel like the way we PLC has completely changed since our first year. When we started, PLC was unorganized, all over the place, and now it's way more focused, organized, and like data driven.
Yeah, I remember when team meetings would happen, it was always like, let's open up our curriculum and let's plan around what our curriculum says, and it wasn't planned around like assessments and data and using the data to drive our instruction.
I remember, yeah, like Lisa was saying, our first year teaching, it was like, what are you guys doing? Like in the hallway. It wasn't even like a meeting, it was like in the hallway, like, hey, what are you teaching? What are you doing? And Lisa pointed out something that I just remember, like, we would take out the standards and would kind of just like look at them and be like, oh, this looks fun. Oh, we're tired of addition and subtraction. Let's go do shapes today. Rather than like, hey, we have an actual plan of what we have to teach. So I feel like now it's much more organized.
I feel like coming into the PLC program and like coming in like with it already established really helped me as a first year teacher, because you guys had everything ready, and I could see how other like schools, when I went to PDs, how they were like struggling and how they had to start from like scratch. And like when we went to our math PD, we had everything done already. Like we just had to focus on the strategies and how we could push our kids. We weren't starting back at zero, like how do we start this? How do we organize our whole year? Because we already had it organized. So I really like that coming into this.
Yeah, I feel like a huge difference has been the unit plans, having something to work off of, creating those, or I'm sorry, selecting the 8 to 10 priority standards and then creating the unit plans from those has been huge. Now we're very focused on what the kids, we know what the kids need to know, the kids know what they need to know, and that's made a world of difference in the results.
I feel like it's easier for us to target those students and what they need
because we know exactly where they have to be at. So when we're teaching, like we see like, okay, like these kids aren't getting it. Like we already have the intervention set. Like we just like, oh, let's open up our plan and let's see what interventions we could do with them. So that definitely, at least for myself, like it's helped me a ton this year.
Yeah, I would say I agree. Like really being able to pinpoint those kids and knowing their needs and exactly where they need to grow and who can help them grow based on what class they need to go for intervention.
I think back to year one, we had 17% of our kids reading on grade level. And then year two, and this is when we finally have like our unit plans established, we went from 17% all the way up to 50% of our kids reading on grade level. So we know that this really works on student achievement and growth.
And I think I saw it more this year than I did last year, how you were saying, but I can see like us closing the gaps and like us coming together with like second grade and like collaborating and like talking about head grading and all those important steps that will push our kids and continue to grow our kids.
Yes, because we're not just looking at achievement. We have looked at every single individual student, where they're at, if they're in the red, if they're in the yellow, where they are. And we've seen multiple students jump 2 bands. They might not be right there at achievement, but they went from red and they're right below achievement now. And that's so rewarding as a teacher, because this is what we want. We want to see our kids grow. So by monitoring growth, we see that impact. And so we feel encouraged that what we're doing is actually working.
Yeah, and I really like that our school monitors growth, not just achievement, because we feel more accomplished. Like when we have our natural parties or things to celebrate, like all of our children feel included because
everyone a chance.
They put in the work, you know, and they didn't meet the last year goal, but they put in that work to jump those 2 bands, that 1 band. It's a lot of work for them.
It's not all or nothing that way.
Our team, we were really talking about how no matter what teacher a child receives, that their needs will be met. And that's when they're deploying to different classrooms and we're differentiating instruction. But also, no matter what teacher a child receives, they're going to receive that same level of rigor. They're going to receive that same quality of instruction because we are working together. A huge shift that I've seen from the beginning working with these ladies until now is prior to PLC, I think it was easy to be focused on your own class and the growth and achievement of your own class. But now that we work together, we really see the importance of sharing resources and ideas. And we have this responsibility for all of our students. And then so we have that confidence in one another that we can share our kids with each other to help get the greatest learning outcomes. And so that's just been a huge shift, that to be able to go from my class to these are our students. And I really see that with each one of these teachers.
Really makes it a grade level community, not just a grade level class.
Yes.
Going off of like the grade level community, like where I feel like we're trying to make it like the whole school, like we're also trying to align with second grade, like we're trying to get them ready and like collaborate with each other, like hey, these kids like these kids still need this, so like when they move on, like help them with that. And just like kinder, like they tell us like, hey, you know, these kids are gonna be needing a little bit more help. So just like getting that alignment grade level with grade level, like I feel like that's gonna help the whole school a lot more.
I also like it during team meetings, or like site meetings, when like our principal will like share things that other grade levels are doing, so that other grade levels can adapt to them. Kind of like your classroom jobs, how that help your classroom management, and we showed it to the whole school, and then we can see like improvements in their behavior and stuff like that.
All right. So you're not just hearing it from me, you're hearing it from our staff as well. And I know you would never know by watching that video, but throughout this process, we learn about the stages that teams go through. And one of the beginning stages is the storming phase. And this team had a lot of difficulty at the start of this project, just coming together, collaborating, having confidence in one another, being able to trust each other, and to see how far they've come and to see the growth and achievement that their students have made. I am beyond proud of this team. I know last year they took second in the entire district for map reading fluency, and to have thought that they would have gotten to this place in just this short amount of time is it makes me so proud of them. And so I wanted to share that with you all today. The next few slides I won't take too long going over, just because I know the other couple of principals already kind of touched on these, but Similar to the other two schools, we have engaged in unit planning. And it is a very lengthy document. There's a lot that goes into unit planning, starting off with clarifying what students must know and identifying those essential standards. And I know you heard Mrs. Vasquez kind of touch on that in the video as well. So that was a big ask of our teachers, and it wasn't something that happened overnight. It's a very rigorous process to create the unit plans. And so I just included a snippet here just to kind of highlight, teachers are clarifying what students must know. Another snippet a couple of snippets I wanted to add here is just the learning targets, learning progressions here from least to most complex. And then over to the right, you will see the learning progressions, which our teachers utilize to ensure that they're teaching at the rigor of the standard and that their CFAs and CSAs are aligned, and really helps us determine our students where they should be and what skills do they need to get to that mastery. And then for the students who have mastered it, what do those extension activities look like? So you'll notice at the top that 4, those are those extension activities. So I just wanted to include those, but like I said, I know the other two kind of touched on that, so I won't spend too long there. Our teachers are also, as Superintendent Lyle and Aaron talked about, we are data tracking. And so I just kind of did a zoomed in here, took off student names, but our teachers are tracking data by student, by standard, all the way down to the skill set. I also did want to highlight the retakes because our teachers are engaging in intervention, which has had a positive impact. So as it was mentioned in the video, our grade levels, they are deploying students based on skill deficits. So students are given an opportunity to retake and demonstrate mastery, because that's the ultimate goal. We want kids to get to that point, to where they are able to demonstrate mastery, and we are giving them an opportunity for that. So I just highlighted that there, but every one of our teachers has a data sheet for every one of the unit that is down to the skill level, which 3 years ago, we did not have anything like this. This slide, I wanted to put this here because, as I mentioned at the start of my presentation, this is probably one of the things I am most proud of, along with the culture shifts that we have made, but it was the work that we did around RTI. Obviously, not only with academics, that is still a work in progress, but our behavior. And I had one of our coaches come in, and I don't know why it hadn't occurred to me prior to her pointing it out, but they asked me if we were addressing behavior in the same way that we are addressing academics through our collaborative teams and through our PLC work using the 4 questions. And I thought to myself, no, we're not. Why are we not doing that? And so, as I mentioned, our major referrals were skyrocketing. Behavior was out of control. We couldn't do the work that needed to be done because our kids' behavior needs were not being met. Their emotional needs were not being met. We did not have systems and processes in place to even begin to address the many needs that we have. And, I'm not going to stand up here and say that it's perfect, but we have made huge strides in this area. And so we spent an entire year with our solution tree coaches. Year 2 of the project was based around RTI. And so for us at the time, because behavior was impacting our instruction so greatly, we had to spend a majority of our time that year really developing systems to make sure that we were addressing the behavior needs at Sierra Vista and ensuring that we had systems in place and processes that could be followed so that teachers knew how to start supporting their students all the way down in their classrooms before they get sent to the office. And so really setting those interventions in place long before we're sitting in an SST or long before they're meeting with the counselor. We want to have evidence and conversations within grade level teams around student behavior and interventions. So that is part of their monthly or their collaboration time. Once a month, they spend looking at their student data and behavior needs within the grade level team. And in some cases, grade levels have deemed it appropriate to put in interventions for the entire grade level. In some cases, at this point, it's just a couple of students within the grade level. Some classrooms, there are no students at this time, which is amazing. But the point is we have a process now. And so because we have developed these processes and systems, our teachers are able to provide instruction in the classroom, and they're not spinning their wheels putting out fires with behavior all day long. So I just included this flow chart here because that was one of the pieces. I know it was a little bit different at the other two schools because they didn't have such significant behavior needs at this point in their journey as we did at Sierra Vista. So this was something I think that was a little bit different at our site from the other two sites. The other thing, a couple of things I wanted to mention, student goal tracking. And so I just included a couple of samples here. It's really neat now to see and hear students talking about meeting their goals and to hear them talking about the growth and the progress and to hear students actually be able to give a number and they know what that means. So they need, a 176 on the NWA. 3 years ago, I'm confident students didn't even know they had a goal or a number to meet. And now to hear students around campus and excited to come up to me and share either that they made their goal or they missed it by 2 points is really incredible. We also have students who they are able to tell me where they're at in regards to essential standards. And so over here to the right is a 6th grade sample here of a student tracking sheet. So students are able to track their proficiency towards essential standards. So they are part of that learning process and part of the tracking of their goals towards essential standards. So that's both of those are linked on that slide. And then just a few data highlights that I did want to make sure we shared. So again, I don't know how much we talk about map reading fluency, or I know we switched over to something different this year, but most of the data highlights that we have seen so far have occurred in our primary grades. And so I wanted to make sure that I really was able to highlight some of that for you today. So I have from 2 years ago, you can see here the pie chart gives you an idea of how many students we had that were meeting or exceeding in our phonics. And then last year we had an increase there. Prior to this, the pie chart would have been very small. We didn't have a lot of kids in kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade that were mastering their foundational skills. And so through this work, we've definitely seen an increase in our primary grades. Another slide pertaining to kindergarten is phonological awareness. So again, 23-24 school year and then 24-25, you can see a significant increase in number of students who were meeting standard in the area of phonological awareness. Our 1st grade map reading fluency. So this is historical data over time. So you can see beginning, middle, and end of year over the last 3 years. And again, this is that 1st grade team that I taught that you saw in the video, and you can see where their students were and then how much growth that they were able to make. And so that's pretty incredible, the amount of progress that they were able to make. And then our 2nd grade team here, again, historical data last 2 years. So we have beginning, middle, and end. Again, we've seen great growth in our 2nd grade as well. So all of that to say, we're really excited. We recognize that there are still learning gaps in our upper grades, but we are excited to see the journey that these students are on, who have now had multiple years of, more intentional, good first instruction. I did want to add this here. I know you guys are all familiar with our CASP scores, but I did think this is part of our story and this is part of our journey. I added this here, not because we are proud of where our scores are at currently, but there are pockets of growth and there are pockets of celebrations in our 3rd through 6th grade. And so I did want to include cohorts of students to give a different view here. And this highlights distance from standard. So you can kind of see over the last few years in ELA, some of the growth that students have made, and we're closing those gaps in distance from standard. Again, we all recognize that we want more for our students, and I'm confident that will come. But like I said, we do have some pockets of celebrations here as well. And one of our biggest accomplishments so far was becoming a promising practices school last year. I'm confident that in the next few years, we will definitely be in the running to become a model PLC school. That is the goal I have for Sierra Vista. This just tells us what's possible for our school and really recognizes all the growth and the hard work of our staff over the last few years. So thank you very much.
I have a quick question, President Seibert, you don't mind? When we visited Washington School, we were so impressed by the way the classroom management they had over there. And Mr. Hernandez mentioned that some of those teachers were like second year, third year, or fourth year. So I was wondering, what's the makeup of your teachers? I saw the teachers you had in the video, and just wanted to know if there was any changes from when you first got there and now with, what your staff is makeup.
We have a fairly young staff as well. We have a handful of veteran teachers, but I would say a majority of our teachers are probably 6 years or less of teaching. Like I said, we have a couple of veteran teachers still, but a majority of them are still newer teachers.
As we transition to Mr. Rodriguez and the team to bring this presentation home, I wanted to spotlight something as I think it's very important, because as we transition from the investment we've made to the investment we intend to make, I wanted to just bring back the board's recollection. We had the opportunity to bring in 2 schools with a grant for this intense assistance model with Solution Tree and the California Collaborative. We strong-armed them and said, we want one more. And we were able to get one more, but we had to pay for that one. And you said yes. So I want to just spotlight why we invested in 3 schools. We wanted one in each pyramid. And we really thought about each and every one. We didn't necessarily apply the exact same criteria to every school. What we were looking for was the reasons that made the best sense. And we were looking for this idea of readiness. So Nishimoto, we saw a very stable and professional leader with a very veteran staff that was very capable, and they were professional and they seemed poised. I remember Horacio saying, like, they're just right there. They just need something, because there's so much that's right about Nishimoto. At Washington, we felt like we had a really capable principal, and the leadership had been very stable. We had several vice principals who'd been really high quality, that had worked with Mr. Hernandez. We felt like the staff was young. It was impressionable. It was a dual language school. It was just starting out. And we felt the need. We really felt the Washington community deserved our best investment, so they had the best shot at making the best out of this opportunity to reinvent Washington with this heritage language model. And we also were very impressed with the student behavioral culture that existed on campus. And we just felt like Washington was ready. Sierra Vista was very different. Sierra Vista was very different. Sierra Vista was in a position where there were staff that were leaving en masse. We had, in our CBA with MUTA, we had a clause there that talked about a school of need. And MUTA agreed that if any school in the district was a school of need, based on the staff culture and the student results, it certainly was Sierra Vista. They were willing to help us to rebuild a leadership structure at the school. That had some benefits and didn't exactly work exactly the way we wanted, but it definitely did provide us an opportunity. And we very much felt like we had a very promising young principal who really believed in this school, and the people that were there believed in her. We felt like that was a big win for us. And a lot like the Washington community, we felt very compelled that there was a moral obligation for Madera Unified to invest in the Sierra Vista community. Because Ms. Carrillo, the former principal, she had this exactly right. That community believes in its kids and really believes in itself and wants the best for them, and they will be supportive. We just need to give them a reason. And they need high expectations. She was right about that. And so we saw that as an opportunity. And I wanted to just say in front of all 3 of these principals that the board agreed to invest in you with the knowledge of all of this. And you have proven that you are worthy of that investment. Thank you for not getting me fired and for supporting the area assistant superintendents that supported you and championed your candidacy. Thank you for doing the hard work to get us to the other side and show us what's possible. And so to the board, now we're going to ask you to really think through the patient investment that we just made and now to make it in all schools. Ms. Rodriguez?
I think you set that up beautifully. The learning by doing aspect of this has been a big revelation for me. We've all attempted this work poorly. Probably Deputy Superintendent Schwartz in the room is the one who's had a lot of success. They were lucky that he was there, he had the right team, and they had a lot of elements of this. But in retrospect, as we've done this work at our schools, and I can tell you, we gave it a pretty serious try when I was a principal at Madera South. In retrospect, what I realized is we were missing huge pieces of information and skills that we just did not have. In 10 years, the literature is better, the data sources are better, just the digital sources that exist and the training that exists is on another level. And so as a result of these 3 principles, and then an additional 3 principles are in the middle of it now, we've learned with them quite a bit. I mean, they've been schooling us on this process. And so the challenge for us is how do we take the transformation at those 3 schools and the learning and clarity that we see now as to why the growth that we've had, the incremental growth, has been sometimes disparate. It's hard. Why can't we move the whole district? We'll move a school a little bit. We'll move a grade level. We'll move the whole district incrementally. Well, the accelerated growth we're seeing in big portions of these schools is a result of a transformation in how they operate. That ethos or paradigm, the way they see themselves, is a shift in the way historically we've educated. We've been, as educators, historically we've been independent chefs. We don't share ingredients. We do with what we have. We don't talk to our neighbors. We don't talk to the schools between us. And we don't talk as a district. Well, that's a very new way of doing things today. Is you're a professional learning community as an organization. And so the clarity we have now has led to some shifts in the way we see ourselves. And as you can see in the slide there, it does necessitate a collective focus at each level of the organization. And that collective focus and purpose requires clarity from the board, of course, as you guys have asked of us, and I think we're pretty close to being a lot clearer about the clarity we need in the next leg of our journey. The executive cabinet team, the district leadership team, that's a guiding coalition for PLC, each school leadership team we call SAP, and then each grade level team, and that alignment and a through line across them with clarity of purpose. And then at the bottom there, you see the cyclical nature of the information and data that has to flow through. For them to produce the data and information about learning that you need and that we need, we have to be clear about what it is we're trying to do. And so that level of clarity, I think we had just this huge breakthrough this year in understanding that. And part of that is we were listening to a superintendent in another state who's retired now, who did this work on a small scale, but had published a book, and we learned quite a bit from them. And I know there's a district in Southern California, Chino Hills or Chino Valley?
Chino Valley.
Chino Valley, who's done some of this work too. It's not common for a whole district to do it. We hear Sanger as a district who has historically embarked on this work, an earlier version of it, and they've made national news because of it. And we're obviously it's a different time, different set of challenges, but the framework is very similar. The thought process is similar. So the next slide really does show what's necessary for us to do this well. It gives you a sense of the need for alignment. And that's where, in order for the district goals to work, in order for the site goals to work, you have to have alignment all the way in between. And what you're hearing a lot of today is you're hearing things like student by student, skill by skill. Well, those student by student, skill by skill goals and measures lead to team goals and measures. Goals as simple as, can kids read? NWA provides us some diagnostic information, But at a district level, it gives us a lot of statistical noise. It's really stats. And it doesn't give us a lot of information. Can this kid read? Okay, they grew at the 50th percentile. They grew on average and they read. And that's the level of clarity we're trying to grow toward, so that when we look at the goals by student, the goals by unit, then you have school goals. Your school goals become all our third graders will. That's a team goal. Okay, all our students will. The whole school will. And then now you can build goals on top of that, and you have that alignment. And there's some really important heavy lifting that needs to happen. We're positioned well to make that happen. We've started the work already this year as a result of the leadership of these three principals who have been consulting us every step of the way and making sure we don't trip. And when we trip, they'll let us know we tripped. And it's been a huge help from the three of them. They've walked the path with their schools. Now they're helping illuminate that path as a district for us. And so in order to make this happen, the next steps, and this is where there's quite a bit of collaboration, there's going to be a very, very heavy lift on this next slide. The work they did, where they take a whole ton of standards that typically takes 2 years for a teacher to teach, impossible task. So many that kids, we know there's a saying in this work that if you have too many targets, you miss them all. It usually happens. They distill it down into the most essential standards that they're going to ensure that every student is proficient in. They've done that in schools. These 3 schools have done it. We have another 3 schools in the middle of it. And we have another 3 getting support from McSauce, learning how to do it. We're going to do that lift district-wide to guarantee that every third grader in Madera Unified, it's the same guaranteed curriculum. That work is necessary as a district so that we can see the growth more uniformly. Otherwise, we're always going to have kind of luck of the draw. You're lucky you have Mrs. So-and-so, or you're lucky you go to that school. We're trying to guarantee that all students across the whole district have access to that guaranteed and viable curriculum that you hear. That can't happen until number 1 happens. Those teachers take those essential standards and they build them into units of study or units of information that might take a few weeks. And they're very clear about what students have to know. And they're very clear about how to measure it. And that information is not just clear to the teacher, the student, the team, the site administrators. We should be able to see that information too. And so should you. That's the level of clarity we want to build. And in order to do that, our assessments have to be aligned. Right now, we just have these 3 big diagnostics in WEA. What happens with NWEA is you give it, you've taught a week or 2 weeks, that information is already stale. The assessments that are more localized, more embedded, they're live data. You're seeing it because I'm teaching, I'm assessing, I'm teaching, I'm assessing. It's more immediate. And so we're in the process of figuring out how to build common summative assessments district-wide so we can see across a whole system how many of our students in 2nd grade can meet this specific skill. And so that's the work ahead of us. This has led us to have this level of clarity, but it's also required our school leadership division to be a lot clearer with themselves as to what we're trying to do. So Anthony will share a little bit of that journey and the level of a purpose that we've had to have. We've transformed as a result of their transformation, and they're pushing us to grow as good partners do. Anthony?
So thank you. Thank you. The level of clarity is making it extremely critical for us to establish our mission and our vision. The mission, the why we are doing what we're doing. Why do we exist? What is the work that we're going to be doing? We came up with the mission, we talked about it with our principals, to ensure all students are proficient in essential grade level standards. And there's 3 keys in that statement. Ensure. And this is going to go back to Principal Falk talked about it. She talked about we shifted from teachers teaching to students learning. So we're going to ensure that all students are proficient at grade level. That's our mission. Our vision is about what do we hope to become? What is our ideal state in the long-term process of this? To do that, we're going to need to commit to building our skills so we can effectively lead the PLC process. Our goal is going to be to create that shared purpose in our work, to clarify the roles of both the district and the sites, and communicate our why as we move forward. So we have to have this vision that we now are giving to our principals. To do that, you heard almost every single principal talk about the culture. And on the next slide, you're going to see we had to come up with some collective commitments, some things that we believed in with every principal in the group when we worked with our principals to get to that vision. We have to commit to engaged, structured collaboration, that ability to work together with each other, to analyze data. You heard Horacio talk about, we listened to these three principals to help us help other principals. They helped them tremendously. They walked them through, here are where some areas are that might not work. They collaborated with each other, just like you heard some of the grade level teams talk about it, where that new teacher came in and said, I feel so much better. That new principal that came in, we've been able to take that collaboration and help other principals. We had to identify and set rigorous shared learning goals, making sure that we use evidence. You heard it also again, not feelings, but evidence. Do we have evidence that we are setting and implementing those rigorous goals? Last week, we determined we needed to honor our professional commitments, contribute, and hold each other accountable. It's a little bit about what we do is making sure that each one of our principals in our pyramid are doing the things that they say they're doing, holding each other accountable. And last, maintain a positive, solution-oriented culture and communicate constructively. You also heard today, it's messy at times. It's not easy to get there. Taking people, isolated chefs, and getting them to work together is not always that easy. So we need to think about creating the collective commitment to have a positive solution-based culture. These are the things that we're working on to agree upon so that we can meet our mission and vision in the school leadership division. And that will take us to the end of our presentation. We'll answer any questions.
Pretty solid setup for the discussion about feedback from the board on future goals. But questions, please.
I just have a comment. Thank you for the presentation. And I think right now with the information that the teams have provided through on these 2 days, the visits that we have made, I think it's give us ourselves clarity and understanding the work that you are doing. Going to visit those schools, going to see the teachers, seeing the students. I know we visited Washington, but I can't wait to visit Nishimoto and Sierra Vista School because I think you're all aligned. And the more schools that you know, they do the same work, we're going to see that growth too. No matter what the social economical level they are, wherever they are, I think it's a good example for me as a board member to go and visit. And I think all for me to say is that what do you need from us to support that work? PLC is working, you know, and then how many years has you guys had 3 years? 3 years, right? Year 4. So there's evidence there. So it's easier for me as a board member to see that data, to see what's happening. So, you know, lucky for us to have seen that work and help us understand. And when you come and ask us what you need from us, just, you know, as a board, we can decide a lot easier, set our goals at the same time. So there's evidence there for me. So I do want to say thank you.
I like that question. What do you need from us? We love it.
Excuse me. So now you're trying to implement this on all schools in the district?
That's correct. That's correct. It's I don't know that we could have done it. I'm positive we couldn't have done it without the heavy investment in some way or another, bringing in expertise. The way most professions grow, they don't just leave it to chance or learn by themselves. They have professional relationships, they have associations, they go to professional development. We've read the books We've gone to the conferences. There's nothing like having these executive coaches who come in and work with our principals directly and help us step by step as coaches. I couldn't have replicated that because I've never done the work at the level that these organizations have done it. These are people who've led using this specific framework. And so as we've learned that framework, I'm confident we can accelerate it. We have experts in the system now who can help us accelerate it. It will not be as slow. The work has to happen authentically. You can't just press a button and make it happen. You can't just replicate 3 years and overlay it onto school and say, here's the recipe, follow it. It doesn't work that way. It's like taking someone's exercise plan and thinking that if I just look at it, I'm going to look like them. It takes actual work to make it happen. However, now we have 3 people who are experts. We have another 3 who are in the middle of developing their expertise and another 3 principals who are starting it. And the 3 of us are pretty confident in being able to support it, even though we don't know it to the level that our 3 principals do. They've been in battle every day doing this work. We've been learning through them. I wish I knew it as well as them, but it would mean I'd have to go back to school site and do it. But we feel pretty confident in being able to talk about the work, supporting it. The work that we are going to do, President Seibert, district-wide, is a district-wide effort. All of us are on it. We know it can't be the 3 of us. Associate Superintendent Sissel's team, Assistant Superintendent Marshall's team, Superintendent Lyle, we're all committed to the work. And we have a district leadership team that includes these 3 principals and more to help us think through how to do it. The long answer.
So we're hiring advisors to come in and help from Solution Tree or what?
I think that would be a great idea. Right now we have access to the literature. I know that Superintendent Alala has direct contact with a few of these people directly who he's consulting with. I think it would be really smart for us to continue doing what, for example, Associate Superintendent Sissel's team is working with some of these solutions people directly for her directors. I think for us to bring them in and work with all the principals at once, for example, something that our 3 principals have suggested, us having their ear too and listening to them, I think would be key. I think that's a really good idea for us. I hear some behind me too, so I think there's some agreement behind me.
One I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Budget or grants or.
So that's a fabulous question. And we haven't scratched that. We haven't scratched beneath the surface on that yet. So we want to make sure that we are as thoughtful as we can be about what our students need, but we also want to balance that with a successful negotiation and get that closed, because we would like our teachers to feel more confident about focusing on what's happening in the classroom than on the discontent with salaries and that whole situation. So we're kind of stuck. I don't know, stuck's not the right word. We know what we need to do now on our own. We also know that if we were able to have access to a high quality associate who really understands the district side of things, where things get beyond the school site, but thinking at a more at greater scale, that's the kind of work that we probably need most right now. And we've never had that conversation, except for privately. I've had that conversation with Rich Smith. And so you met him yesterday. He's working with Madera County. There's been a little mafia put here to try to make things work here in Madera County. And as we discussed yesterday, there is an effort right now at the state level to change the way the state superintendent of public instruction exists. And one of the reasons for that is, what I'm about to share is not a reason for that, but it is an example of why the PACE report just came out and said we need to change that political configuration between the governor, the state superintendent, the state school board, the Department of Education, the CCEE, and county superintendents, and then all of us. Like what a mess, right? Everything I just said, it gets confusing just to say it. What was discovered especially in the South, Arkansas in particular, and Mississippi, both, Mississippi worked very closely with NCEE, one of our partners, and they also worked very carefully with Solution Tree, which we are partnering with. And that's Mississippi. And then there's Arkansas. They have a very different structure. Governor, state superintendent's appointed by the governor. The school board state school boards appointed by the superintendent and the governor, and the county superintendents respond to them. And the county superintendents run the city schools. So it's a very clear structure. It's different than ours a lot. As a result of the success that Solution Tree and NCE had in those states, California is taking a good look at how could we create a scalable level of success like that in a state that's so massive. We're so much bigger than those two states, but our political organization is so much more convoluted. So it's a very challenging environment. So they're creating this opportunity in Madera County to see if they can't pilot something with the support of Trish Protzman, and before that, Dr. Massetti, and Madera Unified and Yosemite Unified, and then these three area assistant superintendents and these three principals that went through this in the firing line. They're looking at this successful structure, thinking that it is the seed to grow a state level successful operation in the entire state of California. That's kind of wild. So would it be helpful to us to have an associate who understands the scale? Absolutely, without question. We also know that even if we didn't have the dollars to be able to do that for whatever reason, and we know that tax revenues aren't what they were. I wish Arelis was here to speak to this a minute. Tax revenues aren't as bad as they thought they might be, but they're certainly still way worse than they wanted them to be. So there is a big hole in the budget coming, and we see that on the way. So what will we have to work with? We don't know yet. We're keeping track of those things at the moment. But I will tell you that the investment that you made in these three principals and the work they're doing, and the investment that the state of California and Madera County is making in this program for the next three principals and more, is game changing for us because we're ready. Horacio has it just right.
So when we visited yesterday, there are other three principals right now. What year is the PLC are they in? The cohort, yeah, the ones.
Adams.
We have 6 additional schools that are
9
in the
total.
works right now. And it will take, how long will it take for them to be completed with their training? It's a 3-year cycle. But they already got the foundation, they can start and work in all that. So we'll have 9 schools already. So how
Correct.
many more do we have to go?
And Madera High School is making a substantial investment right now. And the other 2 high schools are right on their heels. And Jefferson is making a substantial investment right now as well. So we have a really strong nucleus. And I don't think there's a single principal in the district nor vice principal that isn't waiting to get tagged into this wrestling match. They want in.
So eventually could we train our own rather than, you know how it is. Sometimes you become trainers of trainers and we save the money. I know you're talking about,
Yes.
whether we can have the budget for it, depending on negotiations. So, yeah, I'm wondering if that could be also be done, because you say that the county is waiting to get this model and all that. I don't think we should be waiting for them. We should keep moving.
Well,
in order to try-
I want to be clear, they're not waiting on it. They're working hard and fast. That's why we went and saw them yesterday. The county team was in there. When you first walked in, you almost walked into them. That's where they were sitting. So the county staff is there. You may remember Virginia Pierce Cummings, who worked with us for a really long time. She's on the county staff.
Oh, okay.
Chrissy
CBC.
Castillo, who worked with us for a long time here in Medina, she's on the county staff. And they had a few others also. Yosemite was in the far upper corner of the room, closer to Rich. And the rest of the staff was Madera Unified. So they're trying to build a very sustainable model that could uplift the whole county, but they really do want to help us. And they're making this investment because we have, and they're following suit because they want to create this statewide model by showing it can be done in a county. It's not going to be easy, but we still need to make our own investment in ourselves. I think that's the point that you're getting to.
Yeah.
And I want to just come right to the point where I agree with you out loud in front of everybody. You're right.
Yeah, I'm a little impatient, when it comes to things like that. I want to get it done. So that's what I was like, how can we make it happen? And whether maybe you bring to us, the budget and what it costs and where we are and what we're looking at. I'm not sure what the other trustees.
I'm sure you won't be surprised to know that I have ideas. So, and I'm sure everybody else in the room does too.
Yeah, I just talked about an outside person because we don't want to pull our three principals off. They're successful schools. They need to stay concentrated, I believe. So if we had a person that could lead this or trained with it, that's fine, but we don't want to dilute the schools. Washington, Nishimoto, or Sierra Vista.
And they're really important places, and they've made a lot of important progress. And a few of them have flat out said to me that they want to stay where they are because they, as Rosso said, have unfinished business, and they really want to get to this next level because it's so close, they can almost feel it. And we believe in their stability too. We believe in their capacity too, and we hear them. But that doesn't mean that we don't want them to be able to grow either and to find a way to promote. So there is a balancing act there.
We need stability in school. When you have turnover, you kind of go backwards. Get a new person. I hate it when we got every like 2 or 3 years you get a new principal in the school. They have a hard time making progress and sustaining the progress. Okay, we ready to move on?
These guys did a fantastic
Thank you.
job.
Great
Thank you very,
reports.
very much. We appreciate it. So our final act of the day, this one doesn't have to take long. I want to just disclose for you the thinking that we're engaged in right now. So we have, this is a simple document. I don't really necessarily want to provide a hard copy because I don't want this out floating in the public. It is purely draft and draft only. It's part of a comprehensive draft. Again, emphasize the word draft. Did you hear me say draft? I think I said draft because I mean draft. We're building a draft plan of a district-wide scalable model of solution tree work based on what we learned from Janelle Keating, who's been referenced today. She is she was the former superintendent in White River, Washington, and their model PLC district, very successful. She retired and became the solution tree associate who's been working with Chino Valley in Southern California. They are now a model school district. There aren't very many model districts. There are only a few. There's lots more model schools than there are districts because doing this at scale is so challenging. We're going to have 30 schools next year when King Hussein opens. So it's one thing to do it in 3. It's another thing to do it in 30. So what I wanted to share with you today is just the thinking about goal setting, because I know we're not doing that today. Be really clear about that. We're not setting goals without the full board here. We don't have an item of approval, none of that. This is just for you to know what we're thinking and to provide us some feedback. So we know that we want to create clarity and coherence that site leaders and teacher leaders need to achieve the MUSD vision, mission, and values. Horacio alluded to that a few minutes ago, that these are some of the things that we haven't always had. We've had a book, we've had an understanding, but we haven't had a fully fledged structure because there's been so much need to build, and we just didn't know what we didn't know. But now we're learning. So I wanted to show you what White River School District's goals and mission are. There it is. Read it for yourself. I don't want to read it out loud. I'm talking too much. Those goals may not seem too different than the goals we set with Mr. Rasmussen and Crass way back when. They're closer to that than they're not. Then I'd like to scroll down, if you don't mind. This is Chino Valley's goals. Just 3. Again, a lot closer to the Rasmussen Crass versions than they aren't. Yeah, and in fairness, the concept around percentages, that is used in schools. It comes out of business. Schools don't necessarily do business, right? We're a human service and we have no profit motives. And so sometimes that line of thinking doesn't match well with the work that we do. People that care about business go into business. People that don't care about business don't. A lot of us become teachers. So what I did is I went to about 15 of the top 25 school districts in California. I left out Beverly Hills. I left out, some districts like that. But I wanted to go to those school districts and I wanted to see what are they doing? What are their goals like? What is their clarity and coherence like from the board level down? So there's Palo Alto Unified's. Again, a lot more like Rasmussen and Crass than they're not. If you remember those 2017 goals. What you'll see in a lot of these is that there is a intentional design to encompass the whole child. They're not leaving out the work that Maryville does or the work that Karen does or the work that, and sometimes not the work that the essential work that Sandin's team does. They don't all have that, but they sometimes do. Okay, so then we'll look down again. Here is Valverde. And Valverde's are really kind of different. And then they have a graphic that goes with it that's a little bit more descriptive, and you can see that coming up. There's Valverde, and that's a good school district. That's one we can learn from. Southern California. They're very similar. Yeah. No, they still are. I just looked at that. And one of the things Valverde is also known for is stability. They've maintained a very stable district and culture for a very long time. So you can see they have each one of those goals is listed. There's stuff down at the bottom, and then there are sort of benchmarks that they have there bulleted. It's a lot.
Prefer to be short and concise because that could get easily on a wall and people will stop looking.
Yep.
I just prefer to have 3 max, work on, and then even you can memorize 3 goals, rather than, and all the other ones is for the staff, what you guys have to work with. But as far as the board,
This is the kind of
goal,
feedback
yeah.
we want. Kind of like how we ended yesterday with the board giving us its thoughts on things so that we know where you are and we can meet those needs. A little bit more, Frank. Here's Poway. This is another one of the schools. Can we get rid of the page break? Do you rather just double click the page break? You literally have to do it on the page, like in the little break. It's almost like surgical. There you go. It doesn't want to do it. Sorry. Okay, we'll deal with it. We're all grown ups. We can deal with it. So empower students, create student-centered learning environments, provide high-quality professional learning, engage parents, business, and community partners. Poway's down by San Diego. It's one of those districts people move to. Demonstrate fiscal responsibility. This is nothing earth-shattering so far, is it? These are like the things that you know to do. Yes, they have. There's South Pasadena, another good school district, has been traditionally good school district. Theirs are configured quite differently. There's enable greater achievement for all students, and then there's like 4 like sub goals or objectives. And then offer state-of-the-art curriculum and instruction. And then what does that mean? Here are the 4 things it means. Achieve financial strength and stability. Here's what that means. So they flesh that out. Provide facilities and support education that support educational excellence. We just saw yesterday at Madera South how important that is. When you see the facilities at that farm, it's not a surprise that we're successful there. We have the space and the state-of-the-art opportunity. Pleasanton, you can see what they've done. Pleasanton's really has been a good district for a long time. And there's a curriculum goal of personal growth, fiscal stewardship, and learning environment. Mountain View, renowned school district, very wealthy. Most of these areas, you know, if you kind of understand where they are, the most successful districts tend to find themselves in upper middle class to highly affluent communities. Yeah, Mountain View is very wealthy. Arcadia, theirs are set up a little differently. And it's interesting because the next one you'll see after this, so pay attention to this one for a minute. See, there's goals on the left and an emphasis or statement on the right. That's how they present. Okay. And the last one is Sanger. And this is how Sanger has them listed.
That's what I was going to say. You know, you presented the PLC model, you know, what the teachers are working on, what the principals are working on with their staff. I think we should kind of use that, you know, like what the teachers or the principals have to identify the essential standards, need to identify our essential goals. What is that we truly want, you know, maybe 2 or 3, and then everything goes from it. Everything grows, everything feeds into it, like child nutrition, facilities. But what is the ultimate goal that we want to have? For students to read and write and know their basics. So
don't necessarily, as we scroll down to our own draft goals, like, did I mention it was a draft? And what we're considering is what Janelle Keating says. In fact, White River, if I'm not mistaken, and Rosu may correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think White River adopted their most recent round of goals for 10 years. I think it was for 10 years. However, what we have here is for 5. What was very interesting as I went through this, a lot of districts identified goals in like 2018, goals in like, I don't know, 2015, things like that. And they put them into board policy and they're leaving them there. They're not moving them. Like they're like permanent, right? So they're not shifting all the time. Like what we want for our community are these things, right? And these things only. Now I recognize what the board liked last time was like a quota goal, like a sales goal, 80%. You know, and so I understand that's where the board mindset has been. I don't know that's where it is now, but here are some draft possibilities that I think, based on what I think I know of all of you, get close to what you want, but I want your feedback. So Frank, if you go down just a bit. So these are proposed. So if you look at what's in blue at the top, a board goal. Okay, can we enlarge it just a bit more, Frank? I appreciate you helping, man. Or the control, how about if you go, can you do just control plus? or Function Plus, whatever that is. Oh, that's it, Max. So I can read out loud. It says, ensure every/each student reaches high levels of learning and graduates ready to think, adapt, communicate, collaborate, produce, and contribute, prepared to thrive in an ever-changing 21st century world. That includes our graduate profile, which is supposed to be our North Star. What does that mean? What it could mean, I'm really sorry the page break is making this not fun to see, but by June of 2032, students and staff will achieve the following goals in each area through intentional, scrolling, capacity building, collaborative teamwork, and effective use of time, resources, monitoring, and feedback. So MEP, multilingual education programs. So think, and we don't have a quality one here. I mean, we need to sit down and workshop this, obviously, with Mercedes and her team. But what you'll see there is, you know, ensure each student achieves high levels of academic English proficiency, successful reclassification when appropriate, and full bilingualism, biliteracy when desired to thrive in a more interconnected. And there would be a primary goal, that's those earliest years, an intermediate goal, those years from 4th to 6th, a middle goal for middle school, and then something in high school. Now, we could decide that we want to set a goal for, you know, like a maximum level of proficiency, if the board feels like it really wants numbers. And then what we could do after that is at the school site level, their job would be to set SMART goals. How are they going to get to 70% of English learners showing, you know, English proficiency? How are they going to do that? And they would have to set those at the school site level, which is what a lot of the high performing districts do. What you saw was no numbers, because the numbers are the principal's domain to go sort out, because they know their school. So it's not the board trying to know their school, it's the principal being responsible to work with the staff to know the school. Then like literacy, we could set a goal, something like, you know, ensure each student learns and demonstrates deep learning, literacy, and communication skills for 21st century success. And then you could decide, what does that mean for primary, intermediate, middle, and high? Janelle Keating recommended that at the end of 2nd grade, 90% of students will demonstrate proficiency in reading, comprehension, and writing fluency. That was what she recommended. Because now you're setting up 3rd grade for very successful learning. And that travels beyond for multiple years. So we're looking at something that's probably multilingual, something that could be literacy. Scroll please, Frank, just a bit. Something that's math related, ensure students attain high levels of mathematical thinking, reasoning, and problem solving skills necessary for the ever-changing world. How do they think like a mathematician, think like a detective, using logic, using evidence, solving problems?
In math, I'd like to see mastery for the next level.
And that's actually, we agree. That's one of the reasons why you see in primary, we're kind of utilizing the concept of 90%, because those early foundational skills in numeracy are so important. And you know what I use, because I'm just spitballing here, 50%, because that was about the state average in proficiency for students. Math is not an area of strength for the state of California. So we're trying to shoot just slightly above, by about 5%, about 5% above the state average for Madera Unified's kids, which is a huge lift for us to get there, because we're pretty far behind that.
Well,
But we need to do that. We need to push ourselves beyond the average.
I think in each area, you got to know where the baseline is.
The CASP scores we just got could provide us that.
So, and then so we want to go maybe 20 points higher, maybe the max from where we're at right now.
Good.
And then as we move up, we keep moving that target a little higher and higher. But if we're at 20% and you want 80%, well, you know, how are we going to do that? You give them a target that they can reach, it's reasonable. I think they can work harder.
These are spitballed numbers. Yeah. Would be from like 4th to 6th grade. To 2032, because we set a 5-year window. So we would start in August of 2026 until because it'd be the 26-27 school year to the 31-32 school year, 5 years. Believe me, these aren't, I mean, that's the kind of feedback we want to hear. Yeah, and if you got 60%, you'd be past where Clovis is. So that's reality. I mean, so what I did is I looked at I think the state average was something like 44%. And so I'm thinking, well, I don't want to try to just be average. I want to be above that.
That's me too. I don't
But
want.
we can certainly look at, we're going to put Cheryl's team in a position to use this feedback to give us their best expert analysis on the kinds of goals that they think are attainable and would create coherence and clarity in the system for everyone.
We can also say by 50% every year, you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, because I think it's every year we're going to be looking at, you know, sub goals like by the year 2027,
right.
You know, students have grown this much. By the 2028.
And see, this is why I think the board wants numbers. This is why I think you all want numbers. Now, I'm not saying I put them in here, but if that's because I think we want to.
How are we going to measure though, right? Teachers measured because they just showed us that here. So I think the PLC model is pretty good to follow. I think we will be very faithful to that. What they're doing in the classrooms can be translated at the district level. Because a teacher can easily see where Gladys is at, where Todd is at, and they can tell you right away, you know, and the student will also know where they are and they can track their progress. So I think this is giving us a lot of good guidance too, without looking at all the school districts, that we can follow our own, you know, model that we have set. So.
And I do think you have some experts that you just heard from for the last 2 days that are as good as we could hope to have. And I really want to empower them with your feedback to think this through for us, to bring back their absolute best recommendations. Yeah, this is me spitballing. I get it.
You know, well, you need that. That's a good goal. We need our district goals. Then you got your school site. And so we don't want to have too many district goals. I mean, they've got to be maybe three or four at the most, and then you've got all your school site goals. They got to figure their goal according to where they're at right now. They got a baseline and say what's attainable for us in the next year or two. And if that way they get success, they get motivated, they go a little higher, keep going higher. So for them, it wouldn't be a 5-year goal. It'll be, you know, next year's goal, maybe 2, you know.
That's exactly right. What would happen in a SMART goal is that you would set a year 1 goal, and based on how you do, there would be a year 2 and a year 3. Because what you're trying to structure is how to get to where you want to be in 5. And so it's not, this is a challenging scenario, but we know this is really important to you. We don't want to shortchange that level of importance. But you can see the process we're going to use. We tried to lay it out. We've developed an MTSS model that provides the right support to kids when they need it. We have a lot of support staff now with these very expert services where we need them. And we have a model for how teachers can work together now. And I thought the principals and Horacio and May and Anthony laid it out very well. And you can see how we will do it. So what we need to decide is we just need some feedback from you on what you think you would like for us to pursue further. And it's been for a long time that this board has told us, you know, we want you to bring us your best recommendation. So getting a chance to hear from you gives us that opportunity.
Well, it's gonna be a little hard now. Not everybody showed up for the meeting today. So a lot of the really good information that everybody should have gotten to help them set the goals, but we're here.
Well, the good news
We're
is
not setting
it
goals
yet.
today.
We're just, yeah, we're not setting them. We
Yeah,
just
but
want the
then
feedback
information
from what you saw.
That information they need to really figure out what the goal should be. Otherwise, they come up with their own idea. Well, I want 80%, 90%, you know.
I think, I'm wondering, since Mr. Rodriguez, I'm glad that you brought those principles. They're the experts. I'm wondering if we can get their guidance on what's realistic, because they're living it every day, they're working with their staff. So it will be good to, like, when we are ready to set the goals, to get their feedback. Because we want to set goals not for failure, but for success. And they can help us. They can tell us what they think is attainable, and based on what they've been doing, the work they've been doing, and just work off of that. I think
That's the plan. The plan is to hear I don't want to bring you something and you guys say, this is not at all what we want. And we spend a bunch of staff time on it, right? So we hear some feedback from you, and this has been really good. And I think we put Horacio's team on this, and Prince's team on this, and Cheryl's team on this, and we get some.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I agree.
we still have 3 trustees that are not here, so we need to hear from them.
We also, I included, and again, I'm only spitballing, but this is for your feedback, college and career, because we know that's a very important feature of Madera Unified. It's part of our identity. And then something that we have as an executive cabinet champion is student engagement. We have our school pride program that we've developed in elementary school. We're putting a lot of emphasis into the arts, into athletics, into club affiliations, student government and activities, kids feeling like they belong. Karen's work has been very important in this respect. Horacio has been leading the concept of the school pride program. That's really off the ground now. We have a real chance to build the kind of community that people don't ever want to move away from. And we want to do that. So that might be another area. So that if we were to go with that, all of those areas, that's 5. That's the uppermost in my mind. And if you felt like that was too many, we could figure out how to bring them down. But we believe in the multilingual education programs. We know that's really important for Madera Unified. We know math and ELA are incredibly important for us. There's no questions about that. And if college and career, we get to that a different way, and maybe we get to that through the community compact. There's different. We just want your feedback. We're looking at 5, and what you've shared with us so far has been helpful. That's actually the overarching goal at the very top. So all of these things would achieve it. But we agree with you. We have to keep that. We have to keep that at the center of things, because it's a flexible option. It's a flexible way to meet kids' needs in the 21st century. So much is changing so fast. I think one of the things that we really anticipated was this idea of having joy in school. We really felt like a way to get to the proactive side of that is to really focus on the engagement. So kids have something that they can count on that they know will be positive in their life. And I don't want to measure how many kids have a crisis so much, but I definitely want to measure how many kids are involved and how many kids feel like they fit and how many kids feel safe. I think those are things that we will always measure them. If they're not part of our board goal, we're going to be measuring them anyway. But they might be clarifying if we were to put them in this kind of a format at the top.
Well, you look at not the 80% goal, but the goals that we've had before. They address almost all this stuff.
In one way or another,
we
they
have
do.
to change it a little bit. Got stuff there on the board there, what kids to accomplish. But all we can do is provide kids the best learning environment. Yeah, we got to do it through our research and what you guys are doing the work. You guys are doing this stuff. So we have that the goals that sustain that. The work that you're doing now.
Well, we wanted to make sure that you knew all of this because we also know that you're going to be going to a board governance workshop in February. And part of what that's going to be discussing is how to set goals as a board. We wanted, let me say it this way, I'll own this. I'm not going to put this out on there, spread this out to everybody. I wanted to make sure that you all knew what we were doing that we believe in right now before somebody gives us all a bunch of advice from outside the organization about setting goals. I wanted you all to have that information so you could factor it into that. But I also wanted to make sure that we understood that the solution tree model is not based on any board member's experience or anybody's expertise or anything like that. It's a huge organization with hundreds of experts that have been participating in crafting this work over time. And it's only ever happened in schools. It's not coming from the business community or from the military or, from technology. It's coming from schools by educators for educators to empower them in their schools. And so it's a pretty organic thing for us to consider at the core of our goal setting. That will be the process that we know will get us there. It's working for school districts across the nation. It's part of the whole resurgence of schools in the South right now. And the state believes in it enough to be investing in Madera County and in our work. So I don't want to walk away from that. And I don't want to add something that's inorganic into this from the outside. I want to make sure that we're bringing our goals up from the inside and that they are organic and they're about Madera.
Yeah, I was reading that guy's book, and we've done all the stuff he's got in that book. We've done it in the past. There's nothing new in that book.
We just got to sustain it.
But we got to focus on what work we're doing now, how we keep moving forward on it, advancing what we're doing. Our goals got to reflect that.
Okay.
All right, you guys ready to go? Okay, we'll turn this.
Oh, we all want to stay, right?
Are you on to stay longer? Okay, let's see what time it is. 5:09. I turn this meeting. That's the wrong thing.
Thank you, everyone.